Good morning, everyone. Welcome to JavaDay Lviv, our annual conference dedicated to Java-related technologies and ecosystem. My name is Oleg. I'm a member of our organizing team and lead of program committee there in JavaDay Lviv. And we're thrilled to have you all there, both speakers and attendees. So let's get started. Today is the online part, and in general, our event split into 2 days, online and offline. And today we're implementing online part where speaker can show their presentation through the call, and attendees can drop a comment or question in the streaming chat. So do not hesitate to leave a comment or a question, or if you encounter any troubles, please let us know. And of course, after presentation, our moderator will conduct a short Q&A session by picking a few questions from chat. Yeah, and we'll shortly discuss it together. Of course, I want to remind about our general partner. I want to take a moment to honor and thank our armed forces of Ukraine because we can't do this event if they not defend us, they not defend our territorial sovereignty and our nation. So please support Ukraine, support volunteers. There is no small help. Any help is valuable. And I just want to remind that more than 2 years ago, Russia started a brutal full-scale invasion for Ukraine of war that started 10 years ago, and thousands of people has been killed or wounded, and cities being attacked by missiles and drones. And despite these challenges, our armed forces shown high bravery and straight in defending our nation. So please support our armed forces. Also, I want to share information about our collaboration with the Lviv-based fund of volunteers called Help a Hero. And together, we fundraising for a pickup truck, a vehicle much needed for evacuation efforts. So please scan this QR code, and you should see banking details for to transfer any donation for both international and within Ukraine. And of course, please remember there is no small donation. Any bit is valuable, and together we can make a difference. Yeah, and this QR code will be presented during the whole stream, and you can find it link under description. Yeah, also our broadcast being conducted by America House Lviv. So it's kind of a cozy place where we can watch together this live stream. So I want to invite everyone from Lviv to join us together here to watch stream and with a cup of coffee or tea. And yeah, also we can ask questions directly from that location. Want to remind, it's located on Academic Hnatyuka Street 2. Lviv. Yeah. Also, I want to introduce our organizers team and program committee members, and from searching for and inviting our speakers to building a compelling and relative program, all of that is their efforts to build a great event. Thank you all, folks. And of course, I want to introduce our set of great speakers for today online day of Java Day. And this time we have 6 experts that want to share their knowledge and expertise in various trends, various Java-related technologies and ecosystem. So it would be really nice to learn something new, to see something new based on their expertise. But be sure to check the schedule and do not miss any of these talks. Also, I want to thank you, our partners and sponsors. And first of all, here you can see gold partners of our event. It's Avanga, Grid Dynamics, and Levy9. Thank you for supporting us and help this event happen. And also our silver partners. There are Sombra, Jopra, SPD Technology, Xenos, Capgemini, and Stream. Thank you also. And our bronze partner as well, Windmill, thank you. Thank you for all support. Here you can see our community partners. First is Coffee Jug, is local, Lviv local community that hosting monthly events, both online and offline. And JetBrains that providing us with licenses for their tools. And 3-Bit Talk is actually our team that bring this event happen and to life. Yeah. Also, our info partners, there is Bobocode, is known for providing pretty high quality Java-related courses and resources. And of course, Java user group of Ukraine that connecting Java enthusiasts from whole country. And again, want to remind about America House Lviv. Please stay connected with us through social media. Follow JavaDay Lviv on X, Facebook, LinkedIn, and YouTube. So by following us, you can stay updated with the latest news, events, and more. So please subscribe. And a short reminder for you. First of all, again, check the schedule and do not miss any of these sessions. Will be quite interesting, I promise. And of course, do not be shy, ask questions, drop a comments, and try to communicate with our speaker, even through the chat. And of course, like and share this stream, share with your friends, with your colleagues, so more people can watch today's event. And most important, just enjoy the event and have a great time. All right, so are you ready? Because I'm ready. So let's get started and enjoy our incredible event.
We are open. We are committed. We are whatever it takes. We are one common goal. We are teamwork. We are innovation. And we are always thanking God it's Monday again. We are 1 + 1 = 9.
Hi there. We are Help a Hero, a nonprofit organization from Ukraine. Most of us also work in IT, but all our spare time is dedicated to volunteering to support our Ukrainian heroes. Since the full-scale war began, we've provided aid worth over $40 million to our defenders. And it's all thanks to you, our donors. Your contributions truly save lives. Thank you. We know that together we can make a difference and show our support and gratitude to those who risk everything for our freedom. Right now, we're fundraising for a pickup truck, a vehicle much needed for evacuation, and we ask you to contribute as every little bit counts. Scan the QR code and help us help our heroes. Thank you.
Hi again, Venkat. How are you?
Greetings. How are you?
All good. Yeah, you today is the very first speaker, so you open our event actually. How do you feel with that?
Oh, thank you so much for having. I want to express my respects and greetings to the people of Ukraine. Shout out to the developers that I consider as friends, and I can't wait for the freedom of Ukraine and being there in person. So thank you again for all the effort to organize it, and thanks for everyone who joined.
Thank you very much. Thank you. And I know it's not the first time when you joined our event. You had talks on our previous JavaDay events and even in person. Yeah.
Yes, and I've always enjoyed being there, and I'm looking forward to much better times and for everything to turn the right way.
Yeah, indeed. I also looking forward for our future events and to have it really live, not on in online mode. And yeah, do you prepare some cool insights about new Java, latest Java, and something maybe totally insightful? Yeah,
Absolutely. I'm excited about where Java is heading and eager to talk about some of the things that I've enjoyed using in recent times.
cool. Can't wait to see something new and learn something new also from your talk. And don't want to keep you any longer. And good luck with your talk. And let's get started.
Thank you. Excellent. Well, thanks, Oleg and organizers, and greetings everyone for joining. Before we get started, please do take the time to post your questions or comments on the chat. And I'm going to speak for roughly about 45 minutes, and then we'll have a Q&A. So if you do post a question or a comment, we will be able to take a look at it and then discuss those towards the end as well. And of course, anytime along the way, post a question or a chat. If I get to see it, I'll be able to respond to it right away. And then we'll do a little bit of Q&A in the end as well. So we can do both a combination of Q&A along the way and in the end as well. So with that said, let's get started. I cannot tell you how excited I am with the trend and the development in Java. I call it this ain't your parents' Java. Well, of course, I've been programming in Java for a very long time. I started programming in Java soon after Java was released. And there are a lot of developers who have used Java over the years. Java is well over 25 years old, if my memory is right, like 28 years old. So it's a long time that it's been around. But I will be absolutely honest about this to you. I was one of those guys on the other side of the picket line, constantly complaining that Java is moving too slow. If you ever look at one of the videos from 2010 and before, you will hear me talk about how Java is so slow in moving. In fact, I've saved these away. I used to get hate emails from people saying, "We hate you, Venkat, because you hate Java." Well, I didn't hate Java. I did hate the very slow development. All that for me changed with the release of Java 8, because until the time of Java 8, we were able to do imperative style and object-oriented style of programming, both of which are very useful. But the world actually has been really looking at adopting the good old functional style of programming. And with Java 8, of course, as we all know, we can do imperative, object-oriented, and functional style of programming as well. So that has been a remarkable development. And I would say by far over the years, not including a few recent changes, that has been a very significant change in Java. Java 5 was extremely important. After that, Java 8 was super important after that. Now, we all took the time to learn and embrace the ability to do functional style of programming in Java. Well, Java 10, of course, introduced local variable type inference. You don't have to type the full type information. The compiler can infer that for you. And I often see this like a signpost, if you will. When I moved to a city, which I'm not familiar with, the signs on the streets were very useful. And they were useful exactly once. And soon after that, they were not very useful because I know exactly where the post office is or the library is. And a type is a lot like that if we have a good variable name. Of course, it takes effort and time to get used to enjoying type inference, but I find this to be a very valuable feature. But something else happened right after Java 10. And the folks behind the Java language, the world speaks about agile development. And I get really excited and happy to see when somebody is able to do agile development the right way. And I give full credit and appreciate what the Oracle team behind Java has really done. They are truly agile in the sense of agility. And I want to really start with this by emphasizing this here. And I want to specify that clearly that Java, I would say, is not being developed on a 6 months cycle. This is one of the key things for us to understand when it comes to agile development. Well, back in time, when they were developing Java, they had a very similar problem like the rest of us do. And they did something really terrible in terms of how we develop and manage projects. They would, first of all, decide what feature goes into a particular version, whether it's Java 4, 5, 6, or 7, and so on. And then they would have their developers behind the Java language spend their time and effort developing the features. Now, as you would expect, they were really, expecting and desiring the ability to release, every 2 years. But as they started developing the features, some of them would get done, some of them are still developing. And when they went around, it was time to push the release, they would ask how things are going. And they were giving answers not very different from what you and I give to our bosses. So when they were asked how things are going, they said, well, it's almost done. Well, almost done really meant 7 years later. So they were really struggling to release Java with all these features, and they realized the true meaning of agility. And agility is not about planning ahead, but it is about adapting the plan continuously. So adaptive planning is extremely important for agile development. So Java is not being developed on a 6-month cycle. For example, that one feature we saw in Java 10 about local variable type inference, they took 5 years to develop it. The feature more recently on virtual threads, they took 12 years to implement it. So Java is not being developed on a 6-month cycle. However, Java is being released on a 6-month cycle. That is one of the biggest differences, if you will, in terms of how Java is being agile. So Java is being released on a 6-month cycle. So every 6 months, there is a release of Java, starting from Java 11. And of course, now we are in Java 22, expecting Java 23 round the corner. But what goes into a release is decided based on what is ready for release, not something that is determined well ahead of time. And as 2 examples before we get into the code, let's talk about it. In Java 12, I remember they were really talking about this raw string feature, but 3 weeks before the release, it was not to be found because they realized that they need to really rework on it. So that was again taken away. And Java 13, we had the text block feature that was released with more power. And that really brings up to one of the really nice, interesting ways it's being developed. One of the things about agile development, I would say, is adaptive planning. But it also is agile development. You can say development itself, I would argue, this is one of the most important things is feedback-driven development. So Java is being released as a pre-release, and any feature being introduced to Java stays as a pre-release at least for 2 release to enjoy that feedback loop, and potentially even more if it becomes necessary. So we are able to use those features, provide feedback, and help direct the changes before it gets committed as a final release into the language. That to me is true agility as well. So that is basically the nature of how Java is being developed today. I want to talk about a few interesting features that I see in Java that is very exciting. And the first one starts with the switch expression. But before we talk about the switch expression, I want you to think about the words that we often use, and that is really statement versus expression. And sometimes we could be programming in these things for years and not think about some fundamental differences. By nature, statements, really, cause a side effect. So, in other words, statements do not return any response to the caller. So, by their nature, for a statement which is non-trivial to be useful, it has to cause side effect. Has mutation often. So obviously, these are not really great ideas, especially from the functional programming point of view. On the other hand, expressions return result and do not often have or do not have to have side effects. So a good expression shouldn't have any side effects and don't have to cause mutation. And that got me thinking, honestly, if a language, which is Java is not, and a lot of other languages are hybrid functional programming languages, but if you think of a pure functional programming language in the area of like Haskell and Erlang, it got me thinking, if a language is purely functional, then it should be filled with expressions and not statements. So as a result, we should really prefer, if you will, expressions if as much as you can over statements as much as you can, because statements do not cause side effect. Statements are much more easier to reason with, and in functional programming we often use more statements more expressions rather than statements. So try to model your code with more expressions rather than statements. Well, in that regard, one of the changes in Java is where the switch statement has evolved into a switch expression. Let's take a look at an example of this just to get a feel for it. So let's say we have a bunch of values here. Let's say a 56, let's say a 65, let's say a 74, and 88, let's say a 93, and maybe a 101. Let's start with these values. So I'm going to say for all these values, I want to do a map and say, in this case, I will simply call a sample and we'll call a function called grade. And once we call the grade function, I want to be able to display the result of it. So for each, we'll say system.out and we'll just print it right now. We'll take this in gradual steps and implement it. So I want to implement the grade function. So we'll say, in this case, a string grade. I said, we'll take right here in this particular case, we will return whatever like so. So in this, as you can see, we are returning a result, but I want to be able to return a grade for that particular value. How do we proceed doing it? So in this particular case, let's go ahead and say a string will start with a grade is equal to, we'll provide an F as a starting point, return grade. Hopefully we can do a lot better than that rather than having F for every score. Then we can say if, let's say, a grade or rather score is greater than, in this particular case, a 9 or equal to a 90, maybe we'll give a grade of A, but what if it is not? So we can do a else, and we can do if score is greater than or equal to a 80, maybe we'll simply return, in this case, a value for the grade, and we can say a grade is equal to a B, and of course, else, and you can see where this is going. This is going to turn into a monster. I wouldn't even bother writing this code right now. I actually worked with a client not too long ago. I'm not exaggerating. They had 169 levels of if and else. I asked their developers, how do you maintain this code? And they said, we don't. The people who wrote this code don't work here anymore. If we ever have to change it, we do a rock, paper, scissors and find a victim to touch that code, right? No, that's horrible code. We don't want to write code like that. Well, of course, in the past, we could, and the present, we could use a switch statement. So we can say over here, math dot, let's say min, and we could say a score divided by 10 or a 10. And then we can say in this case, if the case is going to be a value of 10, maybe we can specify that the grade is equal to A in this case. So we could start by saying we could do a much more concise, if you will, than the if and else disaster we would be creating. And of course, we could say grade is equal to a F if it were to be really none of those that we consider. So then we could say, for example, along the way, we could say this is going to be maybe a B, a C, maybe a D, and maybe an F over here. But of course, we also need to consider the value of 9 as well. So we'll say if it's greater than 90, if it's greater than 80, greater than 70, greater than 60 gets a D, and anything less than that, let's say, is going to get an F. So we could write code like that and return the grade, and we could say something like, for example, the grade for, we'll say, score, and we could say in this particular case, the score itself. So score, let's say, is, and we could implement the value of the grade like so. So it looks like, hey, that's really a nice idea. We could write the code using a switch statement, if you will. But you probably noticed the problem on this already, or it is easy to miss that as well. When you run the code, oh my dear, everybody got an F. What a terrible course it is. What a terrible instructor it is, right? Now we realize what went wrong here. We forgot to put a break statement. That's right. Break is a statement because the switch was a statement. Now, obviously, we want to do better than statements. and have these less error-prone code, this is where switch can become a nice expression. So as you would expect, you can store the result of an expression into a variable or even return it to the caller. So as a result here, no more of those silly breaks. We can get rid of those, and no more of that mutation as well. We can get rid of those as well in here, if you will. So we can get rid of those mutations from here, as you can see, and we can shorten the code as well right there, as you can see, a lot less code to work with. And then we change the semicolon that you see up here into a little arrow that is nothing to do with lambda expressions, but we are turning that into an expression rather than a statement. So you can see the code is less error prone, easier to write, more concise, and yet it's an expression, as you can see in here. So that is one of the nice things about a switch expression. But of course, a switch starts out as an expression, but grows into a full-blown pattern matching syntax. Over the years, I've enjoyed pattern matching in languages like Haskell and Erlang and Scala and Kotlin and Ruby and so on, and Python. Well, I really appreciate Java having a very nice pattern matching. We'll see that later on. So you can see how this became a nice expression. You can also remove some of these redundancies as well by combining the labels together. And if you have a multi-line, you can also do a multi-line as well. So maybe that requires a bit of an auditing. You can do that as well here by simply putting a yield, and you can return the value like so, and then you can put multiple lines of code right here as well if you need to, though I strongly recommend writing a separate function and calling it, but that goes into a better quality code we could be writing. So that gives you the idea of a switch expression. Well, it also takes us to the pattern matching syntax, but for that, they really needed to introduce an idea called the pattern matching with instance of, they call it, because that's the end goal of this feature. But they wanted to really start with smart casting, as other languages like Kotlin and Ruby call it. So let's explore this. And again, along the way, if you do have a question or a comment, and I do hope that you have a question or a comment, please post them on the chat and I can respond to them right away if I see it. If not, or if we need to spend more time on it, we'll discuss that towards the end as well. If you like a feature, put that on the comment. If you don't like a feature, that's perfectly fine as well. Put that on the comment. If you have used something and you enjoy it, put that on the comment. If you have not tried something and you're intrigued by it and you want to look at it and use it, put that on the comment, right? The beauty of being online. You know, I started saying this. Online sessions should start with this particular phrase. We want to read out what I would like to call as the reverse Miranda rights. Miranda rights says you have the right to remain silent. The reverse Miranda right, you have right not to remain silent. We have the freedom to speak anytime we want to speak, and do so, exercise your freedoms to speak. So do post your comments, do post your thoughts as well. And Coyle says, new switch expression is great. I love those expressions, and switch especially, I cannot tell you. Over the years, I've really used switch kind of structure in other languages. I often refactor my code to use it to make it more expressive, and that's exactly what I'm beginning to do in Java as well these days along the way also. So yeah, switch expressions are beautiful. I completely agree. I love that particular feature. Now let's talk about the one more interesting feature here. We'll call this one as process, and we'll process a 1, but I will also process a hello here as well to appreciate this next feature we're going to see. So I'm going to say in here, let's say we'll call this as process. It takes some kind of an object for message processing, let's say, and I'm going to say return whatever for now again. But I want to know what the type of this is. So if I say if input is an instance of an integer, I want to simply say in here, return got a number. So that's cool. If it's an integer, it says got a number. However, I say if the input is an instance of a string, I'm going to say right here, return got a string. Well, good start so far, but I want to know what the length of that string is. So I'm going to say of length, and I'm going to specify the length, if you will. So, but what is the length? I'm going to say equal to input.length and call that particular function on it. Now the question is, will this work? Will this code compile properly? And will this code work? And as Java programmers, you know the answer already, that it would give us a compilation error. What does the error say? It says method length is not available on the variable of type object. Now, obviously, for this to work, you will have to go back to this code and say string, and then you would have to perform that little extra effort around this code. And you're saying, I want to take this particular object that's given, and I want to really convert that into that reference from an object type reference. I want to convert that into really, in this particular case, a string type of a reference, isn't it? So obviously you can remove some of the parentheses in this case eventually, but all I'm doing is I'm saying, give me that particular string reference. So we want a reference in this case of type string from a reference of type object. Now, anyone remembers what that feature is called in the case of Java, where you take a reference type, but you move it to another type for a reference? Anyone remembers what that feature is called in Java? Well, it's a very common feature in a lot of languages. We've been doing a lot of that in languages like C++. It's got an origin for that back in time as well. So they call it casting. I call it punishment. So you can see this is not a really great idea. Now think about this for a minute. Maybe you have a colleague at work and you see them leave the building in the evening. You ask them where they are going and they say, I'm going to catch that movie I've not seen for a long time. You say, hey, that's great. Have a good one. See you tomorrow. Well, the next morning you see them. You ask them, hey, did you go to the movie? They say, yes, I did. And how was it? And they ask you, how was what? You're not going to really entertain the conversation anymore, right? You're going to roll your eyes and walk away because you just asked them how was the movie and then how was it. So clearly it means the movie. That's how we communicate as humans. But look at what Java did. You said, hey, Java, is that a string? Oh, yes, it is. What's the length of what? Well, seriously? So that's not really effective code, isn't it? Well, thankfully, you don't have to do these kinds of mundane things anymore. You can simply go back here and you can say stir.length, where you can say stir is a variable that you introduce right there. And as a result, it's able to use that variable. So what just went on? In one shot, we said object input is referring to a variable in memory, and that variable in memory gets a string stir. So in other words, input is exactly the same location as a stir in memory. Now the scope of that variable, if you will, is only within this block of code. So it only is in this block of code, the curlies, as you can see, being highlighted. When you step out of that block, that variable is no longer available. So that is the scope of that variable as well. So again, we'll see the benefit of this smart casting a little later on, but I want to talk quickly about yet another feature, which is the feature of text blocks. So if I were to say a greet right here, and call the greet function. And again, we can say here is a string greet. Well, we have done this in the past where I want to return a message where the message is going to be, let's say, a string hello, let's say there. But then Every one of us has written a code like this before, message plus equal to, how are you? Oh, and you could say, I need to really put maybe a /n, and we think of the delimiters across the platforms as well. And then that can be error prone. And then I'm going to say it is, let's say, a double quote. So I have to escape. Great to see you. And in this case, virtually. And I'm going to say message plus equal to, let's say, thank you for coming. So essentially, in this particular case, we took a lot of effort to write that particular code. And this is not a code you would display to the world. This is the code you would hide from humanity. This is not an exciting piece of code, as you can see. So unfortunately, this is a type of code we all have written. No more. You can simply go back to this code, and what you can do is you can simply put 3 double quotes to start a multi-line string or a text block. You can get rid of all those silly /n's that you tried to do incorrectly before. And you can simply say, I want to write the multi-line string, and here is the how are you. And similarly, you can get rid of the escapes as well. You don't need them. You can directly put the strings within the multi-line strings. So in this case, you can see we reduce the verbosity quite a bit. So now when I run the code, you can see from the output that you can see the multi-line string. But just to emphasize it, if I were to go back and put a few dashes in here, you can see that it was removing the indentations very smartly. So that is called a smart indentation. So the compiler knows that you did not really mean those indentations. Those were really for the code indentation. So if I were to indent this a lot more, as you can see in here, you can see the indentation appear right there in the code. So those indentations were removed, and this is essential, so it kept it. So text blocks have some really interesting features like that, where it has smart indentation, and it also removes the spaces from the end as well automatically. So here I added some spaces to those lines, which of course you're not able to see, but just for us to be able to see it and appreciate it, let's say replace all, and I want to replace all the spaces with a little tilde so we can see where the spaces are. But more important, notice the spaces are not towards the end of those lines. Those spaces were automatically removed. But if you do want to keep those spaces, you can put a /s, and you can see it preserves the space on one line, but it removed it from the other line where we did not use a /s. So this is another feature that works really nicely. So oftentimes we copy and paste these documents from other locations, and we don't have to waste the time removing those spaces which are usually not necessary. So a lot of smartness has gone into it as well. That's a feature of text blocks. Well, I want to talk about records and sealed classes next, and how they interplay with pattern matching. So 3 more features I want to talk about quickly before we wrap this up. So I want to talk about the records. I'm a big fan of records. So for example, if I were to say, in this case, a person, let's say a person 1 equal to new person, we'll say Alan, let's say Turing, and I want to create the person a couple of times. So person 2 and person 3, and let's go ahead and call this one as a Walker. Now I want to output person 1. Now, how do I create the class for the person? We would have written person class, and we would define a private string, let's say a first name. We would return a private string, a last name. Are we done? No, we would be writing a constructor. We'd be writing a getter, and so on. And after all that effort, when you output the object, it would give something that's not very useful. That was a lot of effort. You say, come on, Venkat, we don't do that. We define the field, and we gently right-click on it, and then watch the IDE spit out and vomit the getters and setters. well, then we have to live with that IDE vomit for a long time. Well, good news, we don't have to do that anymore. Records are immutable classes which are final behind the scene. So record person, string first name, and you can say string last name as well, very highly concise piece of code. So when you run this code, you can see how you got a meaningful output which you can customize. But here's the beauty. What I really like about this is records give you a buy one, get 5 free offer. Who doesn't want such an offer, right? We are very happy often if we get a buy one, get 1 free, but this is buy one, get 5 free. And even for that one, you don't have to pay anything. How cool that is, right? So what is that 5 free things? By a record, you got a constructor, you got the getters automatically, you have a toString method, you have an equals method, and you have a hash code method all given to you. You can customize any of these, but those are given to you. So we can see this in action. You can say dot first name, and that's a getter that you can see being given to you right there automatically. Similarly, you can say over here, a person one dot equals person two, versus you could say person one dot equals person three. You can see a true versus a false as an output. So it performs the equality, and since all the field, or they call it component, values are exactly the same between those two person, the result is a true versus a false for the last one. So similarly, all these functions are baked in, and you can create a record. Records are final, record values are immutable. Well, you have to be careful what you stuff into a record. So don't put anything mutable as a component. And finally, of course, records cannot be extended. They can implement an interface, but you cannot extend from a class. They are final. You cannot inherit from them either. So it really tightens a lot of stuff. But like I said, not only are records really great, the way they interplay with pattern matching is pretty awesome. So we'll get to that a little later. But that brings us to the sealed classes I want to show you next. And sealed classes help us to create a closed hierarchy. So suppose I have an interface called trade, and then I have let's say a record in this particular case. Let's go ahead and say a record, which is going to be, we'll call this one as cell, which takes a string, a ticker, and takes a integer quantity, and also it implements, let's say, a trade. So here is a cell, and similarly, I have a buy as well as two things, as you can see sitting right there. So given this, I want to be able to say output, we'll say process, and we'll say new cell, let's say Goog, and we want to sell maybe 200 shares of Google. Similarly, I want to say a buy, and let's say a buy of, let's say APPL, and I want to buy maybe 300 shares of it. So I can start writing the function right here for the process, and we can say process, and it takes a trade as an input that is going to come in, and we can start working with the trade. But the question is, how do you limit the trade to be one of these two so people don't introduce their own type of trade? So this is where you want to close your hierarchy. People can use the classes you provide. They can use the interface you provide. They shouldn't be implementing the interface or extending your classes. So in other words, you don't want them to create a fake trade, for example. So this is where you can say a sealed interface, and you can add permits, in this case, a sell and a buy. So this simply says you can only sell or buy. So it's a sealed interface called trade, which permits a sell and it permits a buy as well. So for now, let's simply return whatever. We'll come back and implement this code in a minute. And you can see in this case that code actually worked. But if you were to add a record or a class, doesn't matter. So in this case, let's just say a class, and we'll call this as a fake trade for whatever reason, implements, let's say, trade. Notice what's going to happen. Well, you get an error saying class is not allowed to extend the sealed class or an interface called trade because it's not part of the permits. So this allows you to contain what you're allowed to really have in terms of the extensions. So this, to give you an example of this, I've got a client who creates a system where their clients can introduce plugins. They want the people writing the plugins to use their interfaces and classes, but they don't want people to implement their interfaces or extend their classes. How do you implement such a rule? Well, there are several ways you can try. This one really streamlines the way to actually do that, becomes a lot easier as well. So that is one of the nice things about having this particular approach of sealed classes and sealed interfaces. But like I mentioned, not only is pattern matching superb, the way these features interplay with that is amazing as well. So let's look at the pattern matching syntax. So I'm going to say return, and we can write a switch on the trade right there. This is the last feature I want to show you. Well, almost the last feature. So I want to say a case. This is a sell, and I'm going to say we are selling. We'll just say selling. And likewise, we can say over here, we have a buy, and we can put a buy here, and we say we are buying. We'll start with that. And typically, you would write a default. And what do you do with the default? Well, we can say invalid trade, which we did not expect. So let's start with that really quickly. But here's the beauty. The compiler knows whether you need a default or not. In this case, you don't need a default. But why? The reason is the hierarchy is sealed. So if you don't have a case for a buy, you are going to really, as you can see, get an error. So this is basically saying that, hey, you need to really have all the cases covered. But since we have all the cases covered, we can really ignore that. Yeah, great point from Oleg. This is relating to data-oriented programming. And how so? Well, we typically use polymorphism in object-oriented programming, which is very valuable, no doubt about it. But the problem with that approach is we got to create a class hierarchy. And if it's a third-party classes, if you want to enjoy polymorphism to process the data of the type, you end up creating a parallel hierarchy, which is not a great solution, even though it is an object-oriented solution. So now you have two tools, pardon me. Now you have two tools on your hand. You can use polymorphism, and object-oriented programming where it makes sense. You can also use data-oriented programming as well. What a beautiful combination of the two. So absolutely great comment. Thank you for that. So essentially in this particular case, we can use the switch expression. But going a little further into this, we can simply say, hey, I want to know how much I'm selling and what I'm selling. We are selling, and we could say sell.ticker plus we could say sell.quantity as well. And as you can see here, we are able to specify those things. But this is where not only can you use pattern matching, we can mix that with destructuring as well. So rather than writing such a verbose code, you can simply say a cell, and you can simply write a string, a ticker, and into quantity, you can even put a Q, and simply you can change this to a ticker, and you can change that to a Q as well, like so, as you can see in this particular case. So this is the concept of destructuring, where you can extract the parameters. So construction or structuring is creating an object from properties. Destructuring or deconstruction is the reverse. What you are doing is you are extracting, in this case, these local variables from the properties of objects. Waldemar says, I am wondering if it's possible to specify interface within permits. Is it possible in that case implement and use multiple classes based on interface specify in permits. A really good point. So you are saying I got a bunch of interfaces, but a class can implement those interfaces. The answer is yes. Brilliant, brilliant question. The answer is yes, because a class can implement multiple interfaces. It still follows that criteria, and you would generally mark that class as final, but you can implement them from multiple interfaces. Nothing to stop you from doing it. Absolutely. Brilliant. It is quite likely that a class might implement the two interfaces, each of which have a restriction of seed. And also, one may be sealed, the other may not be sealed as well. All those flexibilities exist. Absolutely brilliant. So essentially in this case, and again, thank you so much for that question/comment. That's how we expand our thinking. So I really appreciate those thoughts. Beautiful. So now, given this, of course, you can also go a little further with this. Maybe I'm really interested in the quantity and not the ticker itself. This is where this beautiful unnamed variable feature really comes in. So you can say underscore comma into quantity, and we are buying, you could say a plus, you could specify the quantity of what you're buying as well. So what does the underscore really represent? Well, in this case, we can say string underscore, and we don't care about that particular variable, which we are not going to use after all. So you can specify that. Well, eventually you could use a pattern matching with the underscore mixed with type inference as well. So that is something we're heading towards. But rather than using cryptic variable names, or I often say the word ignore, you are nicely able to simply specify underscore saying, I don't care about it. Well, I showed you a number of features in the evolutions. One I will not cover here is about concept of virtual threads and continuations, an amazing concept. I think this is going to be one of the most significant things moving forward in Java. Just like how we say how Java 8 has been the most important change, I think we would be saying virtual threads are one of the most important changes in Java. Amazing capability for asynchronous programming as well. So Java is evolving at a very pragmatic rate. They're not simply infatuated, sitting there and saying, let's hack Java. No, quite the opposite. They're looking at three things. They're looking at features, whether they are actually useful in the language. Then they ask the question if the features are really feasible to implement. Then they ask the question, what impact would it have on future development of Java? So they are very I would say Java is growing very responsibly, if you will. Oleg says, I'm using double underscore before single has been allowed. Oh, bad idea, Oleg. But I sympathize with you. I see why you're doing it. But now we can do better. I like your smiley, knowing that tongue-in-cheek, like not the best thing to do, right? And of course, Java is power-packed with these features. And they're also looking at future demands as well. For example, when you saw the destructuring, why not simply use destructuring for regular classes? Well, sure, you can eventually write a deconstructor just like you write a constructor, and you can have destructuring on regular objects as well. So some exciting changes coming every 6 months in the language that we all love and use. Waldemar says, is it possible to specify if clause within if as in Scala? I'm not sure what you mean by that. I don't know what if clause within if means. Apologies for not knowing that. But you can specify a guarded pattern matching that you can do. So you can say when within your pattern matching. So in here you can say a quantity when you can specify Q is greater than 1,000, for example, and you can write code like that. So you have a guarded pattern matching available. So that is where I'm going to stop this discussion. I hope you found this useful. I want to bring in the moderator. I want to have a few minutes to talk about Q&A. Any questions you may have, anything you are interested. I do see a comment or question from Artem. Is it possible to have multiple unnamed variables? Oh, yes. Thank you. Yes, absolutely. Yes. You can have multiple unnamed variables as well. Absolutely, you are right. and you can do that as well. Well, that's all I have for the talk. I'll be delighted to answer your questions. So if the moderator want to jump into the video and have a discussion and read out some questions or comments, I'm most welcome to come in and join, and then we can wrap this up. Thank you.
Thanks a lot for such insightful talk, Venkat. Yeah, was really great. And indeed, Java evolving pretty rapidly, so and a lot of features. So our goal just to use them correctly and not just because they exist in the Java. Yeah. And I saw that you already answered a few questions during your talk. And I see we have one more from Max. Is it worth changing all switch statements to the new, all DTOs, POJO classes to records if I migrate a legacy project from a Java 8 to latest Java? I want to update the code to use new Java features. I have doubts. There's something.
Very good question. Very good question. And I want to be very cautious in answering that. I'm not a fan of changing existing code for the sake of changing it ever. So I want to be very responsible in what we do. Our time and focus should be on delivering value to our customers. So my recommendation is don't go on a mission to change everything. The general rule I follow is if you are changing a piece of code, fixing a bug, making an enhancement, you are improving some code or adding some functionality. In other words, if you're touching a piece of code for other reasons, that's a great time to refactor it. And at that time, refactor the code to use the newer features. Don't just go off and spend the time modifying existing code. There's another reason I say this with all respect. We all have good intentions, but we also know that a lot of projects don't have enough automated testing. So there's a risk of introducing errors when we touch a piece of code as well. So if we only modify the code when we touch it for other reasons, then we spend the effort on a limited area. We can put a lot better effort in making sure all that is working really well, and we can improve it. If we're doing random changes, we're not giving it enough attention. So the answer to Max's question is, yes, there is value, but proceed with caution, proceed incrementally doing that as well, only when a piece of code is going to change for other reasons.
Yeah, definitely. Good point. And we also have one more question directly from our hosting location. Yeah.
Hey, Venkat, you did great. Much appreciated it. So I love you so much like a speaker. You always do good. You always do interesting. It's very important for watchers. And I have a very interesting question for you. So the question is, what a new improvement or feature would you suggest for Java that doesn't currently exist yet? What is missing in Java? Or you
my gosh.
fully have Java?
Well, so first of all, thank you. You're very kind. That is a very hard question to answer. And the reason why that's a very hard question to answer is I'm often like the kid in the candy store. When I work with multiple languages, I'm like, oh, look at this, look at this, look at this. And in fact, for example, a couple of years ago, or maybe a few years ago, there was a day I was programming in Kotlin and JavaScript, and I tweeted, today's tweet is sponsored by destructuring. And Brian gets answered the tweet saying, I will neither confirm nor deny if destructuring will be in Java. Well, clearly now we know that we have destructuring Java as well. So I get excited about features as I work in multiple different languages. Things like pattern matching and destructuring are things I've been really excited about. I don't think I can put my fingers on one feature I would really like to have in the language. That's a hard question to answer. There are so many things I see in a lot of different languages that I wish we were able to do in Java, but I don't think I can honestly pick one and say that's what I really want. But what I can emphasize to you is that the feature I would want to have in Java is the one that reduces unnecessary verbosity. That's always a big deal. For example, right, when you're dealing with code with enormous complexity, How can you throw away all those complexity and make it simpler and easier to use? Again, things like features in Python or Ruby that I often end up using, you can see some of those trickling into Java as time goes on. But that's what I would say, is to really focus on the projects we are working on. If you feel like there are certain things you're doing in Java that can be much easier, then send that off. For example, I'm a huge fan of generics that are really working properly. Everyone knows me knows that I don't like generics. Reification of generics. I often jokingly say this. I'm pretty old right now. I'm not far from retirement. And I always say, before I retire, I want to be able to create a list of INT. So the value types and reification in generics is a feature I'm really looking forward to. And honestly, the reason I like that feature is I recently worked on a big data project, and we had a lot of performance issues, not from anything you would imagine. The issues came from garbage collection. The reason we had issues in garbage collection is so much memory was creating on the heap, and we spent time garbage collector running those. Value types with generic reification would remove so much burden from the garbage collector, because when you leave a stack, those can get garbage collected instantaneously. So if you personally ask me, from real experience, not as a infatuated, oh, it'll be cool. I'm not a fan of coolness. I'm a fan of what actually affects my bottom line. So from a direct use from a project I worked on, value types from reification will make a huge difference. It would have saved us so much effort in just spending weeks dealing with garbage collection issues that have just gone away. So that is my wish list. They're working on it already, but I cannot wait for it. I'm ready to retire after I see it, and I hope I stay alive long enough to see that feature before I quit the field. So that's my vote for value types with reification of generics.
Thank you, Venkat. I like it. Thank you.
Pretty fulfilled answer. Yeah, thanks a lot. And probably I have a question, one more question from me. Yeah, and what do you think about this string template story? I saw that it's dropped. It's designed for a few years and then it's dropped because they want to redesign API and the entire concept. What do you think about that? Why?
I love it. I love it. Honestly, when I saw that, what went through my mind was, hey, this is great. Java has string template. But at the same time, my thought was also, oh, I think this could be a lot, better. I kind of felt a bit of a ceremony in the way that string template was being brought in. And in all genuine honesty, I'm not surprised that it has gone back to the drawing board. It is a very useful feature. It's a feature that's been in other languages. Honestly, right now in Java, we can be okay without it right now, because we already have the format functions and formatted functions that do a fairly decent job. So I don't feel like there is a immediate urgency towards it. So when it does come in, it's got to be really good. So honestly, I'm really glad it's gone back to the drawing table.
Yeah, great that they want to deliver it not as it is and just because everyone wants that feature, but to make it kind of perfect. Yeah,
that goes back to the whole agility that I really feel. To me, that is the whole idea of being truly agile, is feedback driven. And this is one of the beautiful things, right? Software has the observer effect. The minute you design something and build it, you see it in action, you got 1,000 ideas of how it can be better. In a lot of ways, software is like cooking. You don't just cook food and deliver and walk away, right? You cook food and you dip your fingers into it, lick it, and see if it's got enough salt. Is it, in my case, does it have enough spice? And I want to know it actually tastes really well, and you want to make adjustments to it. And that is the nature of the software field. In all honesty, almost anything humans do has to evolve, because the minute we create it, we find ways to improve it. And the here, the idea here is not that things need to be improved. It is the willingness to recognize it has to be improved. And that is the sheer willingness I see in the Java community. And that is what I really respect in seeing, that they are willing to try, willing to experiment, willing to improve. And that to me is where the power really is.
Yeah, that's true. Thanks for sharing your perspective and thoughts on those various topics, and for fully cover answer for such great questions. And thanks again for your presentation. Looking forward for the next time that we can have you on our event. Yeah, that's great.
Thank you so much again for having me. I really appreciate it. Let's work for the freedom of Ukraine. Amazing developers, so many friends over there. I cannot wait to be there in person and hug everyone that I come across. So thanks again, stay strong, and looking forward to being there in the future.
Thanks a lot. See you next time.
Thank you.
Bye-bye.
Bye.
Hi there. We are Help a Hero, a nonprofit organization from Ukraine. Most of us also work in IT, but all our spare time is dedicated to volunteering to support our Ukrainian heroes. Since the full-scale war began, we've provided aid worth over 40 million to our defenders. And it's all thanks to you, our donors. Your contributions truly save lives. Thank you. We know that together we can make a difference and show our support and gratitude to those who risk everything for our freedom. Right now, we're fundraising for a pickup truck, a vehicle much needed for evacuation, and we ask you to contribute as every little bit counts. Scan the QR code and help us help our heroes. Thank you.
We are open. We are committed. We are whatever it takes. We are one common goal. We are teamwork. We are innovation. And we are always thanking God it's Monday again. We are 1 + 1 = 9.
Hi there. We are Help a Hero, a non-profit organization from Ukraine. Most of us also work in IT, but all our spare time is dedicated to volunteering to support our Ukrainian heroes. Since the full-scale war began, we've provided aid worth over 40 million to our defenders. And it's all thanks to you, our donors. Your contributions truly save lives. Thank you. We know that together we can make a difference and show our support and gratitude to those who risk everything for our freedom. Right now, we're fundraising for a pickup truck, a vehicle much needed for evacuation, and we ask you to contribute as every little bit counts. Scan the QR code and help us help our heroes. Thank you.
Hello, Adam. Yeah, it's cool that we have our next speaker ready. So how are you? How are you feeling?
Everything's right. Thanks for the invite. Looking forward.
Thank you also. So please tell me something about you, for our peoples, for our watchers.
So maybe I can also introduce myself during the talk, but basically I was born and grew up in Ukraine and graduated there in Kiev, in KPI, IPSA, maybe, I don't know, is that the same name now after more than 20 years, but I'm living since the beginning of the century in Germany, but always happy to support my country. Probably see this my favorite t-shirt, Colors of Freedom from Alexander Usyk collection. So yeah, I started to develop Java in the end of the last century. Basically now I have mixture of topics, basically AWS Cloud, and now looking for the ways and collaborating with the AWS community just to improve the current situation, especially in the serverless space. And this is what my talk is about. Yeah.
Cool. Yeah, I see you have such a great topic. Maybe I would say a hot one, serverless architecture, especially in optimizing performance on AWS. So if you are ready, just not waste your time. Good luck and go ahead, Vadim.
Thanks. So let's first check if the screen sharing works. That's the most important. Can you see my screen and how I'm switching the slides?
Yes.
Okay, then I'm ready. So yeah, thanks once again. The topic of my talk is high performance serverless Java on AWS. I basically introduced myself. Yeah, I have these two passions, Java and serverless. I'm one of the founders, co-organizers of Java User Group Bonn, where I basically live, and I'm also AWS community builders now in the 5th year, mostly dealing with serverless and how to adopt Java there. So you can contact me. I'm quite active on different social medias, posting a lot also about this topic. I could try to do this talk also in Ukraine, obviously, but I think it will be a bit easier for me to talk English, and I hope we can do the talk next time also offline. Yeah, and I would gladly visit Ukraine once again. So yeah, basically nothing to tell about the company. Yeah, I started as a Java developer end of the last century, and now within my company, IP Labs in Bonn, since 18 years, and wrote a lot of Java code. But in the last years, we migrated to AWS, and with certain new challenges, trying to do things as serverless as possible. And yeah, there are challenges with Java as a programming language there we will be talking about. But let's start with Java programming language popularity itself. So there are different sources how you can measure it, like how many GitHub accounts are using Java as a programmer language, or repositories, how many job postings. But anyway, it just doesn't matter what source you will pull. Java is in the top 3 programming languages. It's nearly the same. You have Python and also JavaScript and derivatives like TypeScript, Node.js, and Java is also there. But if you look first of all of the life of Java serverless developer on AWS, and it's not the talk about AWS and serverless in general, but only about adoption of Java, so it requires some understanding of the basics. We will see the situation that now you see in the red color. Yeah, Java 21 is supported since November 2023 on Lambda, so we can run our kind of managed Java. And AWS brings its own distribution, Amazon Corretto. this is distribution of OpenJDK. They provide some longer support for long-term versions, even for Java 8, for good or bad. But that situation, that Java recent LTS Java version was quickly supported. Nearly after 2 months, it's just not always been the case. You see the Java 17 support came 6 months earlier, so we had to leave basically 1.5 years with the Java 11, even if Java 17 when 18 was released. But now Amazon shows that it has priority, but they will only support long-term versions. So the next one will be Java 25. And you see the people behind working for AWS now behind Corretto. And they show that they take it seriously. Nobody needs to introduce James Gosling. I think also Alexei Shipalev did a lot in this space, also in the garbage collection. So they try to improve the things and challenges we'll be talking about. There are also German guys like Volker Simonis and Roman Kenke, which I also kind of know personally. So it's an amazing team. There are many more, but it shows that that's a real brain power behind that. So Java is a very fast and mature programming language, and we love it. So this amazing open source community, amazing open source project, Spring Boot, Quarkus, whatever. A lot of stuff. Personally, I cannot imagine my life without using a bunch of open source projects. But the serverless adoption of Java, how many Lambda functions are written in Java, then there is this comparison on the left and on the right side. The first one is from 21, and then the second one is from last year. So you see that Java is still on the 3rd place, but the adoption increased from, I would say, 4% to maybe 11%, and it's just not too much. So Python, Node.js were way ahead. So there is this frustrating situation that we love Java, and the serverless is a hot topic. It just doesn't matter where you do it, on what cloud provider, on Kubernetes platforms with Knative. It just doesn't matter. So the question is why Java struggles, especially now pointing into AWS community. And there are still these challenges with the cold start times, kind of latencies for the first execution, and also memory footprint could be a challenge. So basically, of course, it's not AWS conference. I would explain concepts behind the cold start. So Lambda function is a function as a service thing. So basically, one execution environment can only execute one request, and then this request is executed. The environment goes back into the worm pool, and then can be reused. So when the cold start happens, is then there are not enough warm execution environments for this. It can happen if you, for example, deploy your Lambda function for the first time. You created the new one with the code and deployed it. Or, for example, you updated the Lambda function, so the environment cannot be reused. We need a new one with the new code. These are the 2 examples. Of course, there may be 5 warm executions environment there, but you have 6 requests coming in parallel, and you need one more. So this environment needs to be started. And it's kind of bounded to the additional latency. So what's this life cycle is? So the life cycle of Java functions. So first of all, your code needs to be downloaded. So first of all, you have then your execution environment. Basically, it's Firecracker VM, basically container orchestration platform, but provided by AWS. It's not Kubernetes, but the concepts might be similar. Then the Lambda will start the Java runtime because we have selected Java as a runtime. Then our source code will be loaded. It's generally, if you deploy it, it's on AWS S3 bucket. It should be loaded. And then Java will do kind of initialization stuff. So the class loading kicks in for the stuff that's required. The static initializer block of the handler function is executed. All this runtime dependency injection may take place here, just-in-time compilation, all the stuff kicks in. And the first 3 parts that you see on the right side are this cold start. And the warm start, it's only the execution of the function itself. So if we have the warm container, we only execute the handler function if we don't have the warm container, and the container needs to be started. So the whole life cycle needs to kick in, and the first 3 steps are cold starts, and only then the function will be executed. What's important to know is also, if you select you only assign the memory to your Lambda functions. Just doesn't matter what programming language you use, and the CPU cycle will be added proportionally to the memory that you choose. And you can assign up to 10 gigabytes of memory, but for example, you will get the full CPU cycle for 1.8 gigabytes of memory. So it's generally you need less. And then, of course, you will only take the fraction of CPU cycle. But what is important in the cold start, in the init phase, you will get full CPU access for 10 seconds for free for managed environments like Java. There are Dockers and so on. They are not managed environments, but for managed environments, you get it. And there is a potential to optimize. We will look into this. So basically, this cold start happens. So the question, is it relevant, the cold start, how often it happens? It depends on your use case. If it's just some asynchronous application, it happens, but it just doesn't hurt you. But if it's a public-facing application, it's kind of, then the cold start can matter, because then somebody is waiting for the response, and it may kick in kind of in 1% of the invocation. So there is one more case when then the container will be kind of not there. AWS recycles the warm containers from time to time to patch the operating system and all that stuff. They don't publish how often it is, but my test showed that, or revealed that after 2 hours, even the warm container will anyway be recycled for these patching cases. So the containers come and go, so the cold starts are also quite common and may hurt you depending on the application. So now let's do some measurements. And the first, this is kind of, we have some simple application also at work. And we have this API gateway in front, and we have a bunch of lambdas to create the product. We are in the photo product business. We create products, adjust products, delete products. And for this use case, we will store it in this serverless NoSQL database, just for the example. This is more or less standard serverless application AWS. So we will give Lambda functions. We will basically test get product by ID to measure the stuff. We will give it 1 gigabyte of memory. Default, for example, for talking to DynamoDB, you need HTTP client. If you don't, there are options for this, but the default one is basically Apache. You don't need to initialize it. It will happen behind the scenes. And this artifact basically is 15 megabytes of size, will be important. And we will use as a starting point default compilation option, where we switch off tiered compilation, which is default, and say we would like to use a client C1 compilation, but stop at level 1. It was kind of the default back then, and a good starting points for the serverless computing. We will experiment with that as well. And the experiment took more or less, I invoked this function for 1 hour, and in that time, I more or less reproduced 100 cold starts, so periodically, and approximately 100,000 warm starts. So basically, each 1,000 invocation was basically here cold start. And it's important is I will show you first the measurements of the first 100 cold starts. So I simply redeployed the code so that the containers, so that the old code gone, and then started to measure. Not that I have something and then after 1 hour started the measurement. No, that was kind of brand new code. It will also play a big role. So you will see all these images for cold start, this kind of ice, and then for warm start, so that you will see the things. So now let's do the first measurements exactly with that. And I chose Java 21. So you see here in the cold start, it's quite a big cold start, just without any optimizations. You see the value starting from this P9, P50. I think you can look into P90 because it's something that's, what we can pay attention to. So more than 90% of the requests have then 3,270 milliseconds of the cold start time. Yeah, so it's quite a big, and we know that all the statistics that after 1 second of waiting, the people may drop, so you may lose the business with that kind of cold start. You see that the warm start, so the execution of the function, warm start, or the execution time, the function itself is quite quick. Yeah, so P97 milliseconds is just peanuts. Yeah, even P99 is 20 milliseconds, but pay attention to the max value of more than 1.4 seconds. It will also play the role. So the max value is quite big, but generally the warm start with Java, it's a very performant programming language. Yeah, but it's more or less designed for the long-living applications and not serverless applications where the functions are quick, short-living functions. So what we'll be talking about, general best practices, how to optimize it. I will introduce you two different approaches I would start say how to optimize it. The first one is AWS own snapstart solution for Lambda, but we'll be talking about GraalVM native and measure the stuff, and we will have time look also briefly into provision concurrency. So first, the best practices, they are basically belong to the first, this one, how to program more or less clean. So if you can initialize something or need to initialize something once, do it in the static initializer block. Like you initialize here, we need to talk to DynamoDB, but it could be other AWS services. They all need clients for initialization, like SNS, SQS, everything. It's just some client. And of course, if you do it in the Lambda function, it will be initialized during each invocation, which doesn't make any sense. Do it in the static initializer block. You generally have this CPU for 10 seconds for free. So win-win situation. Also, if you initialize the client, there are some parameters that you can emit, like a region. In what region do you deploy your application? AWS can figure it out. They know where you deploy, but it can take several milliseconds or several hundred milliseconds. So it takes a bit of time. So if you know and deploy it only in one region, like we do, simply set it explicitly. This optimization is ugly, but we will a lot benefit from it later. It calls priming. So you can prime something in the static initializer block, having this advantage of having this one CPU cycle. And what is this? That requires knowledge to do it, and sometimes, depending on the use case, you may not have things to prime. But for example, in DynamoDB client, if we call for the first time, like something we would like to retrieve something from DynamoDB, the HTTP client will be initialized for the first time. It's not only B that will be initialized, the connection. And also, and pre-warm things, for example, Apache use caching, and it needs time for basic initialization. But also JSON marshaller, which will be, or some other marshaller you can set, another one that is required to basically marshal from JSON to Java, from string, this kind of things also requires time for the initialization, but only once for the life cycle of the function. In case you prime this in static initializer block, what I'm here doing, you can pack it to the method. I simply get the product by ID 0 from the database in the static initializer block and pre-warm HTTP client and pre-warm JSON marshaller. And I'm not even interested in the result. I only pre-warming the things in the static initializer block using the fact that I have more memory here, and it's even for free. It makes the code ugly. I don't like it as well, but if it's about milliseconds, you can consider it. Basically, you will have some method get product by ID, and you call it get product by ID 0, basically in the static initializer block. It's just repetitive code, but it's just one of the techniques, and we will hugely benefit later. But then maybe the case that you don't have something to do, you don't talk to DynamoDB, you do some math in your Lambda function, then you probably don't have something to prime. But for this use case, it's basically clear. So we will now start lots of measurements. I have all them. You will see the article on Dev2Ware blog about it, or on my GitHub account. The word of caution, you need to remeasure it, even for that use case that I give you. I will explain after all concepts why, but also for your use case. I will give you the orientation, what was working for me, and how you can kind of improve cold starts, but also balance the warm starts, but you need to remeasure. So once again, now we knew that we have this priming. I measured this without priming. And now you understand why this max value, the warm start, is such a big one, because during the cold start, if you don't prime, then the first invocation will also take, in the execution of the function will also takes longer, because all this stuff, HTTP client initialization and JSON marshalling, pre-warming happens then during the function execution. So the first execution will then be longer if you don't do priming. If I did priming, then I will have bigger cold start times than lower warm starts. But basically, you need to sum this max value to this more or less cold starts as well. And then now you have something like cold start starting even from, so the execution of the function, cold and warm start together, there than kind of 5 seconds even and more. So huge cold start time, basically, for the Java function. Now, and this is kind of in case you have priming, and priming is possible but you don't do it because you want to have much cleaner code, and then cold start happens, then the warm execution time also takes longer, or may take longer. So this is kind of the thing. You can apply priming, you can't, but in the end, you just need to think what's the overall latency. Yeah, and it's only Lambda function. In case you have API gateway, you have also 50 to 100 millisecond latency on the API gateway. So the overall request latency will be even bigger than only this cold start time. So general best practices, you need to avoid everything like happening on the lifetime, like reflection, runtime, bytecode generation, proxy, dynamic loading. This everything will increase your cold start times, and that's why this dependency injection frameworks, as they were designed in the beginning. Now we have Spring Boot native, but back then they were not good solutions. I first tested a cold start time with Java and Spring back in 2018, and I think I had something between 8 and 10 seconds. Yeah, because all this annotation processing, all this stuff, and the people are scared and say, "No, I cannot work with that." But you can. It's not about Spring. I am now preparing the talk how to optimize Spring Boot applications in Lambda, but basic concepts are similar. So now, just this a big cold start. So how to improve them? First of all, I will introduce AWS own solution, Snapstart. Snapstart advertises it not explicitly for Java, but it's currently only available for Java runtimes, like 17.21. And I don't know if there will be other support, but currently it's available since reInvent, November, December 2022, and only support for Java is added. So I extensively blogged about this, but also how to use it with this Micronaut Quarkus Spring Boot applications, now even the Spring Boot 3. So if you follow me, you can find me on Dev2. You will have very detailed explanation of all that stuff, but I would like just to show you the things here. So what's the concept behind Snapstart? It divides the life cycle, or it will be used in two life cycles kind of Lambda function. The first deployment phase, yeah, and then the invocation phase. So what's happening now additionally, and you can enable Snapstart on the per Lambda function basis. So it's up to you to enable it or not. Yeah, but if you enable it, then during the deployment phase, there's several steps are added. So you see here the create snapshot, the last one in the first row. Yeah, we have hooks. We will be talking about these hooks later. But first of all, the snapshot will be created. And in case of the invocation with Snapstart enabled, the first thing is to restore this snapshot. So these are additional things. So now first let's talk about what are those snapshots. Yeah, how it works. So basically, this is the Firecracker micro VM snapshot. Yeah, Firecracker, the whole execution environment, the whole micro VM snapshot will be taken. In case you're using Snapstart, it will be then encrypted and placed in the tier low latency cache. We'll be talking about at least several words about the cache. And then this the snapshot, it's placed in each availability zone of your region. Yeah, so this is in case one availability zone is down, you can use it. And yeah, these hooks are there. And then, of course, if you then execute, then this is the resume step. This is more or less the snapshot will be more or less then restored or resumed. So first of all, what's the promise? Of course, the promise is that they're at least restoring the snapshot is much quicker as a cold start. Yeah, otherwise it just doesn't make any sense. Yeah, and we will see if this is true or not. Yeah, can it be better than this 3, 4, 5 seconds of the cold start? That's the promise behind it. But now, of course, you are in the Java world, and you basically for sure heard the terms CRIO, checkpoint, restore, and user space, and also crack. And I would like just simply to explain the differences and what's AWS doing. So CRIO is basically the technique available on Linux since 12 years just to move containers around from host to another host. Yeah, and just simply to continue from another host. Of course, it has challenges, open files, network connections, sudden change in the value of system clock. Yeah? So what's the difference? So Firecracker micro VM snapshot is not based on CRIO. It has the similar goal, but Firecracker snapshots the whole running OS. And as far as I know, CRIO snapshots or saves a single process. It has trade-offs as everything, advantages of Snapstart or Firecracker VM. The Snapstart is that we don't need to care about the file handles anymore. Yeah, that's always the problem. If you have file handles, open file, open connection, it's not the issue with Crack, with Snapstart, but it has drawbacks to receive random, def random, and system clock and so on. So this is kind of the stuff. Both have challenges with time-based caches. It's per nature, it's not recommended to use time-based cache because, for example, you can save the value and say, I would like to save it for 10 hours, but then you start the Lambda invocation, it restores it in the first 8 hours, 9 hours, 59 seconds, you have the value in the cache, but there can be some restore operation after 10 hours and 1 second, and then the value is not there. So it's difficult to rely then on time-based caches, and you simply should avoid it. So then, once again, what this happens, you can activate basically Snapstart in the configuration of the Lambda function, which uses Java runtime by simply, it's more or less checkbox. Yeah, and then all this process creation will take place. So this is, if you enable Snapstart, this is what you see during the deployment phase. You see that init start is called. So init start, the initialization phase of Java function, which will only be called in case of Snapstart. In there, this is the pre-warming takes place. This whole static initializer block of the function is invoked, but not the function itself, so not the handler method. And then the snapshot is created. In case you then invoke the function, so real traffic comes and Snapstart is enabled, then you will see here the restore time. Yeah, so the snapshot will be restored. And for this, you see is Snapstart enabled or not. Yeah, so you see restore start, restore report in duration, and all the things. So this is how you see it. So now we also saw these hooks. Yeah, before create snapshot, there is an optional pre-snapshot hook, and in the invocation phase, after restoring the snapshot, there is a post-snapshot hook. So what are those hooks, optional hooks? So Lambda uses Crack API for those tools, but only the API. It's not the Crack. It's not related to Crack. They could also use another API. It's basically two methods. And there is a kind of confusion that it's based on Crack. There is nothing common, basically only the API. And probably you know Crack. I shouldn't tell you about this. It's quite a lot of rumors there with Azul people during this. You need special GDK for this. Azul provides and some others, but not an open GDK, which is Crack enabled more or less, but this is more or less for restoring the GVM, saving and restore on the GVM level. So once again, Snapstart only uses the API. The promise is the same. After the restore, it should be kind of the first operation should be quick for Crack. But this is how you can use the Snapstart with Crack. And you can use it for priming, once again, to prime something. So you need this dependency or Crack. You need to implement the resource interface, which gives you this method before checkout and after restore. And in the constructor, you need to register this class. This is the Lambda function, get product by ID as the Crack resource. That's more or less the same line that you need to copy every time. So for what you can use this? Once again, I only use this before checkout, before snapshot is, before checkpoint. Before snapshot is taking, I'm doing this priming. I'm calling this product, get product by ID. What's the benefit? The priming will happen in the deployment phase. So there is no real traffic. So during the deployment phase, I pre-warm the things, and they are now will be snapshotted, and then the things are in the snapshot. Yeah, and then the snapshot is restored during the live invocation. Then the things are there. So priming especially with Crack, if you have something to prime, it has a huge benefit, and we'll be seeing the results. Basically, there is also from AWS guys guide how to use priming effectively for known use cases, like this is for DynamoDB. So there are some known cases currently there. I personally would wish that it will work out of the box without implementing anything. So there are some common use cases, and this can be done behind the scenes. But currently, it's not the case. We need repetitive logic. I can also suggest you to watch the talk. There are links below. AWS Lambda under the hood from the developers of Mike Danilov. And he also extensively talking about snap start and caching, how they implemented this, how they improved it. Just for me, I only kind of explain you the concept, but he went much deeper in the KubeCon session last year. So before I show you the measurements, there are some challenges and limitations. Yeah, once again, it only supports Java. The deployment time, in case you enable snap start, takes additionally roughly 2.5 minutes for one Lambda function. The reason is take the snapshot and store it on each availability zone in the cache. It takes time. I saw improvement by 30 seconds. Kind of 1 year ago, it started even slowly. So there may be improvement, but the developer experience can be a bit broken. Yeah. Also, the snapshot will be deleted in case your function is not invoked for 40 days for cost reasons for AWS. So you need basically to think to enable it for the hot functions, and it's not very suitable for staging application where you may have some different invocation pattern. And it has also some limitations. Currently, if you use provision concurrency, know what it is, it's not supported. It only supports x86 architecture, not ARM, which is supported in Lambda and Java as well. It doesn't support that you attach NFS-based system, Amazon Elastic File System. I personally use S3. For me, it's okay, but there are other use cases and all this stuff. So there are some limitations that you need to be aware of. It's not for free, kind of. Yeah, could be in the next step. So now I showed you the first measurements of cold and warm start, and then now I don't have a pointer. They are now on the left side, yeah, where we did not activate snap start. Now you see in the middle, P90s for our use case in case we activate snap start but don't do priming. Yeah, simply we are lazy, we don't do priming. So what you see, that's the cold start. Yeah, you see in the left bottom cold. So this we are talking about cold start. You see, let's look at this yellow one. This is P90. So you see that this from 3.3 seconds it went down to 2 seconds, basically by only checkbox enabling. Yeah? In case I'm using priming and prime the stuff, you see P90 is basically 1 second. Yeah, and for P50, it's even 500 milliseconds. So it's a huge improvement if you have something to prime. Yeah, and this is the promise of, you see, SnapStart generally produce much better results, even without priming, but with even more with priming. This is the warm start. So the question was, does it change something to have snap start? Snap start is basically for cold starts improvement. So you see for all use cases, there is one interesting thing in this. You see only until P99, these all results are similar, but now see the P99.9 and max values and look into the right. This is in case of priming. There are much lower values because we have already primed everything. Yeah, so the warm execution doesn't have these outliers in case we use snap start. It's just everything is in the cache. So this is the, once again, it also improves basically also warm start times in case we did not do priming for if you don't enable snap start. So you see huge enablement. So now this, once again, this is our basic application. Now I will be a bit showing you what you can also kind of try out to figure out, will it benefit you? Yeah. So first of all, we can experiment with Lambda memory setting. We can give less memory, more memory. It's also a cost factor memory. Yeah. So the memory duration, to be honest, is a cost factor. So how much memory have we given and how long did the execution take? Sometimes you give more memory and you have then more CPU. Once again, we talked about this, and then the Lambda function is then quicker. Yeah, and then you have basically even less cost. But now let's see. This is the cold start without snap start. I just gave between 1/4 of the gigabyte and 2 gigabytes of memory, and basically what I saw for the cold start, 1 gigabyte for this use case, but I also hear this for other people. 1 gigabyte is a very good memory setting for Lambda function. Yeah, so you see that giving more memory just doesn't improve cold start. Giving less memory make it a bit worse. So the sweet spot for this use case, once again, is 1 gigabyte. This is the warm start. Once again, this is the same picture. This is, first of all, without snap start. Yeah, I just measured all 3 use cases here. Yeah, this is the cold start with snap start enabled, but without priming. So cold start, once again, the same picture. Somewhere 1 gigabyte is a good sweet spot here. Yeah, just doesn't make any sense to give more, even with snap start enabled without priming. Yeah, these are once again the warm starts with snap start without priming. basically the same situation, somewhere around 1 gigabyte as a sweet spot. This one becomes interesting. This is cold start, snap start with priming. You see that the values are quite close for 1 gigabyte, but also for 768 megabytes. So using the priming, you may be thinking about giving a bit less memory. So look into this, maybe 668 will be enough. And you will have basically the warm start is also similar for this. So giving less memory, having the same warm start and cold start will save you money on this. So snap start with priming is a really powerful technique. So let's do some more things. Like let's look into deployment artifact size. Sometimes it's just, I have only basic application. You can have much more dependencies and the application might be bigger than 15 megabytes. So basically it's a known fact that the bigger the size of the artifact without snap start, forget the snap start, for each programming language, the bigger the cold start is, because this package needs to be downloaded in the cold start phase. Bigger package, more initialization work. What I wanted to figure out how it behaves if we have snap start, yeah, if it's only restore of the snapshot, does the size matters here, and how it relates to the priming also. So you see 3 use cases: small hello world application, nobody writes it, but it's only 137 kilobytes for me. Our application was 15 megabytes, and I wrote some bigger one, more dependencies, 50 megabytes. And it's still true if you see in the middle and the right one that the size matters here also. So this is only P90, but you see that basically the bigger the package is, then the bigger the cold starts are. Yeah, also with snap start and also with snap started priming. So it's, once again, it comes down package only what you use. Yeah, and you can add much more AWS dependencies that you need. Also exclude with the scope test or JUnit and all this stuff. The more you package, the bigger the cold starts will be. Having Tomcat with more dependencies, it just doesn't matter. Maybe it's about milliseconds, several 100 milliseconds more start, and then the Tomcat runs for hours. We are talking about short-lived applications. It will impact you. So look into your dependencies and strip away everything that you don't need. So there are other ways how you can package applications. For example, nearly all Lambda functions have the same dependency that we always kind of bundle. Yeah, in our case, I just always bundle Java core, Java events, in our case, logging or Jackson, Marshall. And it also increases all the Lambda packages. Yeah, I have multiple Lambdas for different projects, and they have the same dependencies. So this deployment phase taking longer, and this also all that stuff just to download the code. The AWS provides you Lambda layers for all programming languages that you can push the layer with some dependencies that you would like to reuse. And then if you write the Lambda function, you see it on the right side, you can use the Lambda layer. So your package doesn't need to contain of Lambda function the dependencies anymore, but you simply more or less then reference the layer. I wanted to figure out if they're using Lambda layer, at least these 5 dependencies, what does it bring? And currently these are very, very fresh measurements from the last week, where you see the red one, I'm push all dependencies within the POM XML, so there are no layers, and the green one, we have layer, and I currently have the results. It's only P90. For other Ps, it's just the same, but we see that the Lambda layers produce bigger cold start time. Yeah, and this is the warm start time for this, and this is basically we have here different stuff here, but basically you see. Yeah, so I personally see that the layers currently contribute more to the cold start. But here's the warm start. You see the results that the green one with Lambda layer is kind of better, but if you see they are all between 7 and 8 milliseconds for P90. So it just doesn't matter, basically. It's 1 millisecond, but you see here that the difference for the cold start time is about 300-400 milliseconds. So basically the warm start, it just doesn't matter, but for the cold start, the Lambda layers produced a bit more, a bigger cold start time. So I also experimented with Java compilation. You're all Java developers, you know how the things work. You know that there is C1, C2, default is tiered compilation. And once again, the best practice before snapstart enabled was to disable tiered compilation and use tiered stop level 1. Yeah, this did produce the better results that was tested, just that it's enough. You don't need this fully profiling stuff. It's just taking threads and also computation from your Lambda function, and then Lambda function the container will be more or less released quickly, so you cannot benefit from this. The same is true for C2. Doesn't make any sense because that may kick in after 10,000 invocation of the method, and you don't have so many invocations. So you're doing all that stuff for nothing. So that was the idea that produced the better results. But I wanted to test how it behaves with snapstart and snapstart priming. So what is the compilation option produces the better results? So you see here the graph only P90. The same will be also for others. You see the red one is tiered, is default, and the green one, hell green kind of, this is stop at level 1. There is stop at level 2, stop at level 3, and stop at level 4 is basically C2. So more or less what I see that I have for cold start the better results for tiered compilation and stop at level 1. They are very, very close, and you see kind of, C2 produces, and also all the stop level 2, 3, 4, they produce the worst results for cold start time. Yeah, with priming, it's basically balanced, but at least if you don't use priming and have snapstart enabled or not, you see C2 compilation is the worst one. So I would recommend you to look into tiered and stop at level 1. This is then the worm starts. It's vice versa. So the stop at level 1 was, I think, better for cold start, and here it's kind of balance act. Yeah, you can choose either one or another, and then look into the balance of cold and warm start time. So this is basically my advice. You can also go with the default tiered compilation. There's nothing wrong, especially with snapstart. You will have good results, but just don't use C2 stop at level 4. So there are other dimensions. The usage of HTTP client. I have little time, but I will speed up. Yeah, default one is Apache. If you don't do anything, you can set others. Like there are 2 others, URL connection that you can set, and AWS provides its own AWS CRT client, which is for short-living functions, because Apache HTTP client, it takes time for serialization, it uses heavily caches, all that stuff that you don't need necessarily for short-living functions. I did some tests. Of course, you then need to include dependency. If you don't use Apache as a default, then you will need to include the dependency by yourself. And basically what I found out, these are the cold start times, also once again P90, and what you see, AWS special Apache client produces the best results for snapstart without priming and with priming. With priming, you see that all results are balanced, so they're more or less equal. But especially if you don't use priming and all that stuff, then AWS own innovation kind of CRT client, they use native code, C code, so that's very performant one. Yeah, the warm starts are also kind of comparable for all 3. So for cold starts, I will recommend that. I will not go into the asynchronous clients. You can do asynchronous communication as well. It's just another topic. Would you like to be synchronous, asynchronous? But basically, of course, AWS also have kind of this decision tree, what client to use, because I only use the default configuration. I did not use I didn't set any other parameters like timeouts and all that stuff. So you need to experiment with for your use case if you don't use default values, whether it's true or not. So once again, that's one last important topic, this load level tiered cache that is used. I showed you all the measurements with AWS snapstart with, I showed you the first 100 cold starts if you enable snapstart. But the thing is, with each subsequent invocation, with snapstart enabled, they become quicker due to the cache. So if you have the first invocation, new Lambda function, the cache is empty. And then the cache will be filled in chunks. This is a tiered cache, like Docker images in layers, similar things. And this is what I would like to show you. In case you enable snapstart using priming or not, I just simply also show you the values of the last 50 invocation from this 100. Basically, yeah, the invocation number from 51 to 100. And you see that the results are really getting better. Yeah, this was what I saw, that after 50 invocations, more or less, I have stable, quicker results. So once again, if you measure something with SnapStart, just don't give up after several invocations. The first 50 are slower, but after them, they are quicker, even tested than the next day. So there's some, I don't know exactly how this caching behavior works, but I have really good results also the day after this without redeploying Lambda function and all that stuff. So basically, you need also to look not only the first X invocations, but also see how it develops. And once again, after the 50 invocations, you have stable, much better results, and they are just, yeah, even the second invocation is also with the cold start is quicker than the first one, but the top performance starts somewhere currently up from 50. So this is once again the thing that you need to look. And so after the 50 invocations, you have even P90 of 700 milliseconds with SnapStart and priming. Very competitive. So GraalVM, only briefly, everybody knows what it is. There are speakers from Oracle. Olga, I saw, Alina is talking a lot. It's basically, you know what is ahead of time compilation. And the ahead of time compilation is, of course, a huge benefit for serverless architectures. And of course, having native executable is just good for performance and all that stuff and cold start times. This thing is AWS doesn't offer managed GraalVM. So the question is how I can experiment with GraalVM. AWS provides the option of custom runtime. You see here this one, custom runtime, so you can bring custom runtime. What is this? Is basically zip package with a bootstrap file there. And bootstrap file, in case you would like to use GraalVM native image, is basically your native image. The thing is, AWS custom runtime only supports Linux executables. So it should be Linux native image, even if GraalVM supports others. And yeah, it's now release calendar changed. We have also each version, for each version, there is a GraalVM version. Previously, it was LTS, as far as I know. Also, community edition is Oracle is also contributing there. And yeah. Really cool stuff. I wanted now to show you, I did the same application and measured the cold start with GraalVM. And you see on the right side, GraalVM native image comparable to SnapStart, it produces better results. Without any doubt, 500 milliseconds more or less, you see all P's with max are very close. But once again, we will have better result with SnapStart after 50 invocation as well. But nevertheless, GraalVM produces better cold start times. And it also produces, you see here, better warm start times. Yeah, warm starts is not a big problem. Java is compatible here, competitive, but anyway, you need to know this. Yeah, this is the max values of GraalVM, and you see on the right side, this is a P99 and max values of the warm start time, also superior values. Yeah, you don't have these outliers, and even much less outliers as with SnapStart and priming. So without any doubt, big thing. And also what I did, I measured GraalVM with different memory settings. Yeah, I took from 1/4 gigabyte also to 1.5 gigabytes, and you see that basically you don't need to give this at the cold starts 1 gigabyte of memory. It's okay to give 768 results. In my case, is compatible, comparable, and even with 1/2 gigabyte, it's not a big difference. Yeah, and you save money. And the same is for the warm start time. Yeah, you can go below 1 gigabyte, which will also save you money. And it's, of course, another benefit of the GraalVM. Without any doubt, these are also max values for warm start time. Yeah, so you see that you don't need too much memory, basically the same statement. But yeah, GraalVM, powerful, nothing to say. But of course, once again, it requires native on Linux executables, and it also pushes the pressure on your CI/CD. Yeah, for me, I needed to give 6 until 10 gigabytes of memory just to build GraalVM native image. It also took for this use case 2.5 minutes, compatible with deployment time of SnapStart. Yeah, but you need sometimes just to scale CI/CD. If you are building too many Lambda functions in parallel, all these GraalVM native images, you need to pay for CI/CD. So once again, yeah, it's an up to you. And the small cost negative factor is it's just custom runtime. So this initialization phase is not for free for 10 seconds. It's only for managed Java 21. So basically, this is the situation. Yeah, that's a trade-off. CI/CD scaling, it's also a cost factor. You can use managed solution, it will be scaled for you, but it's a cost factor. And of course, you need to pay attention to reflection because, for example, the invocation of the Java function requires reflection. You define your Lambda function infrastructure as code. All entity objects, like in my case, product, and some others that API gateway uses, they need to be extra declared in the JSON file because they will be instantiated via reflection. Yeah, so it's a bit more work, and depending on the complexity, even Yoda time needs to be put there. It's used by API gateway to transform string to date. So you need this. If you did it once, you know what to do, but basically you can have this life effects. Yeah, you need to pay attention to put everything together, not to run into problem in runtime. But for this, you can use this frameworks and library page of GraalVM. The major frameworks are battle tested to be GraalVM compatible. Micronaut, Quarkus, Spring, Helidon, and you have also the list of the packages of open source projects that are also tested, and they don't have this reflections and all that stuff that can impact you on the lifetime. But of course, you can go one version up, and then maybe it's then have problems. So you need to pay attention. It's just a trade-off. Yeah, so I basically done with that. Before I come to some conclusions, I showed you DynamoDB. Not everybody likes NoSQL databases. AWS provides you managed databases also for relational databases for serverless use case. It's called Aurora Serverless, and it provides you data API that you can talk to this database via HTTP like DynamoDB. It has advantages not to manage your connection pool, which is the short-lived Lambda functions that can be too many. It can be a problem. Yeah, it's not worth doing. There are other solutions, FDS proxy, but data API provides you the easiest solution just to talk via data API. I also measured the things and blog about this, and this is my new blog in just part 7, how to run Spring Boot applications on AWS Lambda. There are so many beautiful projects like serverless container from AWS, AWS Web Adapter, Spring Cloud Functions, of course. There will be also measuring Docker and GraalVM native image. So it's another topic. I will be talking about this and will apply with the talks, but I didn't use Spring for this application, for this demonstration. So once again, now we know the concepts, why you should remeasure it for yourself. Yeah, I measured the things for Java 21 starting from end of November last year, and every measurement used some managed minor version of Java 21. It now, AWS changes this all the time. Yeah, they just used a bigger number of minor version, kind of the recent one that they have, and it can contain improvements. So the Java JVM can contain improvements to the cold and warm start time, so remeasure it. Lambda snapstart, snapshot, create, and restore may have improvements if you will test today. Yeah, the snapshot creation phase can be quicker. Snapshot restore phase can be quicker. Firecracker VM can have improvements. GraalVM, I used 21 for these measurements. There is now 22 that you can use, and all the stats. Yeah, there are also still servers behind Lambda, and you have Java memory impact, L caches, RAM, cache hits, cache misses. So there can be some differences if you will even retest what I published on GitHub. So basically, there is also Project Laden, currently bringing all these capabilities that Java will be more suitable for the serverless world and to the JVM itself, because GraalVM is a separate thing, may take years. Basically, that's my feeling, but it's interesting to see that Java is involving there. So this is basically what I wanted to tell you. If you would like to ask me what to use, AWS Snapstart or GraalVM native image, I personally say I like managed solution, and Snapstart is checkbox. I don't need to think about this snapshots and restore and all this CI/CD of this. So if I'm willing to take 700 milliseconds more of the cold start, and it's not so business critical to have 700 milliseconds instead of 500 milliseconds, I will go for Snapstart. Yeah, if you would like to just squeeze every possible milliseconds in the cold and warm start phase, then go for GraalVM. It's an amazing technology. Yeah, this is basically my advice to you, but measure for your use case and then decide. And that's basically it. I hope I done it in time and no speaker will be waiting. And I can think just to stop sharing the screen, and there will be maybe question.
Thank you, Adam. Yeah, you did great. Very interesting topic. I could say useful topic. So now it's time for question. We have, I see, 2 questions from our live chat. The first question from Mr. Seven. Yeah, looks very famous title. Yeah, but let's see the question from Mr. Seven.
So
yeah, let me use my phone or cool.
I can read it. Can the use of GraalVM or other OT compilation techniques reduce code start time for Java? Maybe the question was asked before I was talking about it. If I look into the time, because I spoke then about GraalVM, yes, of course, yeah. So maybe you were a bit not patient, too much talked about snap start in the beginning. I could do it vice versa, but of course I showed you the metrics. And yes, another question, is it possible to use snap start in conjunction with provision concurrency? This was also on my slide. Is one of the limitations of snap start. You cannot use provision concurrency with there. Yeah, so if you would like to perform with provision concurrency and you know the time frame where you need more, then it's the use case for provision concurrency. Then no, you cannot use snap starts, but basically then you have the containers anywhere preformed, and snap start is for the cold starts. Yeah, but that's why it probably will never come.
Yeah, thank you, Adam, for your answers. And also, we have one question directly from our hosting room. Oleg, please go ahead with your question.
Hi, Vadim. Thank you for your presentation. Pretty good deep dive into the various techniques, how to improve startup time and what to avoid. Yeah, great. Pretty insightful. And I have one question. How do you see future of Java serverless evolving in next few years? So despite this improvements that we already have, like GraalVM, SnapStart, now Project Rack, maybe something extra new might be in the future, or how do you see that? Thank you.
So I can only tell about AWS. So basically, I think other cloud providers are doing this, at least research in the same space. So I think, of course, because these improvements now, I mean, it took time also for GraalVM native image to become more mature. The same as SnapStart came 1.5 years ago. Of course, many developers were hesitant to migrate. Yeah, and especially it's important that you can migrate with less effort as possible. If you use Spring Boot, just try to migrate it and reuse the code as much as possible. So I think we are there now. Yeah, so these are quite competitive cold start times. It's not about each 100 milliseconds. Then if you are reached a certain level, I personally will. My first thought was AWS will release managed GraalVM runtime. I thought they will be working towards this 2 years ago, but they did their own stuff with SnapStart, and I think they will be investing in this. And they will try to reduce the cache creation and restore time. And if you that it's still 600 milliseconds for restore time. Maybe you can improve it. Yeah, you will squeeze another one, but basically you can reuse. Micronaut has Crack API for SnapStart. Quarkus the same. So basically, Spring Native, you can use now the stuff. That's the basic thing. Yeah, of course not classic Spring, but Spring Native stuff and all that stuff. So also Spring with SnapStart is working beautifully. I think that the people are a bit hesitant because they missed all those improvements and they measured this once X years ago and say no way. With 10 seconds of cold start. I can totally understand this. But there is a room of improvement. I personally, it should be more mature. I hope I answered Oleg.
Yeah, sure. Thanks a lot. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you, Adam, for being with us. Ukrainian is everywhere. So looking forward to you for our events next years. And we'll be in touch. Thank you.
Thank you. Thanks for the invite.
Bye.
We are open. We are committed. We are whatever it takes. We are one common goal. We are teamwork. We are innovation. And we are always thanking God it's Monday again. We are 1 + 1 = 9.
Hi there. We are Help a Hero, a nonprofit organization from Ukraine. Most of us also work in IT, but all our spare time is dedicated to volunteering to support our Ukrainian heroes. Since the full-scale war began, we've provided aid worth over $40 million to our defenders. And it's all thanks to you, our donors. Your contributions truly save lives. Thank you. We know that together we can make a difference and show our support and gratitude to those who risk everything for our freedom. Right now, we're fundraising for a pickup truck, a vehicle much needed for evacuation, and we ask you to contribute as every little bit counts. Scan the QR code and help us help our heroes. Thank you.
We are open. We are committed. We are whatever it takes. We are one common goal. We are teamwork. We are innovation. And we are always thanking God it's Monday again. We are 1 + 1 = 9.
Hi there. We are Help a Hero, a nonprofit organization from Ukraine. Most of us also work in IT, but all our spare time is dedicated to volunteering to support our Ukrainian heroes. Since the full-scale war began, we've provided aid worth over 40 million to our defenders. And it's all thanks to you, our donors. Your contributions truly save lives. Thank you. We know that together we can make a difference and show our support and gratitude to those who risk everything for our freedom. Right now, we're fundraising for a pickup truck, a vehicle much needed for evacuation, and we ask you to contribute as every little bit counts. Scan the QR code and help us help our heroes. Thank you.
Hey, Piotr, how are you?
Hello, I'm doing well. Thank you very much. How are you?
Also great. Yeah, thank you for joining our event. And I see that there are a lot of abbreviation in the title of your talk, that it's easy to get lost. And I believe it's definitely not the final list, every day new abbreviation or every new day new model. Yeah. And
Yes,
how about you?
that's
Are
exactly
you,
the point.
are you
Sorry.
using, I don't know, AI every day to simplify your daily routine or something like that? Or you're a bit cautious about that?
Um, I would say yes. So I'm trying to use AI, maybe not every day, right? I try to keep weekends off, but I try to use it in many, many places. As you will see, I mean, previously I wouldn't be able to generate such a presentation myself. Quite a few slides come from AI. I mean, the image generation and so on. It also helps me in my like a daily work. I would say, for example, I know how to answer a question in languages I know, like be it like Java or Linux shell, for example, and I'm not quite sure how to answer someone what to do, for example, in Python. Then I can ask an AI assistant basically, hey, this is like how the solution should look like in Java. Could you please help me translate it to Python? And then I can quickly verify it. Am I a little bit scared? Yes, of course I am. I mean, I guess people from Ukraine know any like better than anyone else these days that this could be like technology could be used also by malicious people in a wrong way, right? So as is with any technology, I'm afraid that this might also be used in like not for like a general good of the people, like humankind, but also like bad things. Some bad things may come out of this. But for this, I mean, just so we are more aware, where is it coming from? Where is it heading to? What can I give us or not? I mean, it's better not to have this just fear no matter what, but try to understand first, and then with better understanding, hopefully comes like better usage.
Thank you. And pretty curious to see from your side how we can use AI to simplify our, I know, engineering from engineering perspective, and what scenarios you'll present for us. So don't want to waste your time, and good luck with your talk.
Thank you. Hello, everyone. Yes, just as Oleg said, I mean, a nickname for this talk could be also a buzzword bingo, right? So you have many of these buzzwords, and then everyone you encounter them, one of them you just go check, 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 and eventually, when there's like a whole row or column, you can shout bingo. So I'm super happy that I'm at yet another JavaDay Lviv. Unfortunately, I'm not happy that I can't do that on site, and this has to be online. Yes, this is it basically, right? So you scroll social media, you even open a newspaper or like a television or whatever, and it says like AI here, AI there, and eventually you might be either tired or like basically feared but was coming with this whole AI thingy, right? So you're even afraid sometimes to open your fridge because the like AI might be actually already in there somewhere between the yogurt and a carrot, right? So the idea behind this talk is try to demystify some of the acronyms that are used. If you happen to be just like me, a Java developer and don't have like much experience with AI in general, and I hope to show you like a small example how it can be useful for you as not as like a developer, but like when you want to create a simple product or something like this. I believe that already like tons of materials like how you can use it AI as a plugin in your like editor or IDE. So I don't see, at least for this talk, to show such examples. So here it is, right? This first acronym that we're gonna do is FUD or FUD, which is fear, uncertainty, doubt, or sometimes disinformation. Right? So media or general like influences can make certain like emotions in us, which are like these three, and it happens or applies to us when we see anything related to AI. So yes, this talk will be about the deciphering or decrypting some of the acronyms that are there, and we're gonna do this thing pretty much like Creed did. So we're gonna go not for Bo Buddy, but definitely B stands for business, right? Yes, so I'm Piotr Przybył. I live in Poland. I work as a senior developer advocate for Elastic, and therefore, like I will try to explain you in general the principles that are there to make it easily digestible for a developer, let's say for an ordinary developer. But just for my convenience, whenever it makes sense, I will just use Elastic stuff. But of course, you can like run models on your own or whatever. Like you're not limited to that. I'm also Java champion, test containers champion, and if you need to find me on social media due to whatever reason or contact me, this is how we can do this. The question is, who are you? And if at least because this is this barrier, right? This is not a live event. I mean, we are live, but we are not like on site, all of us, right? Like face to face. So if you could introduce yourself, like what is your stack? What, like, for example, what you're expecting from AI, or how many years you've been working? That would be really, really great. A little warning for this talk. Let the audience beware, basically. So the most important part is that I'm not a data scientist, or of course I'm also like a not AI person per se, right? So I'm primarily a developer, and of course, like I studied AI a few years ago, like that was like 15 years ago at the university or so. So I like understand the elementals, and I have like a, let's say, paper for this or certificate for this, but a lot has changed over the recent years, and it seems that the momentum gets even higher, right? So if I say something funny, please verify it on your own. Last but not least, this whole thing, like AI-related thing, is basically, I mean, some people say it's going faster and faster. Some people say we've seen or like we're facing a wall for time being. I don't know. It's just like when you're watching this video, let's say a few weeks or months after, please be aware about two things. First, that things might have changed already, and B, that you should subscribe to JavaDay's Lviv channel on YouTube, of course. So another acronym that we're gonna have today is FOMO. And we could go and check it up in Wikipedia, right? Or we could try doing something else. And this something else could be, allow me to switch properly to a needed window. So how can you, oopsies, sorry. How can you check what, for example, oh gosh, it's the overlay. Sorry, I guess that's it. Yes. How can you check it as a developer? I'm Java developer and I will use predominantly Java in this talk. How can you check what FOMO means, right? So you can go and check, for example, this lang for chain for J, sorry, lang chain for J, which is a fork of the Python version, right? It already exists in Java ecosystem. We can connect to OpenAI's chat model. You should have like your own key. If you don't have your own key, you can go for demo. And I'm using the ChatGPT 3.5 because it's the I mean, people say it's the oldest one. That's true, but it's also a free one, right? I mean, there's like a limiting or something, but you didn't need to have paid subscription. That's what I mean. Then we're gonna wait maximum like 1 minute, and we're gonna build it. What's this? It's the temperature, and sometimes I call it maybe it's like it's not a proper scientific description, but I call it the YOLO factor. So basically, the higher it is, and the like, it can reach like 1.0. It's the more creative, but also more hallucinating the model can be, right? So sometimes you can start tuning just with this temperature, or there's like another like there's a whole set or bunch of parameters you can tune, and we're gonna just ask this model, tell me in one sentence what FOMO is, right? So as you can see, I'm just not asking tell it, but like working with this stuff for quite some time, I already know like you have to say like please be more specific, so one sentence, or tell me as I'm like a high school student or something like this, right? Like just to describe yourself as a reader or someone who needs to understand this. And then we should have the response. It's just synchronous one, so let's keep our fingers crossed that this demo works, as you never know with demos. There's like a bunch of logging, and where's the answer? Oops, sorry, I clicked like a wrong thing. Sorry, I should have clicked this. Sorry. Yeah. Yes, the fear of missing out, which is FOMO, is a modern phenomenon characterized by an anxiety and insecurity stemming from the belief that others are having more rewarding experiences, that other people's are already know more or are more experienced and stuff like this. So I'll try to convince you during this talk that it should be like not big thing to hop on this AI wagon, right? As you can see, it's just a few lines of code, and you can already start using it as a developer when creating some stuff. And basically, it just looks similar to I don't know, calling any third-party service or database or whatever, right? So we can think about it like this black box, tune some parameters, send some input, expect some output. And the output can be like not just like one sentence, but can be like images, can be like pages of code generated. You can also set the context and whatnot. So there's like a lot of opportunities for us developers to use this thing. And before we go to the AI, let me go back quickly to the algorithm, because like with this, what it seems that everyone is opening this fridge, right? And everyone is saying like, yeah, we should go for AI this and we should go for AI that. It's just, should you really? Because if you know that 2 + 2 = 4, you don't need to send this to this AI, because it's going to be more expensive in time, in money. It's also like going to generate more CO2 and be like in general wasteful and so on. So whenever you know like a exact prescription or an algorithm how to do something, and you don't need any like creativity in there, and the results are like the success criteria for the results are well described, and all the steps are well described, there is no need to abandon the approach we had so far with like good algorithms, right, to create like expected output. So in that case, I would say let's just stay with the algorithms. The thing is, sometimes we may go for AI, which stands for artificial intelligence. So in general, when we have this situation, this kind of a problem that we know let's say the starting criteria, we know like, okay, we're in this situation, this is the context, this is the input data, and then we know more or less, or we can judge the expected result, right? Let's say we will be satisfied by this kind of solution, not other kind of solution, but we don't know like exactly the steps in between. Then we can use artificial intelligence, like just like human being, right? Just like a person could like having or seeing something, for example, or knowing something. The person could propose a solution that maybe not the best, but it's acceptable without like even describing you what's the whole thought process or what are exactly the steps. It's just, oh, because of this and this, I will give you that. And there are like a bunch of solutions for artificial intelligence, right? So we can go for genetic algorithm, right? There's like a whole bunch of machine learning. There are like algorithms that mimic, for example, how the ants behave, right? So this way, so various like evolutionary algorithms. And of course, there are also neural networks, which are like structures which try to mimic how our brains are operating, right? So basically, what we do in such neural network is more or less this. First, that like different kinds of neural networks, like for different designed for different purposes, and they also can have different topologies, right? So they are not always like looking like in this picture, but usually, or like most of the time, or like let's say the stereotype is that we have three kinds of layers in these neurons, right? So we have input neurons, we have output neurons, and we have any given number of layers in between these two, which are like input and output. And now the whole thing is that we are training these neural networks, right? And basically, so we can like set the topology initially as a developer, for example, or as an operator, and then we train the neural network either manually or automatically, like providing like some data for the input, and then judging basically the output. So this may look like learning a language, and when you pass the test, you get good grades. When you don't pass the test, you get bad grades, right? Or for example, when you recognize a fruit, you need to know if it's poisonous or not. And when you poison the fruit is poisonous, of course, we're not killing the whole neural network, but then we're going to, for example, say bad network, right? And therefore, we will like weaken how it works inside that it weakens these connections between the neurons, and in like great oversimplification, we can say that these are, for example, mathematical functions like connected together. It's just we don't know exactly the algorithm, so we just tell the whole thing like we trying to the whole thing like in number of steps and so on. This is how it works, and we can try different topologies, different like a number of layers, sizes of layers, training time, and so on and so on. Then we can go to LLMs, which are large language models. So these are neural networks which can understand basically human language, and which can output stuff in general, also in human language. For example, the difference is, for example, when you see when you show it like picture of something for just artificial network, you can train it, and when it's poisonous, it will just ignite one neuron, and when it's not poisonous, it will ignite another neuron. For example, we just need two neurons, right? And for LLM, that's not the case, because we can train it using, for example, like a Wikipedia, a whole library, or what have you, right? So this is the kind of thing. And then okay, yes, there are also extra points. Yes, so it should like understand human language. So we enter here the realm of natural language processing, right? These training in general can be non-supervised or can be semi-supervised. I don't think it's like anytime like totally supervised. What we mean here is like, how do you train a neural network in general? For example, we have a data set, and we have, let's say, thousands of samples, and we know what we expect for each and every sample, and we divide, for example, we use 70% or 80% for training the stuff, the neural network, and then we use the remaining part, 20 or 30%, just to verify if the learning process was okay. And that's like unsupervised approach. And when we want to have semi-supervised, is then it's just human operators also checking if the stuff that the neural network learned is okay, right? And we can use LLMs for various purposes. For example, for translating text, for other stuff, right? And then we go into GPT, which is also an LLM, so we get even deeper. And here the difference is that it can, yes, the name is, I mean, I won't get through the like all the other things, but the whole idea is, or the whole improvement is based on the paper, if I'm not mistaken, from 2017, that the transformer can semantically well understand just understand maybe the connections between the words, and it has kind of like a focus, and can also, just like human beings, read, for example, in whole sentences. So it's not just like word by word by word and then just igniting like some neurons, but it has like a somewhat different architecture, right? And of course it's pre-trained. And here we also go to Gen AI. So ChatGPT is an example of Gen AI, but it's not only that thing, right? And Gen AI the whole idea is that it's generative, so it can generate stuff for us. And this can be not just like texts, like a single sentence answers. It depends like what the model has been trained for. Right, so it can be trained, for example, for generating images, music, answering questions, like a bunch of things, right? These, like, here I would like to show you, for example, oopsie, sorry, I went too far. So I already have some models imported into my Elastic Cloud, right? And I will tell you what these models can do. For example, so this model, when I feed it with the text, the quick brown fox jumps over the lazy frog, it will turn it into vector representation. We'll get to that. But I can go, for example, see if I put it like, hello, my name is Piotr and I live in Wrocław, Poland. This is another model. And what it does, it identifies persons and locations, right? So, for example, you can use such a model and run, for example, run it over the logs from your application. So you remove, for example, the personal information from there, or like you just identify a location. And for example, when there's an incident, you notify, like, I don't know, people in Europe because something happened in Poland. Whereas it would, if it was, for example, India, it would notify the Indian team or something like this. It can go better, right? For example, we had to wait for half an hour for our French fries. You see, for example, there are such comments for your restaurant chain. And then it can tell you that it's most probably a negative feeling. And it's like 99.8% certainty that this is like a negative review. So you can address these negative reviews even before the positive ones, right? So they don't destroy your reputation of your restaurant or something. And also like this one, where I can run the same sentence, but it can like try to detect the feelings that the human had, or like what's the feeling expressed by this sentence. As you can see, it's like a 46% anger. So you can use, for example, you can use LLMs for identifying feelings, identifying locations, and other stuff, right? So it's not just a funny ChatGPT window. And here we go further, which is generative. Okay, we've been there. Sorry, and this is the step: artificial generative intelligence. And people are arguing here, and I'm basically, like, let's be honest, I'm too stupid to assess these discussions, but I've seen these discussions happening. Discussions happening. And the thing is, are we there yet? When will be there, and will we ever be there? So artificial general intelligence is, in theory, an intelligence that can do everything. All of these things I have shown you could be combined into a single model. So basically, this could be like a really intelligent human being, like a person. Like if you give them the prescription, they will bake cookies. If you run them a test, give them a text and a good dictionary, they can learn a foreign language quickly and translate it to you, and so on, right? Some people say that the latest ChatGPT 4.0 is the first step there. Some people say we'll be in this stage in like 3 or 4 years. Some people say not for next 100 years. I really can't tell. Like verify on your own, but I guess you folks are really used to verifying things on your own, right? Sadly. The thing is, as with like all the software we know, because eventually this is just a software, that it works well on my computer, right? But it doesn't work really well when it's like actual use case. And this is like an example of this. So I asked the newest ChatGPT, hey, what are string gatherers in Java? And let's say this is my business problem, right? And it started like telling me something about collectors, and it's not what I wanted, because I wanted to like learn something about stream.gather, right, which is like a new thing emerging in Java 22, 23, and so on and so on. So let me tell you that we want to like focus on this problem for the rest of the presentation, and how can we deal with that. So the problem is with this generative artificial intelligence, or LLM, is that it was trained on public data some time ago, when, for example, there was no chat documentation on stream gatherers, right? Because it was trained using this public internet data, right? So when I ask this question directly here, what stream gatherers are, it just starts to hallucinate, like making things up. So the whole idea is I can go and grab some data, like my business data. It can be like my wiki page, my, I don't know, my holiday policies. It can be like some images, descriptions of the stuff I'm selling. I don't know, the music files I have in my like banks or whatever, right? I can use it, right? And then I can store the representations, usually in like a vector database or something. And then when I have my question based on this stuff, I have to select the context window and grab this context and send it along with my question to this GenAI thingy. And then let's say it's intelligent enough, so it uses the knowledge it was trained on, but also let's say 5 pages of notes, right? If this thing is intelligent, it should be also intelligent enough so I can say, hey, see, this is like just 5 pages from my policy, from my holiday policy, read it and like summarize it or answer my question based on what you have learned from these pages of notes, right? That's the whole idea. So the question is, how do we select these things properly? Because you can't let this thing in, for example, to sniff everything. That would be like a proper learning. That would take like a lot of time, would be soon outdated. And maybe your data isn't like even public, because you may want to run this LLM on your own, right? So you're not asking like a public one or like a, yeah, like it was something of a public internet, right? So the context is the king, basically. We need to select the proper context. Why? Because when you say football in England, it means this, but in America, it means this, right? So you need to be specific. You need to know and even tell the darn AI thingy what's your context, because football is both of them, depending which side of the Atlantic you're in, right? So you may naive this thing. We can select the things we need basically from a SQL database, or like, I don't know, grep it out or whatever. So let's say we have like my search table, like we are selling some stuff. So this can be like descriptions of the products I have. And you can say content is like milk and content is like chocolate, because people typed milk chocolate, for example, in the search bar, right, in the search text box. The thing is, maybe they were looking for milk chocolate, but maybe they were looking for chocolate milk. And it's not trivial to do something like this just based on terms and stuff like this, right? So here we go into like more meaningful search. So we can start using vector search for this, and how vectors can look. So this is the like this super basic description, for example. So I have 2 characters from Star Wars, Darth Vader and Princess Leia, right, if I'm not mistaken. And she's realistic, so she's -1, and he's like cartoonish, so he's 1. So I have just 1 dimension, and I have a vector which is like a single number, right? We can think about vectors as just sequences of numbers. They can be like integer numbers, they can be floating numbers, basically like sequences of even arrays of numbers, right? So in this case, it's just single one. And then we can add another dimension, whether the human or machine, right? So that Vader is like in between. Therefore, the second dimension for him is 0. Whereas this droid is like fully machine. Let's say it's realistic, like we saw it in the cinema, in the movie, so it's realistic. Whereas Princess Leia is both human and realistic, so she's here, right? And then we can go and add more characters. So for example, when we add Anakin, he's realistic, but he's slightly more machine. Why? Because of his palm, right? So his palm is like artificial one, therefore he can't be like just like a Leia 1.0, but he's only 0.8. And like here it goes. You add dimensions basically, and then stuff has like it's based on its meaning, or it has its representation in this vector space, right? Whatever or how many dimensions we have. So here, I mean, after 2, even the projection of 3 dimensions would be already just a projection, right? And I can't add you here, for example, 512 dimensions. But let's extrapolate. Let's go with this approach. The important part is to try not to mix, we can't mix vectors, because vectors eventually are just numbers. See, so I could have, let's say, sequences of numbers being like 500 long, right? The thing is, I need to know in what space, or like what dimensions they are and what they represent, what's the model basically, right? So if I have like a flat map and I draw a vector like from here to here, it has slightly different meaning that if I'm describing it in like a spherical approach, right? So then you see, just because it's numbers, you can't compare numbers with numbers. You need to know what these numbers mean, or at least you have to compare numbers always given by the same, exactly the same model, right? Because else it's basically doesn't make much sense. And then we can go further. So see, we can describe this scene. And by the way, this is like, I don't know, the stars aligned or something, because I love the theme of JavaDay Lviv this year, right? And this is also it. So I don't know if you recognize the scene, right? So there's a lady in a red dress, right? City, fountain, a lot of people in black suits, right? And we can even like show it like this. So this could be seen as a vector. See, this could be like the dimensions, and we could have like a numbers ignited in like certain points. And just by looking at this, like if you're Neo, for example, or Morpheus, you can instantly understand what's happening, right? And this is what these models are virtually doing. Right, so they capture the scene, for example, text, image, whatever, and they produce these vectors, right? And we use these vectors for vector search for determining this context, right? So this is like there's a number of vector stores, or some even say vector databases, basically. Pieces of technology where you can use which you can use to store vector representation of the things you have, basically to search among them, right? And Elasticsearch is actually like using under the hood Lucene for this. Lucene is very nice vector database. Only if you need like a REST replication, whatever, then it's nicely wrapped for Elasticsearch, right? If I'm not mistaken, currently we can have up to 4K dimensions, but then I don't know if you really need that long vectors, at least now. So here we go. You have your source data. For example, this is like a description of like address, right? Or you have a picture of address. And there are models, for example, which understand both at the same time. Why not? And then when you store this thing, this document, you also need to have to store the vector representation of something, vector representation of the picture, vector representation of the description, or whatever, right? And this can happen 2 ways. So for example, you can have your, like in many ways, okay, let's say, but I know at least 2. You're running your model here, you just query it like as any other service, right? It gives you, for example, you send in the description, and as a result you get, let's say, like a vector or like a bunch of vectors, right? If the thing is really long. And you can then store it along with your document. Or for example, in Elasticsearch, what you can do, you can add inference pipeline, and then it will add this embedding for you. What's an embedding? Embedding is this vector representation of something, right? Basically. So here we go. Back to this thing that we wanted to search, right? So I have created in my Elasticsearch, I created a web crawler, and I told it, hey, understand the or like crawl the documents from a JEP database, right? And store also the vector representation of these documents. And here, when I'm asking a query, the query is translated into vector representation as well. And then based off this, like a matching is happening, or like give me the closest, a number of closest neighbors. And how this proximity or this neighborhood is calculated, well, we just have, let's say, arrays of numbers, and then we can have different algorithms. We can have cosine, we can have like Euclidean space, we can have dot product, and also like other arguments. Based on this, I just get, let's say, some top documents which are not just milk chocolate, but which are semantically close, right? And how we can do this, maybe I can show you that again in the dev console. So yes, I should have a query here. Yes, so we can basically ask, for example, for KNN, for k nearest neighbors, and then either I provide this query vector on my own, or I can just go and say, hey, build this vector for me. So this is my question. Tell me what a stream gatherer is, right? And then this is the model which I also use to ingest the documents, right? And then when I run this this query, as you can see, for example, top hit is JEP 469, and the other one is 473, right? So yes, eventually we get a list of documents or database hits or whatever. And then, I mean, these are these models, they're emerging. You can, I mean, this is like a 1 year old more or less, and you can see what you can use, the open one, the closed ones, the one you can run on your own, or which are just available as a service, whatever works for you. Where do these models live? Usually they live, or many of them live, sorry, on a Hugging Face. So Hugging Face is just like a Maven repo, more or less, for all these models. So they are here, for example, and this is this model which I shown you for identifying people and places. So when you run, my name is Wolfgang and I live in Berlin, and this is for English, right? That's why, or here in English, that's why I can't ask in German. It predicts that this is a person and this is a location, and you just can grab these models, you can import them, and run them whatever you please. One of the places is, as I told you, Elastic cluster, and these models, what they do a bunch of stuff, right? So they can classify, they can recognize these entities, they can be question answering, they can create these embeddings, which are these vector representations, and so on and so on. And this is how we can import them using Eland, or maybe a better approach is use the Docker container for this. So vector search is just about numbers. Let's say out of anything we can create numbers, and these numbers are not necessarily meaningful. And the thing with semantic search is that these numbers actually mean something. They have this representation, right? So we see this vector, and this, based on this, you see, oh, this is the lady in red, for example, or this is like a chocolate milk, but not like a milk chocolate. Okay, and they are not literal match. Let me show you what I mean by this. Also, what's important in these vectors. So see, I have here this model that is generating this embedding. So basically a list of floating numbers. And here, as you can see, I have three very similar sentences. So the fox jumps over the lazy dog, wolf, or a programmer. Programmers can also be lazy, as we know. And then it's let's see, for example, this is 003 and this is 029 and so on, and this is the predicted value of, or like embedding of this sentence, right? And then I like scroll for the next one, and see it's not 003, or it's not minus 029 or something. Okay, these are not like prefixes or something. It's just the whole meaning of this is captured in all of the values of here in here in this vector. Okay, so don't take these vectors as we could have think, like, for example, if the cities are close or nearby, then the instructions like by Google Maps could be like let's say 98% the same, and only the differences here at the end. No. This is not how they happen. And so that's why we need to know what kind of like similarity is needed, what this model represents or something. When I can show you this mapping here for this index I have, and let me go for predicted value. See, so this is a dense vector of length 384 floating numbers, and for similarity, I'm going to use cosine. Right, so then it's basically like one point, another point, and how far they are. Like basically, what's the angle between them? I mean, that's oversimplification, but more or less it works like this. Okay, cool. So then when we query for Han Solo, right, then we have to translate Han Solo into vector. Right, and based on this, we see the results, and this is the list of results. So Han Solo is as human and as realistic as Princess Leia in the documents, for example, or in the embeddings we have, and Anakin is less similar, and so on and so on. Hey, based on this, we have this list of similar stuff, right? So we can go and select this context window based on this. For example, we just go and say we need top 3 characters or top 3 pages, right? Or like top 3 documents from our payment policy or whatever, or top 3 products from our e-commerce store. The thing is, sometimes it's not working well, and I can tell you, for example, an orange. Like someone types in search box, you're running a store, and someone types orange. And what does mean orange? Do they mean like I don't know, that there's a color? I mean, orange shoes or orange T-shirt, or maybe they need like orange, something related to the cell phone carrier, or maybe they need something from Netherlands, although that could have been oranje, I don't know, or maybe they just need the fruit, an orange, and we don't know, right? So sometimes what we like the basically the input is not enough for this whole thingy to understand or to comprehend. Then we like also can use good old term search, which is also like much faster and cheaper. And then we just need to adjust the scores, because as you have seen here, the scores are between 0 and 1. And as you know, if you have happen to work anything with Elasticsearch, the scores can be different, right? So we can play with the boosts, and this here again works on my machine. But then the query is slightly different, and this boost doesn't mean nothing, or it's like basically useless. So what we can go and do is try to do something like it's known in racing or in ski jumping, for example. Like it doesn't matter, for example, what exactly the time was on track A, track B, and track C. What mattered was your position on every track or during every race, for example. So you scored like second position in all 3 races, and you are the champion. Because, for example, there was nobody who gained more points in all these races, right, than you. So here's the idea. So we can have, for example, term-based score, similarity score, or search, and then we combine the results. And how do we combine them? There are like many techniques, like this linear combination, RRF or something. And this is how it works or maybe here is the even better approach, which I have here, and this is it, right? This is like a new syntax in recent versions. So we can just say retriever RRF, and I have retrievers, and I will have 2 retrievers, one for vector search and one for standard term search, right? And that's why when I run this and when I look for the scores are, as you can see, null, because the scores individually don't mean anything anymore. What matters is the position from all the races, right? So we have golden medal, silver medal, bronze medal, and so on. Okay, so and now we still have some time. Let me show you hopefully how it can work in IDE, right? When we run this thing. So let's just do what I told you, right? So I'm creating here my a client for my Elastic search document store, right? And then I'm here creating, I'm using again LangChain4j, yes, LangChain4j, and I'm creating a retriever. And what this retriever is doing exactly that. So I'm building simply a vector query, right? And it's going to search for something using the query, and the query will be just the text, right? And based on this, it's supposed to give me top 3 documents. And when I have these top 3 documents, okay, then I'm building this or creating this model, and this is how I create my AI assistant, right? And I just say, this is the latest version. This is how I retrieve these notes, or how I build this context I'm going to send you, right? And this is my question. And mind you that this question is going to be sent directly to Elasticsearch, and because it's translated to these vectors, which means it has the meaning, then based on this, we can create like the list of these notes, right? And then assistant, when asked these questions, we'll use this content retriever to retrieve some stuff and send it to the ChatGPT, and hopefully we will see an answer. By the way, this is extremely dummy RAG agent. Don't do it like this at production or at home. This is just to show you how little we need to actually start working with this stuff, right? So I don't know if that's exactly the question I asked here, that I asked on the previous slides when it started hallucinating about collectors, but see, now it started to give me a proper answer here. So it says, yes, the functionality was first previewed in Java 22, and now it's even re-previewed in Java 23, and so on. So it suddenly, it based on these notes, just these 2 documents or 3 documents, 3 jobs that were sent there, it's suddenly, it's intelligent enough to understand what stream gatherers are, without, at least at the first glance, much hallucination, right? It says it is similar to collector, but it's stream gather, so it's not hallucinating, right? In this very case. Okay, and now the question is, I guess that might be one of your questions: shall I be using this AI thing, or as a developer, shall I be abandoning or stay away from it? I would say, or like sometimes this question is, I don't know who said that, but it was like a very wise words, that your job probably, at least in coming years, won't be taken by AI, but will be taken by the person who knows how to use AI. Right? So maybe this is like this sword with 2 blades. So one blade is dangerous for us developers, because as you can see, we can quickly build stuff and learn stuff and adjust the stuff we have, like the products, the programs or whatever, right? But on the other hand, I mean, we can do that with this AI. So in theory, that could render us jobless. But on the other hand, we as developers using this stuff properly can be more productive. So will we be that jobless? I'm not so sure. I would very much like, folks, because this is one of the very few times I'm showing this talk, if you could take like a few minutes, sorry, not a few minutes, a few seconds to rate this talk. I know it was very quick, but also like we don't have much time. I'll see if there are some questions. Where is your iron cap? Okay, yes, very nice question from Andri. Where is it? Actually, it's over there, but I won't reach it. Yes. Actually, I say this you know, this thing with like with tinfoil could be useful, because it's sort of like in the same direction, like trying to debunk some things.
Hey Piotr, yeah, let's.
What are the best? Sorry, yeah. How do we run these questions? Sorry.
So let's review probably together those questions. Yeah, or
Okay.
maybe I'll answer to multiple of them. First of all, thank you for breaking down those complex concepts, and I know presented them from more usage perspective without deep dive, because we just consume some API or some integration, and that's it. We want to achieve some value, and that's it. We don't want to understand how it works, right? Because it's pretty complex and we are not data scientists. So thank you, and for showing those demos with integration with Elasticsearch and etc. Yeah, it was pretty interesting.
Yes. Sorry, can I answer the latest question? Could you reshare my screen again just for a second, if that's not a problem? I'm not able to answer all of these questions related to Elasticsearch right now and on spot, okay? However, if you have such questions, just like Andrew, what are the best practices for optimizing Elasticsearch for this and that? I encourage you to go to this page, discuss Elastic.co, right? This is like the, let's say, open source forum for Elastic stuff. It's not only me, there are also like other developers and developer advocates and just basically Elastic community trying to answer your stuff, right? So this is the best place I would say to start for such stuff. Back to Oleg.
Yeah, maybe I don't know. Maybe I missed some other questions that you already answered before that.
There is one from Frankie de Jong. I'm sorry if I'm mispronouncing the name, about popularity of football. Yes, football is way more popular in the US, I guess. I mean, myself, I'm not a football fan. It's just there. It's called soccer, right? So if you say on a like in Atlanta or New York, if you say football, everyone would understand or is immediately associated with like the American football player, you know, the gear, the helmet, not with the soccer player, right? So football is football here in Europe, but in the US it's called soccer. That's the point, right? So you need to know where this person is from when they ask you about football.
Thanks for answering. Yeah, it's kind of off-top question, but anyway.
Yeah.
Yeah, and one more question about replacing of junior developers by AI.
Yes, that's a very good one. And believe it or not, I discuss it almost every time when I meet my speaker friends, for example, or I work from here, right, for years, and when I meet like face to face my friends or colleagues, it's when I go to conferences, and this question is like showing up everywhere. And there are already stories like, so for example, like there is like, even I could say like for some trivial stuff, it would have taken me, for example, 2 or 3 days to supervise a junior developer so they do something. So maybe it's easier just to swipe a credit card, pay $20 per month, right, and have the thing done on the spot by a service or something. It's just the next time I have this task, I have to supervise AI again. Whereas the idea, because it's not going to be like at least before we reach the age AI and whatnot, right? It's not going to retrain itself on the spot. It can understand the context, like the chat of the few messages I have in this chat history, but it won't understand something that I ask you. I asked the ChatGPT about thing or something like 2 weeks ago. Whereas like a junior developer, I mean we've all been there, right? Or we're still there, but we learn with every task we do. When we are supervised, we learn. So basically the whole idea is the next time with similar task, we'll be able to just do it without any supervision, right? So again, maybe we should tell our juniors how to use AI, and then so we have like less stuff to supervise, right? This is it. It's in a way it's just a tool.
Yeah, not replace, but to combine. Like the juniors can use it, and to simplify some tasks that it's hard to do for them. Yeah.
Yep.
Thank you for your opinion. And there is one more pretty large.
Okay.
From Max. So I have one question to you. How can the integration of generative AI with vector, semantic, and hybrid search technologies improve information retrieval, and what role do techniques such as LLF, NLP, LLMs play in this enhancement, considering the challenges and impacts of fear, uncertainty, and doubt, and fear of missing out in the rapidly evolving AI landscape? Yeah, pretty complex one. I lost the beginning when I just finished.
Yes.
But yeah.
I will try to answer this one the best I can. So I hope I think this question was asked just judging by the timestamp before we went through with this example, right? So general advice would be like start putting so much energy into this sphere. It's better to direct some of this energy into like actually trying to do something with the thing, right? You can use ChatGPT 3.5 for free. You can run these models from Hugging Face for free when they are like open source or properly licensed, right? And then you can see. And I hope, like I explained, that the vector is just comparing the numbers, right? Whereas semantic, it means that these numbers can carry a value, but sometimes they're not enough themselves, and then we need to like apply like the old approach, like searching for the data, for example, in like e-commerce store, the old-fashioned way. But also, like for example, we can use vector representation for the images. Right, and then we as human developer operators, or like the clerks, for example, or we have like a new dresses in stock, I don't need to describe, for example, colors in metadata or stuff like this. Right, and RRF is just one of these algorithms. By the way, it's like a very nice paper, only 2 pages long, telling us how to like combine these, but you can use different approaches. What I think would be nice and useful is to have them in the same place, right? So you don't have to like query 2 places and do the same work twice and so on. So yes, instead of going FOMO, just do the darn thing, at least a little bit, okay?
Thank you. So, and it's probably what do you think from Ivan? What do you think is the biggest misconception Java developers have about AI technologies?
Oh, that's a good one. Uh, honestly, I don't. I'm not sure I can answer this question. Really, I would just speculate here, so maybe I won't. I won't. I would. Yeah, I won't say anything. Sorry. Like misconception. I don't know. It's like I'm not saying like. I mean, maybe the biggest thing. Okay, maybe I can say one thing. That there is some huge like magic. It's not magic, it's very sophisticated engineering and science applied on this, right? That's why I said I'm not data scientist, so I won't be able to apply this like or explain things properly. We have like I'm very lucky to work with Julia in our team, and she's data scientist. So whenever I have like a question like, hey, why I'm getting these numbers, right? She's able to answer. Right, so I'm like covering more like engineering stuff, and she's more like data science. So maybe that's it. So maybe it's just we approach it from this engineering point of view, and we don't understand that as there's actually like science and tuning and so on.
Mhm. So it's not that big mystery as we thought.
I mean, eventually, I mean, the issue with these LLMs is that they are so huge. I mean, this is I'm just speculating here. It's like in general, it's difficult for a single human person to precisely analyze how it's working. But for example, if you have relatively simple neural network, right, recognizing like doing like OCR, or like recognizing if the song is, for example, what's kind of music genre it is, right? Then it's relatively simple network, and you could like understand it in one evening, right? So, and then it's just like with the dimensions of these vectors, right? Get like there's more and more of them, and so is the size of this LLM stuff and so on. So,
Thank you for your
and
answer.
nothing to be sorry for, Max. We're here to exchange like as much as we can our knowledge.
And probably one more question from my side. Yeah. Yeah, from my side, what do you think? Should Java, I don't know, step into this world and maybe of LLMs, of building these models, or maybe it's not efficient to build such models with Java? I remember that vector API still incubating, and Java probably is not that efficient to process as such a metrics computation, etc. What do you think about that?
Yes, that's a valid point. So even if we get vector, I mean, vector API is like in the preview, it's going to be like 8th time or something in Java 23. But fun fact, it's already used by certain projects. For example, Elasticsearch, the newly released version 8.14 is using it because we have like a new engine for ESQL, right? So preview or not, we're already using it. And if you don't know what Oleg meant, it's like there are like vector instructions or SIMD instructions in our CPUs. So if you have, for example, like one array of numbers and another array of numbers, and you need to have like a third array of numbers, and just the first result is that two first added, and this is the result, next two added, and so on. You don't have to do that in a loop, like a naive for loop or while loop. You can just rely on your CPU, because CPU, for example, can add 4 numbers depending on the size of registers, architecture, or whatever, right, in a single CPU instruction. All right, so this is it. The thing is, it's still not GPU. So in my understanding, this is like what we would need to do is if you wanted to like train these models in something like this, we would need to have like a very nice and smooth access to GPU. But on the other hand, for example, Python is also like not doing a lot of this stuff directly, but they're relying on the underlying C, right? And so here we enter the realm of Project Panama, where we can like call native functions as well. So we just kind of like operate or orchestrate from Java. One thing from sure, it's not like, I guess like many people got the impression that to use AI as like in your product, you need to be running, for example, or your product has to be in Python, because we've seen this like tons of Python, these are called like Jupyter notebooks and stuff, right? This is not true. As you've seen, I'm perfectly able to do the same stuff, or maybe like very similar stuff from Java, right? I have Java APIs and so on. So just as I query a database or make like a REST request to another service using Java, so I can ask ChatGPT, for example, to generate an image or whatever. Like go for the examples and tutorials or from Lang4j. There are like dozens of them, and you'll see what beautiful things you can create with these.
It's just a biased opinion that only Python is suitable to even consume some APIs, because there is a word of AI and that's it. Okay, Python. Yeah.
Yes, exactly this, right? So these things can be consumed or operated or requested to do something from Java as well, right? And then I don't want to go into language wars. I think like okay, maybe some languages weren't the best choices retrospectively, but like there is no reason to say that we cannot do this from Java, dear Java developers. We absolutely can, and that's why I'm trying to propagate this knowledge during Java Day, after all, right? It's not Python Day. Also, although I would say we should welcome people from all technological stacks.
Cool. Thank you for your thoughts. And yeah, and in general, thank you for the cool presentation and for great further discussion and for answering those questions. Yeah, and right now we have a short break, lunch break, and next talk will be in 1 hour. Yeah. Thank you, Piotr. See you.
Дякую.
Будь ласка. Bye-bye.
We don't go out with a bang. We go in with a bang. We are Levi 9. And just like the comet Levi 9, we make an impact that shapes the future. With a culture that is always transparent, result-driven, loyal, proactive, and fun, we impact businesses with technology services, held together by a gravity we call our 9 magical beliefs. We are the change. We are open. We are committed. We are whatever it takes. We are one common goal. We are teamwork. We are innovation. And we are always thanking God it's Monday again. We are 1 + 1 = 9. Levi 9. And we create what was never created before.
Hi there. We are Help a Hero, a nonprofit organization from Ukraine. Most of us also work in IT, but all our spare time is dedicated to volunteering to support our Ukrainian heroes. Since the full-scale war began, we've provided aid worth over $40 million to our defenders. And it's all thanks to you, our donors. Your contributions truly save lives. Thank you. We know that together we can make a difference and show our support and gratitude to those who risk everything for our freedom. Right now, we're fundraising for a pickup truck, a vehicle much needed for evacuation, and we ask you to contribute as every little bit counts. Scan the QR code and help us help our heroes. Thank you.
Avenga is a company that gather together super
talented people who are looking forward to have long-term cooperation with us, who truly shares the values of Avenga.
The most important value is caring about our people, because we are one global team and we should make sure that everyone feels comfortable working here and has great career opportunities.
We are looking for the people who can sit with our clients, figure out what is the demand, figure out what is their business need, build the prototype, collect the scope, and after that it comes to the solution engineering.
It really doesn't matter if you're a software engineer, tester, you're a project manager, business analyst. You have to be bold, you have to take responsibility for what you do.
Or you're on the career page of Avenga. If you are looking for a career, if you are looking for new opportunities for you, if you are looking for new challenges and a friendly environment, welcome. We have a lot of great vacancies for you. Join us.
Hi there. We are Help a Hero, a non-profit organization from Ukraine. Most of us also work in IT, but all our spare time is dedicated to volunteering to support our Ukrainian heroes. Since the full-scale war began, we've provided aid worth over 40 million to our defenders. And it's all thanks to you, our donors. Your contributions truly save lives. Thank you. We know that together we can make a difference and show our support and gratitude to those who risk everything for our freedom. Right now, we're fundraising for a pickup truck, a vehicle much needed for evacuation, and we ask you to contribute as every little bit counts. Scan the QR code and help us help our heroes. Thank you.
We don't go out with a bang. We go in with a bang. We are Levi 9. And just like the comet Levi 9, we make an impact that shapes the future. With a culture that is always transparent, result-driven, loyal, proactive, and fun, we impact businesses with technology services, held together by a gravity we call our 9 magical beliefs. We are the change. We are open. We are committed. We are whatever it takes. We are one common goal. We are teamwork. We are innovation. And we are always thanking God it's Monday again. We are 1 + 1 = 9. Levi 9. And we create what was never created before.
Hi there. We are Help a Hero, a nonprofit organization from Ukraine. Most of us also work in IT, but all our spare time is dedicated to volunteering to support our Ukrainian heroes. Since the full-scale war began, we've provided aid worth over $40 million to our defenders. And it's all thanks to you, our donors. Your contributions truly save lives. Thank you. We know that together we can make a difference and show our support and gratitude to those who risk everything for our freedom. Right now, we're fundraising for a pickup truck, a vehicle much needed for evacuation, and we ask you to contribute as every little bit counts. Scan the QR code and help us help our heroes. Thank you.
Avenga is a company that gathers together super
Talented people who are looking forward to have long-term cooperation with us, who truly shares the values of Avenga.
The most important value is caring about our people, because we are one global team and we should make sure that everyone feels comfortable working here and has great career opportunities.
We are looking for the people who can sit with our clients, figure out what is the demand, figure out what is their business need, build the prototype, collect the scope, and after that it comes to the solution engineering.
It really doesn't matter if you're a software engineer, tester, you're a project manager, business analyst. You have to be bold, you have to take responsibility for what you do.
or you're on the career page of Avenga. If you are looking for a career, if you are looking for new opportunities for you, if you are looking for new challenges and a friendly environment, welcome. We have a lot of great vacancies for you. Join us.
Hi there. We are Help a Hero, a nonprofit organization from Ukraine. Most of us also work in IT, but all our spare time is dedicated to volunteering to support our Ukrainian heroes. Since the full-scale war began, we've provided aid worth over 40 million to our defenders. And it's all thanks to you, our donors. Your contributions truly save lives. Thank you. We know that together we can make a difference and show our support and gratitude to those who risk everything for our freedom. Right now, we're fundraising for a pickup truck, a vehicle much needed for evacuation, and we ask you to contribute as every little bit counts. Scan the QR code and help us help our heroes. Thank you.
We don't go out with a bang. We go in with a bang. We are Levi 9. And just like the comet Levi 9, we make an impact that shapes the future. With a culture that is always transparent, result-driven, loyal, proactive, and fun, we impact businesses with technology services, held together by a gravity we call our 9 magical beliefs. We are the change. We are open. We are committed. We are whatever it takes. We are one common goal. We are teamwork. We are innovation. And we are always thanking God it's Monday again. We are 1 + 1 = 9. Levi 9. And we create what was never created before.
Hi there. We are Help a Hero, a nonprofit organization from Ukraine. Most of us also work in IT, but all our spare time is dedicated to volunteering to support our Ukrainian heroes. Since the full-scale war began, we've provided aid worth over $40 million to our defenders. And it's all thanks to you, our donors. Your contributions truly save lives. Thank you. We know that together we can make a difference and show our support and gratitude to those who risk everything for our freedom. Right now, we're fundraising for a pickup truck, a vehicle much needed for evacuation, and we ask you to contribute as every little bit counts. Scan the QR code and help us help our heroes. Thank you.
Avenga is a company that gather together super
Talented people who are looking forward to have long-term cooperation with us, who truly shares the values of Avenga.
The most important value is caring about our people, because we are one global team and we should make sure that everyone feels comfortable working here and has great career opportunities.
We are looking for the people who can sit with our clients, figure out what is the demand, figure out what is their business need, build the prototype, collect the scope, and after that it comes to the solution engineering.
It really doesn't matter if you're a software engineer, tester, you're a project manager, business analyst. You have to be bold, you have to take responsibility for what you do.
or you're on the career page of Avenga. If you are looking for a career, if you are looking for new opportunities for you, if you are looking for new challenges and a friendly environment, welcome. We have a lot of great vacancies for you. Join us.
Hi there. We are Help a Hero, a non-profit organization from Ukraine. Most of us also work in IT, but all our spare time is dedicated to volunteering to support our Ukrainian heroes. Since the full-scale war began, we've provided aid worth over 40 million to our defenders. And it's all thanks to you, our donors. Your contributions truly save lives. Thank you. We know that together we can make a difference and show our support and gratitude to those who risk everything for our freedom. Right now, we're fundraising for a pickup truck, a vehicle much needed for evacuation, and we ask you to contribute as every little bit counts. Scan the QR code and help us help our heroes. Thank you.
We don't go out with a bang. We go in with a bang. We are Levi 9. And just like the comet Levi 9, we make an impact that shapes the future. With a culture that is always transparent, result-driven, loyal, proactive, and fun, we impact businesses with technology services, held together by a gravity we call our 9 magical beliefs. We are the change. We are open. We are committed. We are whatever it takes. We are one common goal. We are teamwork. We are innovation. And we are always thanking God it's Monday again. We are 1 + 1 = 9, Levi 9. And we create what was never created before.
Hi there. We are Help a Hero, a nonprofit organization from Ukraine. Most of us also work in IT, but all our spare time is dedicated to volunteering to support our Ukrainian heroes. Since the full-scale war began, we've provided aid worth over 40 million to our defenders. And it's all thanks to you, our donors. Your contributions truly save lives. Thank you. We know that together we can make a difference and show our support and gratitude to those who risk everything for our freedom. Right now, we're fundraising for a pickup truck, a vehicle much needed for evacuation, and we ask you to contribute as every little bit counts. Scan the QR code and help us help our heroes. Thank you.
Avenga is a company that gathers together super
Talented people who are looking forward to have long-term cooperation with us, who truly shares the values of Avenga.
The most important value is caring about our people, because we are one global team and we should make sure that everyone feels comfortable working here and has great career opportunities.
We are looking for the people who can sit with our clients, figure out what is the demand, figure out what is their business need, build the prototype, collect the scope, and after that it comes to the solution engineering.
It really doesn't matter if you're a software engineer, tester, you're a project manager, business analyst. You have to be bold, you have to take responsibility for what you do.
or you're on the career page of Avenga. If you are looking for a career, if you are looking for new opportunities for you, if you are looking for new challenges and a friendly environment, welcome. We have a lot of great vacancies for you. Join us.
Hi there. We are Help a Hero, a non-profit organization from Ukraine. Most of us also work in IT, but all our spare time is dedicated to volunteering to support our Ukrainian heroes. Since the full-scale war began, we've provided aid worth over 40 million to our defenders. And it's all thanks to you, our donors. Your contributions truly save lives. Thank you. We know that together we can make a difference and show our support and gratitude to those who risk everything for our freedom. Right now, we're fundraising for a pickup truck, a vehicle much needed for evacuation, and we ask you to contribute as every little bit counts. Scan the QR code and help us help our heroes. Thank you.
We don't go out with a bang. We go in with a bang. We are Levi 9. And just like the comet Levi 9, we make an impact that shapes the future. With a culture that is always transparent, result-driven, loyal, proactive, and fun, we impact businesses with technology services, held together by a gravity we call our 9 magical beliefs. We are the change. We are open. We are committed. We are whatever it takes. We are one common goal. We are teamwork. We are innovation. And we are always thanking God it's Monday again. We are 1 + 1 = 9. Levi 9. And we create what was never created before.
Hi there. We are Help a Hero, a nonprofit organization from Ukraine. Most of us also work in IT, but all our spare time is dedicated to volunteering to support our Ukrainian heroes. Since the full-scale war began, we've provided aid worth over $40 million to our defenders. And it's all thanks to you, our donors. Your contributions truly save lives. Thank you. We know that together we can make a difference and show our support and gratitude to those who risk everything for our freedom. Right now, we're fundraising for a pickup truck, a vehicle much needed for evacuation, and we ask you to contribute as every little bit counts. Scan the QR code and help us help our heroes. Thank you.
Avenga is a company that gather together super
Talented people who are looking forward to have long-term cooperation with us, who truly shares the values of Avenga.
The most important value is caring about our people, because we are one global team and we should make sure that everyone feels comfortable working here and has great career opportunities.
We are looking for the people who can sit with our clients, figure out what is the demand, figure out what is their business need, build the prototype, collect the scope, and after that it comes to the solution engineering.
It really doesn't matter if you're a software engineer, tester, you're a project manager, business analyst. You have to be bold, you have to take responsibility for what you do.
or you're on the career page of Avenga. If you are looking for a career, if you are looking for new opportunities for you, if you are looking for new challenges and a friendly environment, welcome. We have a lot of great vacancies for you. Join us.
Hi there. We are Help a Hero, a non-profit organization from Ukraine. Most of us also work in IT, but all our spare time is dedicated to volunteering to support our Ukrainian heroes. Since the full-scale war began, we've provided aid worth over 40 million to our defenders. And it's all thanks to you, our donors. Your contributions truly save lives. Thank you. We know that together we can make a difference and show our support and gratitude to those who risk everything for our freedom. Right now, we're fundraising for a pickup truck, a vehicle much needed for evacuation, and we ask you to contribute as every little bit counts. Scan the QR code and help us help our heroes. Thank you.
All right, guys, so hope you finish your lunch break. And if not, small reminder, in 10 minutes, there will be our next speaker. So please grab some couple of coffee or tea and be prepared for the next session. Thank you. See you in 10 minutes.
Hi there. We are Help a Hero, a non-profit organization from Ukraine. Most of us also work in IT, but all our spare time is dedicated to volunteering to support our Ukrainian heroes. Since the full-scale war began, we've provided aid worth over 40 million to our defenders. And it's all thanks to you, our donors. Your contributions truly save lives. Thank you. We know that together we can make a difference and show our support and gratitude to those who risk everything for our freedom. Right now, we're fundraising for a pickup truck, a vehicle much needed for evacuation, and we ask you to contribute as every little bit counts. Scan the QR code and help us help our heroes. Thank you.
We are open. We are committed. We are whatever it takes. We are one common goal. We are teamwork. We are innovation. And we are always thanking God it's Monday again. We are 1 + 1 = 9.
Baby, tell me to go.
Hi there. We are Help a Hero, a non-profit organization from Ukraine. Most of us also work in IT, but all our spare time is dedicated to volunteering to support our Ukrainian heroes. Since the full-scale war began, we've provided aid worth over 40 million to our defenders. And it's all thanks to you, our donors. Your contributions truly save lives. Thank you. We know that together we can make a difference and show our support and gratitude to those who risk everything for our freedom. Right now, we're fundraising for a pickup truck, a vehicle much needed for evacuation, and we ask you to contribute as every little bit counts. Scan the QR code and help us help our heroes. Thank you.
We are open. We are committed. We are whatever it takes. We are one common goal. We are teamwork. We are innovation. And we are always thanking God it's Monday again. We are 1 + 1 = 9.
Yeah, we are back, guys. Our speaker next also is ready. Yeah, Java champion, Spring developer advocate, YouTuber, and also blogger, and just a good friend, Dan Vega. Welcome, Dan. How are you?
I am great. Thank you guys so much for having me here. This is going to be a lot of fun today. I'm excited and love the cause that we're all kind of supporting today. So yeah, please get out there and support the cause if you can.
Cool. So your upcoming talk, Spring, yeah, Spring has been a cornerstone for many Java developers. I'm so excited to start hear you also new adventures in Spring and feature. So I hope you will do best because I'm your subscriber. Yeah, at least one subscriber for your more than 50,000 subscribers here.
I appreciate that.
Wish you good luck, and I know you will do it best as usual. So go ahead, Dan.
All right, thank you so much. Let me go ahead and share my screen. Hopefully everybody can see that. Cool, so we're gonna have some fun today. We're gonna be talking about Spring Boot 3 and beyond. Spring Boot 3 was released in November of 2022. I want to kind of cover some of the features that have been released since then and maybe like step back and take a little baseline of what came out in Spring Boot 3. So we can't cover everything in an hour, but I'm going to talk about some of my favorite features in Spring Boot 3, 3.1, 3.2, and even some stuff coming up in 3 that was just released in 3.3. So I want to focus on really around developer experience and runtime efficiency. And we'll do this through a mix of some slides, and then we'll do some live coding. So yes, step back. I'm going to do some live coding today. We'll have some fun with it, though. I can't see your questions, but please get them in. We'll see if we can't jump back and forth and answer questions as we go and answer questions at the end. So a little bit about me. Gracious host there just gave me an awesome introduction. Here's a little bit more about me. If you want to find out, you can go over to danvega.dev. I'm a husband and a father. My beautiful wife, Jen, our 2 daughters, Isabella and Juliana. We live outside of Cleveland, Ohio. As mentioned, I was named a Java champion this year, which was awesome. One of those career goals that I was really excited to have happen this year. I've been doing this a while. I've worn a lot of hats in this industry. Probably my favorite hat is the one I'm wearing now, which is being a Spring developer advocate. And I often tell people that, I was a Spring developer advocate long before anyone was paying me to do so. And so I think one of the lessons I like to kind of teach there is that you don't need permission to advocate for the things that you're passionate about. So whether it's Java or Spring or whatever technology you're really interested in, if you want to write about it, if you want to do a video about it, go out there and advocate for it. You never know where that will kind of lead to. I create content, again, danvega.dev. I'm on the Bird app still. I don't know if we're calling it X or Twitter or what. I'm calling it the Bird app, at the real Dan Vega. And in my spare time, outside of hanging out with the family, I enjoy running and golf. So I want to tell you quickly about a show that we do called Spring Office Hours. This is a free resource. We do a live stream every Monday from 1 to 2 Eastern. And this is your chance to kind of get caught up with everything that's happening in the Spring ecosystem, because there's a lot happening. It's not just Spring Framework. It's not just Spring Boot. There are a whole bunch of projects in the ecosystem. We take a look at the release calendar, find out what's going on, and then we also go ahead and answer your questions. So if you have questions, this is a really good place to bring them. If you can't catch the live stream, you can catch a replay. You can find out more about it on springofficehours.io. We also turn it into a podcast if you want to go ahead and take us in the car or on the run or wherever you are in the go. So check that out, Spring Office Hours. So a quick agenda of what I want to cover today. Again, I said we can't really kind of talk about everything in Spring Boot 3 Plus. That would take forever. So I want to focus on a couple things. I just want to give a quick baseline of what happened in Spring Boot 3 because it will lead into some of the things we're talking about today. And then I want to focus on two major themes here today: developer experience and runtime efficiency. From the developer experience standpoint, a new feature in 3.1 was Docker Compose. I want to take a look at that. And then the new client abstractions. So this is the REST client and the JDBC client. From a runtime efficiency standpoint, we'll see which ones we can get into today. There are a few that I'd like to cover. Ahead of time compilation that came in Spring Boot 3 as kind of a precondition for building GraalVM native images. So we'll see if we can kind of talk about that at a high level. Virtual threads is a very big topic in the world of Java and JDK 21. So we'll talk about support for that in Spring Boot 3.2. Project Crack, kind of another angle of solving the same problem as AOT, but it goes about it a different way, right? Being able to start our apps really fast, consume less memory. Project Crack takes a shot at that, and so I'll have an example of that. And then CDS, something pretty new to 3.3. Class data sharing. We'll see if we can just talk about that at a high level. So those are my two kind of buckets that I want to talk about today. Let's go. And yes, live coding. We'll do some live coding. So just to kind of level set from Spring Boot 3, there were really 4 major themes with Spring Boot 3. And any one of these could have really been like a highlight of the entire release. But the Spring team did what I think is one of the biggest kind of releases they've ever done because they took on a lot here. And the first one was baselining to Java 17. And at the time, it was kind of announced, like 3 or 4 years ago. It was, mixed feelings like, oh, we need to be on Java 17. That is now the baseline. And, a lot of companies were like, hey, we're still on Java 8 in certain applications. We got to make the move to Java 17 now. Now that we've kind of seen like the pattern and Java is released every 6 months, a new release every 6 months, it kind of makes sense. So we even have support for Java 22 at this point, but at the time, now you must be baselined on Java 17. So that was a huge theme in Spring Boot 3. Another one was the move to Jakarta EE. So anywhere that we were using the JavaX namespace, one of the moves was, hey, we have to kind of change that namespace. So if we're using the Servlet API, we have to use that new namespace. This was important because it was, unfortunately, you have to like go through the hoop of making this namespace change just to get the same functionality. But then going forward now we get to see some evolution of the APIs in the Jakarta world that we haven't been able to see. Those APIs have been stagnant for a while. So it's nice to see that those APIs are kind of moving forward. So that was another major theme. Again, we spoke about it, but ahead of time compilation, kind of introducing this new phase as a precondition for, in Spring Boot 3 at least, the ability to create GraalVM native images. And this is all about supporting faster startup times, less memory consumption, to support the different workloads that we're taking to production. So we'll kind of touch on that a little bit more later. And observability was a huge theme in Spring Boot 3, kind of rewritten from the ground up, from the framework level, from the observation API that the framework uses that have access to. This was a really big theme, and this was really just the start. If you look at any release, 3.1, 3.2, 3.3, even minor releases, and you look through the release notes, you'll always kind of see something about observability, because this story has been continued to be told throughout the 3.x releases. So that was Spring Boot 3, just to kind of recap of where we were with that. I want to talk about developer experience first, because this is very important to me. Like when we're writing code, we want it to be easy. We want it to be joyful writing code. You don't want to have to like sit down and go, I got to go to work today and I got to write this code. I feel like that's how COBOL developers are these days, but they make a lot of money because you can't find COBOL developers these days, right? So developer experience, let's talk about it. I want to talk about Docker Compose. So there is a new Docker Compose module that came in 3.1. We'll talk about like what that is and how it works. And this all kind of centers around the idea of this connection details interface. Then we'll look at the new client abstractions. Again, this is the two that we're going to focus on today are the REST client and the JDBC client. And we'll dive into like where they came from and some examples of how to use them. So Docker Compose. I want to start with this. We have this really cool project. So I have some really cool project. This could be on GitHub somewhere. Maybe it was an open source project. This could be something inside of your organization. You just started a new job and you've been given this document that says, hey, this is application, really cool project. You got to go get started with it. Here's how you get started with it. There's these long documents, right? How to get started, setting up this project, how to like use it. And to even get started with it, you look at this like list of requirements and you go, okay, I got to install Postgres and I need to make sure it's Postgres 16 and I need to make sure port 5432 is open. And we use Kafka, this specific version, this specific port. You can see the requirements here, Redis, Elasticsearch, MongoDB, oh yes, and we have these other microservices that we need to use, make sure they're running and make sure they're running on these specific ports. All of these things just to be able to clone a repo and get it up and running. I don't know about you, but when I see these requirements, at least on like an open source project, I'm less likely to want to help out or contribute because I don't want to go through the process of trying to set all of this up, right? So this is a common problem. What I want to move to is more of a git, clone, and run experience, right? I just want to be able to clone a repo and run it. I shouldn't have to set anything up. And lucky for us, we have a lot of tools these days that kind of enable this workflow. One of those is Docker Compose. So even outside of the Spring world, if you've ever used Docker or there's really two sides of Docker, right? One is kind of creating these containers. So I have an application. Maybe it's not going to run in an environment where JVM is. I create a container, maybe something like Kubernetes is running there, and I use that container image. The other side of it is being able to consume these containers, right? And so a tool like Docker Compose says, hey, here are the services that I need. When I run Docker Compose up, go ahead and download all of these containers for me and let me use them. So we'll see how that's been integrated into Spring. On the developer experiences side as well, we're not going to get into it today, but there's also a new feature for test containers, being able to use those test containers at development time. So that's interesting. And all of this kind of falls around the connection details interface, which we'll walk through. So Docker, you need Docker Desktop installed to take advantage of this feature. That's just a requirement. So I have Docker Desktop running. We'll take a look at an example of this today. But with this running, if I head over to start.spring.io, I pick the latest version of Spring Boot. I fill out some information. I'm saying I'm building a web project with Spring Data JDBC. I pick the PostgreSQL driver, and then I choose the Docker Compose support. Now what the initializer is doing, because we picked the Docker Compose support, it's looking at all of the other dependencies and saying, okay, are any of these services that I could create a Docker Compose file for? In this case, PostgreSQL, yes, you probably want an instance of Postgres, right? So I'm going to create a Compose file with that service declared. So this will work with a lot of other services, like if I pick Mongo or Redis or Kafka or whatever the service may be, right? So just by picking the Docker Compose support module and then the correct dependency, what will happen is we get this compose.yaml. So this is, if you ever use Docker Compose, you've probably seen something like this. You declare a service. In this case, it's Postgres. Here's the image. Here's my environment variables. Here's the port. And then you could always run Docker Compose up on this, but you don't need to. But this is just a standard Docker Compose file. Then what happens is if we go ahead and start our application from the IDE, you probably, if you pick through there, I think line number 3 in there says, hey, using Docker Compose file, compose.yaml. And it's doing that by convention. Now we could always change that if you want to like store your Compose files in like a Docker folder. And that's just the convention that your organization uses. That's something you can change in the properties, right? But by convention, it's looking for a couple different files. So it sees that. It sees that there's a service declared for Postgres, and it says, okay, I can create that. I can start it, ready to go. Now we have a database up and running. We didn't have to go install one on our local machine, configure it, make sure the ports are open, make sure all that connection stuff happens. We just declared it in a file, ran our application, and there it was for us. So this, for me, is getting me much closer to that git clone run experience. But what does it remember for me? What does it mean for me? It means you don't have to remember to run Docker Compose up before you start your application. That happened to me all the time. I would start my app and go, oh, I didn't have those containers running. So I had to go back and run Docker Compose up and then start my Spring application. It means you don't have to do that anymore. Also, if you have a container running already, say we started Postgres in the morning, and I come back to it later in a different app, I don't need to run that again. Like it's already up and running. We see that we won't touch it, right? The images started by Docker Compose are automatically detected and used to create a connection details bean pointing to the service. And what does this mean? This means that you don't have to put your properties in your configuration, like the data source username, the data source password, the data source URL. You don't have to put those in application.properties and reduplicate those because there are properties in that Compose file, and we can extract those from the Compose file and put them into a property source so that at runtime everything kind of lines up. Now, how does that work though? So we have this Compose file. We know we have like a DB, a password, a username. We're used to writing properties like this, right? Data source URL, username, password. So how do we get from there to there? Well, it's this thing that I've been referencing called the connection details interface. And what I find really interesting about this is that there are 3 very, very smart authors on this interface. Moritz, Andy, and Philip, and it is an empty interface. right? No, all jokes aside, this is the connection details interface. If you go in and look at implementations of this, you will see that there is one called the JWC connection details interface, and there's an implementation of that. So this is how it knows to take what's in that properties or in that compose file and create those properties, the URL, the username, the password, so that those are injected into a property source for you at runtime. So again, it's just a nice little feature, not having to reduplicate properties across the compose to your application properties, right? So that's Docker Compose. Let's talk about JDBC client. A quick history of database abstractions, right? We've had options, and I think one of the things I love about Spring is like we always have like options, different levels of abstractions that we're able to take advantage of. So if you want to, if you're in a Java application and you want to talk to a database, you can. You don't need anything else. You can use JDBC. You can talk. You can, if you have a driver, you can talk to a database. You can use the JDK APIs for talking to a database, and everything will work. But if anybody's, those APIs have been around since the beginning of Java, the beginning of time, which was a long, long time ago, right? Not the easiest thing to work with. So when Spring came along, Spring had this concept of a JDBC template. And it was really just a level of abstraction on top of JDBC, but it made it a lot easier to do the things that we normally do. Like I need to connect to a database and I need to go ahead and execute some query, get some rows back, and do something with them, right? So JDBC template was that level of abstraction that's been there forever. Then Spring Data came along, right, and added another level of abstraction with things like Spring Data JPA or Spring Data JDBC. Now we can go ahead and just configure some things, create a repository, and now we get all these like CRUD methods out of the box without having to write all of that basic functionality. So those were always there. But what came along was, hey, the web client that we have or the REST client that we have, it has this nice fluent interface. It's very easy to read. And we know as programmers, most of our job is reading code. We tend to think that we write a lot of code, but we actually read more code than we write. And so having something that's very readable and easy to understand was important. So we ended up with this JDBC client to kind of give you another level of abstraction, just an easier way if you need to write kind of raw SQL and just do all of the interactions that you will with the database. The JDBC client is there to do it. So the reason it was there too is there was there were some things that we could simplify. One of those was, hey, with the JDBC template, you had to have this notion of a row mapper. So row mapper is a functional interface, so you could kind of do this inline as a Lambda, but you probably are going to need to use this multiple times in the same class. So you can extract this out to a variable. But this row mapper is a way to say, like, here's how I'm mapping the columns to a field in my type, in this case, a post. Oops, sorry, wrong one. So you could go through, and again, one of the things with the JDBC template is just kind of all of the different methods that are available. If you look at the API, there's a lot going on there. I might be confused on like which method do I use for this particular instance. Well, we're going to do some live coding with this later, but if you look at the JDBC client, this is very, again, fluent and readable. So the first one is a find all method. You say JDBC client.SQL. Here's the SQL I want to execute. When I call .query on that, you can, instead of, you still have the option to pass in a row mapper. But if you have something that lines up good with your data structure, in this case, I have a record called post, then I can just pass that in there and say, yes, I want you to map this to a post. And then there's this nice list method like, hey, what I'm trying to do with this is just get a bunch of rows out, right? In the second one, I'm passing in the SQL. I'm also using a named parameter here. I'm passing in that parameter as an argument. I'm saying, hey, when we run this query, I want to map this to that post record again. And then there's a method called optional, like, hey, I might get a post back, I might not. What if I pass in an invalid ID, right? So for me, this is just, it's very nice API, it's readable, it's easy to explain to somebody what's going on there. And then there's the REST client. So a quick history of the REST client, and then we'll get into some live coding here. So again, we kind of started, back early on in Spring with the idea of a REST template. And this was an abstraction to be able to make sitting on top of other tools that actually make the underlying HTTP call. It just gave you a facilitator for making these calls. And it started out with a nice, well-designed API, but over time, as kind of requests came in and issues came in and we need more features, the REST template API kind of ballooned out, right? And from there, when we started working on WebFlux, we put together a web client. It was taking what we learned from the REST template and building out something new. And that web client turned out to be this Fluent API. It was asynchronous. It had a whole bunch of nice features. And people really enjoyed using the web client, so much so that in their declarative Spring MVC applications, they would bring in the web client as an external dependency and use the blocking mechanism on the web client because it was nice to use. It was easier to use than the REST template. So what we learned from that was, okay, how can we take what we've learned from the web client and bring that over to Spring MVC? And that's really where the REST client was born. It is a blocking API. It is to be used in imperative applications. And again, just has a nice Fluent API, easy to read, easy to understand. And not one of the things that I'll show you in this demo is that, like, when you use the REST template and you kind of create an instance of a REST template, or you get one injected for you, and then you say REST template dot, you're kind of inundated with like all of these methods, right? And all of these overloaded methods. And sometimes you're sitting there scratching your head, and I don't know which one of these methods I should use. And it's not like that with the REST client. When I hit REST client dot, I know exactly like what I'm supposed to do. So I really enjoy that. So what is the REST client? Again, it's able to perform HTTP requests and return responses. It has that nice Fluent and synchronous API. Builds on everything we learned from the REST template and web client. You can use HTTP interfaces. So we'll see an example of that today, but that uses the REST client in an imperative application. It didn't used to be like this before. I think before 3.2, you had to involve the web client. You had to bring in that dependency if you wanted to use HTTP interfaces. But as of 3.2, that's no longer the case. Now, again, it's important to understand that there are client libraries underneath the hood making this actual HTTP call. And so there are some defaults like the URL connection or the JDK HTTP client, which came in JDK 11. But if your organization is standardized on using some other HTTP client, like the Apache client or the Jetty client, you can swap these out. And there's a way to do that in the API. So that's the REST client. Again, I don't want to get into this because I will actually run through an example of this, and we'll see that today. So I think I just want to jump into a demo. Just checking to see. I have a question here. Is the REST client also just an abstraction, or does it have some internal improvements? So underneath the hood, you can actually pass in a REST template to create an instance of a REST client. I don't know. Again, from an internal improvement standpoint, I don't know, because again, we're still using clients underneath the hood to make the HTTP call. But there are some improvements from the standpoint of like, yes, this is just a much easier API to use. So just trying to check if there's any questions. All right. So I want to go through a quick demo here. Actually, let me go back to this, and there is a GitHub repo. So github.com/danvega/sb3. If you want to follow this, there's a main branch with a lot of the code I'm going to go through. There's also a starter branch, which I'm going to start with, so we can kind of build this out together. But like, there's a little bit of an agenda of some things that we'll go through, right? And then we're going to use a service called JSON placeholder today, which is just a nice way to kind of consume some public APIs without having to worry about authentication or authorization. So we'll end up using this one today. So let me see here. So again, I want to go to start.spring.io. And if I were to come in here and fill this out and say, hey, I want to build out a web project and I want to use Postgres and I want to use the Docker Compose support. If we go ahead and look at Explore, you can see down here that the compose.yaml has a service created for us just because of that other dependency that we had there. If we were to pull in something like Kafka and we go ahead and look at Explore now and we go to compose.yaml, oh, whoops, that's not the one I wanted. Let's do something like, what else does, we'll come back to that. So once I download that, now I can go ahead and look at that compose YAML. So the other thing I want to point out here is the Spring Initializer. I did a quick like YouTube short on this the other day. If you didn't notice, Spring Initializer is now remembering your preferences. So every time I come to start.spring.io, you used to like default to Gradle and Groovy, Java, Java 21, but it remembers your preferences. So last time I was here, I picked Maven and I picked Java 22. So it remembered that. So if I were to go ahead and change this and say, I want to use Gradle Kotlin, and Java 21, and then go ahead and refresh this, you see that it remembers those choices. So just a nice little feature I'm not sure if you were aware of. So in the repo, I give you a little bit of a starter. So if you wanted to like follow this project, you could, but I'm just going to go ahead and start with a little bit of a template here. So when we download this project, we have this compose.yaml. I have updated this just to use a different DB name, a username, and a password. And then I've also mapped the internal port to the container port so that we can connect to this database. So I have Docker for desktop running. And if you look at this, sorry. There it is. I have this Spring Boot 3.1 running just from being able to run this example before. But if we go ahead and start the application, I want to look at this and, oh, sorry. Let's make sure that is not running. That should not be the case. Oh, sorry about that. All right, so when I run this application, again, by convention, we'll see it in here. This is looking for, where is it? Using Docker Compose file, compose.yaml. It says there's already a Docker Compose service running. That's why I wanted to show you the Docker desktop. That's already running, so it doesn't need to start this up for me. And again, if we go to the application.properties, I have some things going on here, but one of which is any connection to a database. I haven't declared any connection to a database in here. And so we, just with that service file, that compose file there, it's going to run Docker Compose up for us, and we have a service running. We have a connection to a database. So that's up and running. So if we went to our database tools in something like IntelliJ here, I can refresh this, and because I have this schema.sql that creates this table called posts, I have a database that I can connect to right away. And again, this for me is just kind of alleviating some of that like setup of having to set up a database on my local machine, and and a specific version. I can just use what is provided in that service file. So that's kind of step one for me. Now let's talk about building out a little bit of an application here based on the idea of blog posts, right? And we're doing this because that JSON placeholder service has some blog posts that we can consume. So I'm going to come in here in this post class, and I have this post class, and I might want to do something like create some fields for this, right? So in the past, I might say private, let's say private integer ID, private integer user ID, private string title, right? Private string body. So in a class, I might need some other things. I might need a constructor. Maybe we need a no-args constructor because we're going to override that one with an all-args constructor. So I might come in here and generate getters and setters for all of these fields. I might also come in here and say, let's go ahead and create a equals and hash code. So let's do that. All right. And finally, I might need a toString for this. So I come in here and I do that. So all that later for 4 fields, I'm down to 76 lines for just a simple class to represent a type in my system, which is a post. So you probably know where I'm going with this, but we baseline now on Java 17. So we don't need to do this anymore. We can go ahead and turn this into a record. So we can say, hey, I have a record here, and that 76 lines gets turned into a couple lines now, because we can say this thing takes in some arguments. These are record components. I can say I need an integer ID, an integer user ID, string title, and a string body, right? And I'm going to go ahead and put these on separate lines. And now we have just this simple record that is kind of telling us what a post looks like in our system. So I can also come in here and say, hey, I don't want an empty title. And the reason I did that is I just wanted to kind of show you, again, we've baselined on Java JDK 17. We also made the move to Jakarta. So you'll notice the new namespace here. Used to be JavaX.validation. Now it's Jakarta.validation. And again, if you're migrating applications from a previous version of Spring to something like 3.3, this is a change that you'll need to make. Now, there are tools that can help you with this. Even IntelliJ has a nice tool to kind of migrate this. You don't want to just do a find and replace, right? Because some of the JavaX packages come like javax.sql, you wouldn't want to rename those. So there are tools to do this, the IDEs, tools like Open Rewrite, which is really great. It allows you to kind of run these recipes and make these migrations automated. So take a look at that if you're interested in making that move. So now that I have a post here, let's see what's next. I want to go ahead and we did some validation. Let's talk about our database abstraction. So now I want to be able to create a post in my system. How do I do it, right? I have this post repository class, and we're going to go through kind of a couple different levels of this. So the first one might be using that JDBC template. And I have some helpers here, so we don't have to watch me type everything out. But I have this JDBC template, and we've probably all written code like this, right? So we get a JDBC template auto-wired for us. We can call different methods like update or query. And again, query takes in a row mapper, which in this case, you can just assign a Lambda expression to. Takes the result set and a row number. And this is how we map columns to rows. And again, I kind of showed you this in the slides. But this is kind of code that I've written before using the JDBC template. What we can do now is use the JDBC client. So if we look at this, the first thing you'll notice is we declare a JDBC client. We will get an instance of this through, let's say JDBC client, right? This will get auto-wired for us. This happens through the auto configuration, creates an instance of the JDBC client for us. And then you can just see this nice API that we get to use, right? Here's the SQL that I want to pass in. What I want to do is turn that into a post. And this is that post record that we just created. So it knows how to map the columns to that post that we just created. And then things like create. Here is a list of parameters that I want to pass in. Same thing with update, delete. If I wanted to find by a user, we could do that. If I wanted to save all posts. So just a nice API to be able to work with. So that is kind of one level of abstraction, right? Being able to insert some data into the database, read some data from the database, I could do that here. The other level of abstraction I told you about is, again, Spring Data. So if I wanted to, I can come in here and create an interface, and this can extend the list CRUD repository, and it just takes in the type and the ID type, and that will give you a bunch of functionality out of the box. So if you weren't aware, there used to be a CRUD repository. Now, in that CRUD repository, and there still is, the CRUD repository had methods like find all that returned an iterable. And we're kind of used to working with lists, right? I want to work with a list. So the list CRUD repository just exposes those methods with different return types. So you can see now, I can get a list back of things when I call find all, and then all of my CRUD functionality is still there. So the Spring Data approach says, oh, you don't need to write any of that SQL. We're going to we can generate a lot of those methods for you and still give you the ability to create more functionality if you need it. So I have that post repository. To do that, I have to do one more thing here. I'm using Spring Data JDBC. There are different flavors of Spring Data. Spring Data JPA is a very popular one. I happen to be a big fan of Spring Data JDBC. But you just have to do a couple of things. We have to annotate the ID with @ID. So that tells us which one that is. And then I'm using this thing, this version, and this is a way it kind of tracks, like, is this a new thing or is this something that we're updating? So we'll say integer version there, and let's just do that. All right. So now what I can do at runtime is I get access to that repository. So I have this command line runner here. So if you weren't aware, we can create a bean of type command line runner. And this is just a functional interface with a single method called run. And this allows us to do something after the application context has started. And what that means is that all of the beans in our system are now available. So I can say, hey, give me that post repository. We call that repository. And what I want to do is use that repository to save a new post to the database. Now, again, we didn't write this save method. This is part of the CRUD repository that the list CRUD repository extends. But this is nice. Now I can just say new post, and I give it an ID, a title. I'll say hello world. And then I'll say this is my first blog post. And then I have to pass a version, which in this case is just null. So what I get back, so that's fine. And then what I can do is use that repository to find all the posts in my database. I'll get back a list of posts called posts, and then I can just go ahead and sys out or even use the logger if I wanted to. So what happens now, if we restart the application, the database should be updated with the new schema. When the application context is ready, we will save a new post to the database, and then I just want to call the database to get all of them, and then I'll list that out here. So let's see if we can do that. Cool. So there you see that post that's now in the database. We can even use our database tools here in IntelliJ, because again, we're connected to that local database that the service created for us. So let's say refresh, and then we see our database here. All right, so that's on the data side. What about on the client side? I have this client here. Let's call this a class for now. And what I want to do is I want to talk to that JSON placeholder service that we mentioned earlier. So I have this service. I want to talk to this. This is a public API, but you can imagine this is some service in your organization, right? So how would we do this before? Like before, I probably would have came in here and used something like the REST template. You can get an instance of the REST template. Again, when I start to look at this REST template, if I go in here and then look at the structure of this, there's a ton of methods in here, like get for object, get for entity, head, post, put, delete, exchange, a lot of overloaded methods for exchange. And again, the API for this just kind of ballooned up. I didn't show you this, but in the docs for REST template, it says that it's feature complete. This does not mean that it's been deprecated. So I think people took that as, oh, they're getting rid of REST template. And that's not the case, at least for now. Like, it's not going anywhere. So if you're still in an application before like Spring 3.2 or whatever, feel free to use the REST template still. But if you can take advantage of something like the REST client, I suggest that you do. So how do we use the REST client? So we can say private final REST client. REST client, we can get a constructor parameter here. There is an interface on, this called builder, and then I can say builder.base URL. So I'm going to set the base URL to the service that I'm going to be talking to. In this case, it's the JSON placeholder service, and then I can call .build on this. Then we have a REST client instance that we can use. So we have, just checking in notes here. Next, yep, okay. So now I have an instance of the REST client, and now I can go ahead and use it. So I want a method that will find all of the posts from that public API. So I'm going to say, hey, this is going to return a list of posts. We'll call it find all. And I can use the REST client that I just created. So REST client dot. And here's what I was talking about before. When I hit REST client dot, I'm given some methods. Get, post, delete, put. This I understand. Like, I'm not inundated with overloaded methods on which one do I choose. This to me is very easy to read and easy to use. So I know what I'm doing here. So I know that in this case, I'm going to create a get. I need to pass it a URI. So the URI is from the base URL. What are we calling? In this case, it's /post. Then I have two methods. I can call retrieve or exchange. Retrieve is kind of the easier version. Exchange gives you a little bit more flexibility over using the request and response. In this case, I'm just going to retrieve. And what I want to do is, hey, when I get the body back, what do I want to do with it? I want to use the parameterized type reference. Yep, sure, no, don't need that. Yeah, so, and actually you don't even need to declare, don't even need to declare this, right? So this for me is pretty easy to read. So we're gonna make a call to JSON placeholder service. When I call find all, I wanna get all the posts, and that will return a list for me. So now that I have this post client, I can go back to my application. Instead of just creating one post, I want to create a bunch of posts. I want to create those 100 posts that come from that API. So I'm going to use that post client. We'll call this client. And I want to use that method to go get those 100 posts. So I'm going to say post client.find all, create a variable from this. We'll call this, what is that? Oh, yeah. So we'll get rid of that. So now I have all 100 posts from the external service, and now I can use the repository to save all. We'll save all those posts, and let's just do sysout on the repository.count. All right, so let's go ahead and rerun this. And now you can see that we have 100 posts. And if we go to the database and refresh that, we can see that we have all of the posts there. So these are all the posts that we got from that external service. Now that's great, but we can even take this one step further, one more level of abstraction. So we have this code that we've written, but we've written the underlying mechanism to talk to another service. So I can go ahead and get rid of this. I'm going to show you one more here. And we're going to create an interface, the same name, called Post Client. And now instead of writing the actual low-level implementation of that, I'm going to use HTTP interfaces. So I can use this GET exchange to say, I want you to go ahead and create an implementation of this for me underneath the hood. All I care about is the contract. Like I want to say like, hey, this should return a list of posts. The name of this method should be find all, and that's all we're going to do there, right? So once we do that, there's a little bit of boilerplate you got to write to create a factory and create this instance of this REST client with the base URL. But now every method that we create in there, every contract that we create in there will get created for us. So we could even do one for being able to find a post by its ID. So if we wanted to do something like that, we can say return a post, find by ID. I could take an integer ID, and then we'll use something like the path variable, which we've seen before, right? So now we have these two methods in here, and you can imagine, we have a bunch of methods in here, and these all get turned into implementations at runtime by Spring for us. So now what this means is this code shouldn't change, right? I still have a post client. I still have a method called find all. If I run this again, this should go ahead and start up, find all of them. Looks like it did. Now I can use another method here to say client.find by ID. So let's find the first post, turn that into a variable, and then I can go ahead and sys that out. And if I go ahead and rerun this application here, the very last line should have just the single post, which it does. So yeah, just some different levels of abstractions from the JDBC client and the REST client. So I'm coming up on 10 minutes here. It looks like I have 10 more minutes. So I'm going to pick out one thing to talk about really quick from the standpoint of runtime efficiency. And I want to kind of cover virtual threads real quick. So Java threads. A thread is the smallest unit of processing that can be scheduled. It runs concurrently with and largely independent of other such units. It is an instance of java.lang.thread. Consequently, the number of available platform threads is limited to the number of OS threads. And really, a platform thread is a wrapper around an OS threads. The thing to understand here is that platform threads are very expensive. They take a lot of memory to create and destroy. A little bit more on this in a second. And platform threads are stored on the JVM stack. So a thread is not cheap. Thread startup time, somewhere around 1 milliseconds. Thread memory consumption, around 2 megabytes of the stack. And then there's some context switching depending on the OS threads. There's a really good video on this by a developer advocate at Oracle, who you probably all know now, Jose, who does a really great talk on virtual threads, a little bit more in depth than I'm going to do today. And so I took kind of these numbers from him. But what he got to was, if you go through the math here and try to figure it out, like having 1 million platform threads is not possible. And so this is where we start to see some of the bottlenecks in our applications in higher throughput concurrent applications. So what are virtual threads? Virtual threads are a lightweight threads that reduce the effort of writing, maintaining, and debugging high throughput concurrent applications. Two keywords kind of stick out there, right? Lightweight and being able to produce high throughput concurrent applications. So like a platform thread, a virtual thread is also an instance of java.lang.thread. It is not tied to an operating system thread, which is important. And a virtual thread still runs on an OS thread. It uses the heap for the stack, which has some implementations for garbage collections. They have their own scheduler, so do not create schedulers for these. They have their own scheduler, but they also do not pull virtual threads. It has like their own fork join pool. You don't want to pull these virtual threads. They're very light. You don't need to pull them. They're easy to create and destroy. I'm going to skip some of this. I just want to talk about kind of Project Loom. And so with Project Loom, when you hear about Loom kind of synonymous with virtual threads, Project Loom is made up of a few JEPs, JDK enhancement proposals. Virtual threads went final in JDK 21. We had the second previews for structured concurrency and scope values in 22. I believe these are going into another preview in 23, but these all are around the idea of virtual threads. So you want to take a look at structured concurrency and scope values too, because they have some, they're related to virtual threads. I wanted to get into this, but I'm not going to. I just want to kind of show you a quick demo, and then we'll kind of wrap this up. So I have this application here, and I have a home controller. So what I want to point out here is, and actually, let me see if I wanted to point one more thing out. Where is that? Yes. So let me just kind of point this out, and then we'll go into the code. So we'll talk about enabling virtual threads. The important thing to understand here is that when we enable virtual threads, this will cause Spring Boot's auto configuration to request virtual threads in any library that supports it. So Spring MVC is one of those, right? If you create a controller and you handle a request in a controller, it's now enabled to use virtual threads. This doesn't mean that every single piece of your code is now ready for virtual threads, right? It's wherever it supports it. So the web server, the embedded web server, task executors, client libraries like Rabbit and Kafka and Pulsar. The way that it does this is through auto configuration. You'll see this is a Kafka annotation-driven configuration. There's a conditional on threading annotation that says, hey, if the threading is platform threads or normal threads, right? Here's how you're going to configure yourself. If threading.virtual is enabled, virtual threads have been enabled, let's go ahead and set that up so we can take advantage of virtual threads. So I think that's important to understand, and I'll show you a quick demo of that. So here in my home method, which is mapped to the default URL. So when we fire this up, localhost 8080, we're just logging out a string here that says thread, give me the current thread, right? So if I went over to a terminal and I made a simple request to localhost 8080, and then looked at the console here, you can see the thread is the main thread. So we're using platform threads in this instance. But if we go into our application.properties and we want to enable this, all we do is turn on a single property. Again, one of the things that really excites me about this is probably don't have to rewrite a lot of code to make this happen. We're not asking you to rewrite entire applications. We're just flipping a switch there. So I'm going to restart the application. I'm going to go back to my terminal. I'm going to make that same request to localhost 8080. And now you can see that we are using a virtual thread. So we're taking advantage of this, and you can see that it's under this fork join pool. So this is going to allow us to create, in the past, we've kind of went about different ways to scale applications, right? Like, hey, we're getting a lot of throughput. We may need to scale it using more memory and CPU, more hardware, or we may move to something like reactive programming to kind of solve this problem. And now this just offers another mechanism for scaling our applications, especially on like the Spring MVC side, wherever we're doing some kind of blocking mechanism, talking to a database, talking to another service, which we did in our example today. So I wanted to point that out because if you were to go into something like this and copy that. So let's go ahead and copy this line and go into our just here. I just want to paste that, and if I go ahead and run that, you'll see that that one is still using a main thread because we haven't told it to use virtual threads here, right? We're using it wherever it's been enabled in Spring MVC controllers, in Kafka, if we're using it, wherever that is, virtual threads are enabled, that's where we're going to use it. But again, we're on JDK 21, so we could take advantage of this if we want. We could say thread.of virtual. So we could say of virtual, we can go ahead and start one. So start, and then we can just say in here, let's go ahead and log that. And then rerun that, and now that should be a virtual thread. So again, I just kind of wanted to point that out because we are enabling virtual threads wherever we can, wherever it's supported. But in your code, that doesn't mean that it's just automatically everything is a virtual thread. You still need to understand like how to take advantage of virtual threads in your own application. So unfortunately, I am running up on time, but I just wanted to kind of quickly point this out. Spring Framework 6.1 was released in November of 2023. This is the foundation for Spring Boot 3.2 and 3.3. Again, 3.3 was just released. And these are production ready on JDK 17 and 21. So if you want to learn, if you want to contact me, dan.vega@broadcom.com, @therealdanvega on the Bird app. You can always find out more about me on danvega.dev.
Yeah. Big thanks, Dan, for sharing your knowledge. Your talk was very clear and useful and helpful. I guess we are limited in time, but I have one question from my side. So
yes,
my question is, what you are expecting in the future of Spring? What are you looking forward most?
Yeah, I think from the idea of runtime efficiency, right? We talked about virtual threads today. There's ahead of time compilation. There's Project Crack. There's something called CDS that dropped in 3.3, and it's just again we're all taking different workloads to production, different types of applications, and Java and Spring are giving us the tools to run these applications in production. So CDS allows for a faster startup. With something like Project Layton coming in future versions of the JDK, this is going to be a recurring theme. And I think, in the past, people might have reached for other languages. Go was a huge one to reach for because of concurrency, right? And I don't think that's a case anymore. I think JDK, I think Spring, we have options for all the different types of workloads that we're trying to take to production now. Oh, I can't hear you.
What about now? Now it's good. So
yes,
thank you so much for your answer. Yeah, I like it. We also have a couple of questions in our live chat in YouTube.
Mm-hmm.
And it would be really nice if you can handle it directly in this chat and provide answer to people.
Okay, cool. Yeah, no problem.
Thank you for joining us. Looking forward to next year to see you again.
Awesome. Yeah, thank you so much. I appreciate you guys having me. Have a good one.
Bye.
Bye.
We are open. We are committed. We are whatever it takes. We are one common goal. We are teamwork. We are innovation. And we are always thanking God it's Monday again. We are 1 + 1 = 9.
Hi there. We are Help a Hero, a non-profit organization from Ukraine. Most of us also work in IT, but all our spare time is dedicated to volunteering to support our Ukrainian heroes. Since the full-scale war began, we've provided aid worth over $40 million to our defenders. And it's all thanks to you, our donors. Your contributions truly save lives. Thank you. We know that together we can make a difference and show our support and gratitude to those who risk everything for our freedom. Right now, we're fundraising for a pickup truck, a vehicle much needed for evacuation, and we ask you to contribute as every little bit counts. Scan the QR code and help us help our heroes. Thank you.
Hello guys, we are back. Our next speakers also ready. So we have a couple speakers for this JavaDay event. Rock stars from Ukraine, Andrei and Oleg. How are you? How are you feeling? Are you ready?
Yeah, fine, good. Thank you.
Hello, hello. Yeah, we are.
Yeah, Project Loom has been generating a lot of buzz in the Java community. And title of your talk is Project Loom friend or enemy of Reactive? It's quite intriguing me. I can't wait to start listening, you guys. So if you are ready, guys, please go ahead.
Yeah, perhaps after previous speakers, it is obvious that Project Loom has no alternative. Yeah. Oleg may complain about it, but we will show something that about Project Loom.
Can't wait for it, guys.
Well, for sure, I'm going to be complaining a lot. But this is a story not about just complaining. It's something more. You'll see, folks. So, welcome everyone.
You're
Can
not
you
showing the presentation.
I think I am.
We see your screen with the chat.
Yeah, I guess you need to share another screen because currently we see the general one.
Let's try one more time. Window. Okay, entire screen. Okay, that makes sense. Do you see it right now?
Yeah.
Yes, perfect.
Woo, let's start. So, Loom, friend of foil of Reactive. Let's do a quick recap who we are. My name is Oleg Deruka. I've been with Reactive for, I don't know, not a decade, since, well, technically Reactive is maybe a decade years old. Well, it's more. I'm lying. It's more. So I'm about being a decade in the Reactive field, doing anything related to Reactive. Started from creating products on top of, well, not on top of, but using Reactive, the special Project Reactor, as well as working on Project Reactor. I've been a lead of Project Reactor for the last 2 years and been working on this project for more than 6 years already. So I'm quite a software engineer in Reactive field. Well, Andrew is completely opposite person. He's a fan of imperative, as far as I know, Andrew.
Yeah, I'm usual Java developer that use in Hazelcast traditional imperative style of programming with many threads, and I'm happy with this.
Well, you are, but you know, we always can do better things with Reactive. But before we start this fight, we're going to be fighting with each other technically. Andrew is going to be protecting imperative side and as well as then Loom side, and me is going to be trying to convince him that Reactive is the best solution for everything. But why you want to attend this talk? Because you want to see whether Loom is a solution or not, whether Reactive is a solution or not. So you want to understand and clarify your mind whether you want to use Reactive or you want to get rid Reactive from your code base right away. Figure whether Loom is gonna close Reactive landscape at all, whether it's gonna affect Reactive landscape or not. Well, technically we will summarize it at the very end, since there are some information on that already. In this talk, we're going to talk about problems building modern applications, since majority of you folks are building microservices, server-side applications, and you need to choose whether Reactive or Loom. So this talk is for you if you are in this field. Well, completable feature or Reactive, that's going to be discussed as well in some way. And of course, we're going to be talking about Loom. Well, just to emphasize, we're not going to be talking about the internals of Loom. We're not going to be talking about like what is in Loom right now, what is not, what's going to be the future of Loom, etc., etc. No, we are not a direct contributors to Project Loom, so we can't talk about anything related to the Project Loom, but the current state of this project. So if you want to learn more about Project Loom, you better go for some owners of this project, like Alan Batman. I forgot the second name of the main engineer, Ron Pressler, right? And look what they talk about. At the same time, we're not going to be talking about Project Reactor, details of the Project Reactor. I'm the person to talk about this, but I already talked about this for many years, so there are a ton of talks about the internals, about the use cases, etc., etc. So you better go and rewatch those presentations from the past and learn what is Project Reactor. Of course, you need to have some knowledge about threads, multi-threading, some basic concurrency, and of course understand some concepts of functional programming. And well, it's going to be nice if you know what is Project Reactor, since we're going to be using Project Reactor in our battle and discussion. But yeah, not about the details. So let's start.
So
in order to, yeah, this is actually the app that you and me are building, Andrew. So we are like just entrepreneurs, normal entrepreneurs, software engineers who decided to earn money. As everyone, probably every software engineer want to build something that's gonna bring money and make his life brilliant. And me and Andrew are not exclusion from this rule. We want to just do nothing and earn money. Yes. So we decided to build a startup, and like really promising field for many years, even today, is IoT. Like, of course, this is not as shiny and brightly as artificial intelligence and all this LLVM, etc. stuff that everyone is talking about right now, but this is pretty promising field, and we want to build some IoT things related to house, to like owners, to sensors, and we want to build an app that's gonna let one to log into this app, collect information about the houses. So this is for rich people. So if rich people are gonna use it, we're gonna start paying rich people as well, maybe, or not, who knows. And in this particular case, user log into this app, see their apartments, choose one which the person wanna look at, and see information about sensors that are installed in their apartments. It's not just temperature sensors as it could be, but many sensors. In our particular case, this is, well, really simple and straightforward example, temperature sensors. So it means that in this particular case, we have multiple things in our app. We already have some front end, which we're gonna emit. We have a backend, and we have database where we store information about users. So this is pretty straightforward. In this particular database, we have list of user houses, of course, a list of users. So we let one to log into the system, see the houses, and then choose the one and collect information about available sensors installed in this particular apartment. Really straightforward, nothing complex, and probably, I would agree, the simplest solution to this particular problem is imperative programming.
Yeah.
Yeah, and this implementation is pretty straightforward as such. Nothing complex in there. Indeed, I agree. Well, we make a call to repository, and then we make another call to find all the sensor informations. Well, but that's not it. The second part of it is to collect temperature information. And this could be quite a challenging task. Why? Well, because every sensor is independent software, independent microserver, which can respond to our requests and return actual information about temperature. Well, we started from really simple and naive solution. We don't have like a single hub which collects all the info from the sensors. They have connection to Wi-Fi or, I don't know, to network somehow, doesn't matter, and they are capable to return some information. So we can go ask for some information like current temperature and get response back. So what could be the solution for that, Andrew, in imperative approach?
For this, first of all, we need some sensor client, and this sensor client will take the temperature by the sensor ID. And we could running the traditional loop and going by each sensor and collect the temperature, save it into some array list, and that's all. It's simple, it works fine.
Well, it works, but there is one micro problem, Andrew. Small problem. It's called N+1 problem. Small, big problem, well-known problem. So here in this particular case, we need to go sequentially to every independent server through the network, through the whole world to collect this information. So there is a latency. And the more sensors we have, the more latency, the higher latency we're gonna get. And that's a problem, since our expectations that we set to our users gonna be easily skipped, and we violate everything that we promised to user. So we need to make response time stable. Can we do that, Andrew, is imperative?
Yeah, don't worry. With streams, we can do this with stream parallel. But if you would like to have the imperative, we could use threads and we can use executor service. And with the executor service, we could use the invoke all that takes the list of callables. The callables is the actual logic that go into the sensor, take data, convert it, and put it into the array. And with invoke all, everything will be executed in parallel, and we are finished with this.
Well, sounds pretty interesting.
And pretty easy.
Well, pretty easy, of course. It sounds easy, but one more problem that may appear once we start doing this remote communication is that one of the sensor may not return the response immediately, and we still need to feed into our SLAs. And if one sensor takes too much time to respond, then like everything is broken. Can we just skip maybe this sensor information for now, since this is allowed, and just return what we got immediately? That's going to be something.
Of course. There is invoke all different overloading of these methods, and one of these with timeout. And with this, you will have only the list of sensors that is in this time frame.
Well, interesting. But it's going to be really promising for every normal software engineer, not involved much in the concurrency, internal details of multi-threading, in Java. And you got me. I know all of this stuff. And if you carefully look into invoke all documentation, you will find out that, first of all, this is a blocking method.
Oh.
Even though it returns a list of features, it is blocking. It blocks the progress immediately. So this is one problem. Second problem, what if one of them gonna throw an exception? So connection failure. Is it gonna cancel everything else? Is it gonna cancel just this one and return what it already collected? I don't know. So. Probably it's gonna cancel everything, throw an exception, and bye-bye. This is, well, not fine, right, Andrew? And I'm not talking again about that this call is blocking. You wait for all the features to complete, and only after that you get access to already pre-collected data. So technically one thread which is making invocation of this method is blocked and cannot do any useful work in the middle while features are being resolved. So this is a problem.
Okay, if you're concerned about this, we could rewrite the same logic in a completable future, not in completable, with countdown large way. So we could manually to extract this invoke call and create a usual for loop cycle that with countdown logic that will go by each sensors in parallel, and in this way we could in manual way try to catch exceptions and you have mentioned something, and before the large await we could put all our logic that we would like to execute in parallel with our calls, and after this don't forget to call the shutdown now, and that's all.
Yeah, don't forget this, don't forget that. Don't forget how to configure countdown large. Don't forget that you need concurrent data structure like copy and write and released. Don't forget to shut down your created executor service, since it's going to be wasted resources, since nobody going to close this for you. And many other problems like configuring await, etc., etc., and actually checking whether large await completed in the required time. But this is minor thing. Andrew, I think it's complex.
No,
I think we can do better, and I'm not talking about scalability, because here we have poor scalability. This is proven by Amdahl, This is proven by universal scalability law, which says the more threads you create, the poorer scalability you get at some point in time. Since all those threads going to be competing for available few CPUs, not like thousands of threads going to be somehow interacting with each other. No, they're going to be managed by kernel thread manager, since this is real threads. And this is going to be poor scalability because of this concurrency and a fair spread of resources between all of them. So no progress, poor performance, since all of them are just fighting for resources, and nothing, no SLAs.
But code is very simple. It is clear for junior, middle, and even for senior developer. And if you're concerned about scalability, let's put another several dollars and rent some extended AWS instance.
Yeah, AWS is going to be happy for you using imperative, since you're going to be paying not just more $100, but more $100,000. And indeed, AWS is going to be happy with this approach. So maybe, Andrew, we can do better.
Why? How? In which way we can do better?
Well, we can use well-known async and non-blocking. And even though you don't want to use like some other external dependencies, you prefer to use the minimized set of libraries that you add in your project, that's okay, because this approach is available in JDK 8. So everyone can use it. Everyone today is on JDK 8 at least. So we can use completable future. Majority of servers supports this async non-blocking approach through completable futures. Majority clients support this approach through returning completable futures. So what you need to do, you just need to write another interface. You just need to use another HTTP client which supports completable future, and we have many of them, and refactor your app and return completable futures everywhere. Well, it's easy.
Make some changes in our code for completable future.
Yes, let me show it to you. So folks, before we start digging into this area, so this is our app. Really simple Spring applications that we are discussing right now. It has controllers, repository, service. It's Spring application started to everyone. So you probably should be familiar with this code. We don't do anything beyond that. And what you see right now is the implementation that we just discussed. So this is imperative implementation. So Andrew, what we want to do, we want to refactor this implementation. And in order to make this like more software refactoring, we can create a dedicated async sensor service, which of course should have a reference to all the async sensor repositories. They all have to return completable future. That's like a minor thing, we can do that. Everything should be completable future. And then we can start refactoring our implementation. Well, now we can get rid of all this imperative stuff and get completable future. So here's our completable future return from find by user ID repository. And of course, we're not going to be storing this as an imperative approach. We're going to be using functional approach because we are functional programming developers. We should embrace this approach. So we're going to be using method chaining. We're going to be embracing monads and all this functional cool stuff. So we're going to be calling just then compose. Then compose is accepting a function. And this function is going to be called once we find something in the repository in a sync non-blocking way. So we're going to have invocation of this specific function. So we need to implement this function body. This is easy. We don't even have to rewrite anything. We can use some bits of imperative that we had before. And that's it. Easy. We are done.
I think we only done for the first part of the task to take the list of sensors, but not done with the temperature, to get in the temperature.
For sure. Of course, we need to remember that everything should accept and return completable futures, maybe. So we need to also change the type in here. And yeah, the second part. The second part is somewhat challenging, as you said, Andrew. Like countdown latches, etc., etc. But we can get rid of that. We can modify the typing, return typing right away. And here we immediately get completable feature as well. So this is nice. Now, we don't need all of this. We can use it, but we don't. We want to write everything in truly functional and async non-blocking approach. And we have support for that in completable feature as well. So we use then complete, then compose as usual. We get sensor infos. We implement this body. And now we're going to use recursion in order to enable parallel recursive way to resolve completable features. And this could be done easily. You know, just like this. You know, I just typed in a second and wrote this easy and straightforward implementation where we create some empty completable feature and then go through this list of sensors and combine this list of sensors with another feature and then store it back. And then go iteratively through all the sensors and create those features. And since completable features are running right now, we know that because completable feature, when it obtained, it means that it is running. So the process is running, and this reduction, which technically make everything sequential, is just technically make everything sequential. I mean, responses collected sequentially, but this is just a minor thing since we reduce everything into one array and return it back. I like it. This is truly functional approach. Every software engineer that use functional programming does it.
Are you using AI JetBrains extension to generate this kind of code?
What extension?
AI.
AI extension?
AI.
Oh, I don't have this plugin installed. No, I don't.
So, can you write this code by your own?
Yes, of course.
Yeah, I think it is very easy for usual developer with 10 years of Reactive background to write the similar code. But what about the usual developers?
Well, I don't know. I have like reactive programming classes where I teach everyone to use functional reactive programming. So I can educate everyone, you know.
And by the way, what about timeouts? In this CodeMS, I don't see it.
Well,
is there or not?
Yeah, we can add it. You know, with JDK 9, there is a dedicated timeout, complete on timeout method, which let one to complete this. With timeout, right that. No, it had to be, yeah, all good, just commas. All fine, no worries, it's not me missed in this functional pappardelle, it's just right place to apply complete on timeout. Or if you are still in Java 8, which is, well, there is some probability that you are here, you can write a custom implementation of timeout completable future. It's really easy. You know, it's just like this. Just boom! And you have timeout completable features, which is super easy. You have to manually schedule a timeout. It's gonna run and runnable. And then if it's run and runnable before completion of the real response, and you complete it before then, and blah, 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 and then you have to cancel the rest of it. So it's easy, Andrew. And then you can apply it easily as well, like this. Just look timeout, apply either this or that, and the first one, which is going to be completing, going to be returning the result. So the same way for JDK. Just a bit of code. It's available on Stack Overflow, Andrew.
Oh, I think I will try to convince my customer to switch on Java 9, then trying to write this kind of the code. Okay. Yeah, indeed. Okay, as for me, it's look like the mess of functional code with some additional operation inside where I should understand every steps and what operation and in what part of the code you should put it. And is it designed to use in this way? I don't think so. It should be much easier. It is Java. Java should be very straightforward and clear language and very intuitive.
Well, I don't know whether it's straightforward and intuitive, but I can agree that it works, although in a bit complex way. But you know, this is, well, I never liked completable futures. It's just you talking about like using less other libraries for security. It's your expert, and you wrote a PhD on software security, not me. I'm fine with using external libraries. For example, we can use true async and non-blocking library. We can use something like Project Reactor, which is even more than just async and non-blocking library. It's reactive. Reactive, Andrew. It's reactive. Reactive.
Reactive.
And what can
interactive?
Well, it's reactive types. It's streaming. It's streaming as well as async non-blocking in a bad way. First of all, it's completely different to completable future since you have to subscribe. Well, you don't have to forget to subscribe, otherwise nothing is gonna run. So this is another problem that everyone should remember when they start working with reactive. But this is fine. Everyone can remember that at some point in time when nothing runs at production. But what you need to do, you just need to use Project Reactor, and you just need to use monotype instead of completable future. This is almost equal type, but even better. It has tons of methods. We will talk about that. And it's lazy in all the way, and you can easily combine it. And it's just perfect, Andrew. Just perfect. Just trust me.
Just show me. Is it simpler than using completable future?
It is. So this is reactive implementation of our sensor service, which we're going to refactor to Reactor right now. And as usual, what we need to do, we need to use Mono. Or, well, you can use Flux, you know, since Flux is a sequence of events. But maybe we need to use Mono. We will see. This has to be decided at some point in time. So this one now returns Mono. Come on. ID works.
You should remove return.
Okay. So find by user ID now returns Flux instead of completable future. You can adopt completable future, but well, Spring supports reactive. There is Spring Web Flux, there is Project Reactor, there is Reactor Native. So everything is reactive by today, so we can just easily use it. If it is in Spring, then it should just work. So we have the same functional approach, but better. We don't need to use this imperative stuff. We can get rid of it right away. I can just easily command it and use proper thing to find something. It's filter function, and it's filter. It's called filter. You can just use it to figure out whether house ID is the right one. And then if you found nothing, you don't have to throw exception as before in your function. You have a proper language for switching if nothing was found. Switch if empty. And return error. And then you assume that if switch if empty never worked, then you can start handling the result. Found house info, and then request for temperature. Not for temperature, we just need to use sensors repository, find by ID, house info, sensor IDs, and that's it. Easy, Andrew. Easy and straightforward way to handle this. Well, the only caveat here is that technically, well, everything is fine, perfect, ideal.
Yeah, for DB case, it is quite easy, but for temperature case,
well, it is easy at this one. Just believe me. Beforehand, we had to mess with this parallelism with complex reduction. Now everything is solved for us, Andrew. Everything. Project Reactor is super rich project. You have hundreds of different utility methods, literally. All of these software engineering backend problems are solved for you. You can do anything, solve all type of problems. We've done that for you in order to make your life simpler, of course. So parallelism is part of Project Reactor, and you don't have to use this mess anymore. You can just use one flat map, sensor info, and then request for temperature, and that's it.
Is it some Java stream flat map, or it has something special behavior here?
Well, it's slightly different compared to Java stream. This flat map makes everything parallel. So if you read the documentation, you will figure out that flat map is technically flat in async publisher, which represents async process. It subscribes to it, and it makes everything parallel. So this is by default.
Cool. And timeout?
Well, this is easy. Andrew, this is easy. This is part of Project Reactor. Timeouts, retries, everything that you need to handle proper connectivity with remote server is here. Easy. Just use it. Everything is built in for you, for engineers.
Okay, it looks pretty easy if we are familiar with this API. How many of methods?
I think hundreds. We can look at it. We can decompile flux and see that here we have like.
Yeah, and this is for convenience of usage for engineers. Yeah.
Yeah.
No, hundreds of methods. How many of these methods written by you?
Some of them. Maybe 10, maybe hundreds, who knows?
Yeah. Okay. You convinced me that this code base looks like very easy, but what about a learning curve, about learning some API methods, understanding the reactive concept, and so on? Is it easy to start with a Project Reactor?
I don't know. It's to judge by you, Andrew, and by everyone else. For me, it's really straightforward. Well, you just need to figure out what is flat map, what is concave map, to understand that flat map in Flux is actually parallel flat map or merge map, to understand that concave map is technically the same as flat map in Mono. Well, and maybe at some point you decide to give up with that, but it's better than paying $1,100 to WS. You better pay it for me, and I will educate your every engineer how to use Project Reactor.
Thank you. And but we have some statistics about learning curve between coroutines and different reactive projects, and it says that it is not very easy. Also, if someone who is not very familiar with this kind of programming, trying to implement something, it creates a complete mess. Or the person who would like to show its mathematical or analytic functional ability trying to write something, it also will not be understandable for other part of the team. Also, you should not forget about the debugging. When you are trying to debug some of this code, you will not see your own code. You will see the some stack trace with different flux, mono, and internal observable things.
Well, that's true. I can't refuse it. I just need to admit it that Project Reactor is about functional. Functional is not for everyone. So maybe it's complex. But Andrew, what do you want? What do you want from me? I offered you a proper solution to a problem which just solves what we need.
I think that the answer is obvious. We are talking about Project Loom, and Brian Goetz promised us in this slide picture the perfect future. And the Project Loom should be shining and should solve all our problems. Do we have the Brian Goetz speech? We don't hear the voice. Yeah, but here Brian Goetz said in his interview that he thinks that the project Loom will kill the reactive approach and perhaps the reactive programming.
Well, yeah, probably sound should be shared as well, but this is a different story. So indeed, Brian Goetz said that Loom is gonna kill reactive, and well, technically it's killing reactive.
It's already
maybe?
done. Yeah, we have for now in Java 21 that virtual threads are here, and as we have seen, it is already implemented in different frameworks. And the next will be the scope, values, and structured concurrency. And when everything will be implemented, we will not need anymore some reactive approaches and reactive libraries.
Andrew, well, that's cool. We can trust to Brian Goetz since he is building Java, the main architect.
And we can rewrite this with the, I can show how we can use the project Loom and rewrite everything you have done before with only one small changes.
Well, technically you wanted to say that we don't have to rewrite probably anything.
Anything except one line of code. Let's look at the executors. And now if we will change the cache thread pool on a new virtual thread per task executor, we have done. And that's all.
Well, one more thing. This code is still ugly.
Oh.
And how about server side?
With server side, you are not running this code from method main. You are running it with some Spring Boot server. And as we have seen, it is already compatible with Project Loom. As show our previous speaker, it is very simple to use one property, and Spring Boot becomes a Project Loom friendly, and everything already done. And you shouldn't rewrite your invoke all completable futures or reactive. And the code continue to be very concise, very familiar, and very straightforward.
Well, probably if one run this, it should see virtual thread somewhere. Indeed,
Yeah.
I tried that, Andrew. I tried it with the latest Spring Boot 3.2, and it is easy as you say. But one problem.
And
it's still ugly code.
Is it the ice cream?
No.
No, it looks like the ice cream and you're happy.
No. It's something different, Andrew.
What problem do you see here?
Well, it's complex. Can we do better?
Complex? Oh, okay. If you would like to do better and trying to do this in a more functional way, we can try to use streams that you are like, I understand that you are like functional programming, like functional streams, and we could utilize our invoke all and receive the stream, the futures, and then collect it to the list. And if you are complaining that the invoke all is blocking, we could do better. We could run the invoke all in another virtual thread, and between this new future, we can call another actions and then block on return with join, and between doing some another things, and it will be very not expensive since we are using everywhere the virtual threads. Of course, if you would like to do it even better, we can write it in a so-called structured task scope way. The structured task scope is the ability to group our task and create some group operation. about this task. So we can take our initial list of tasks or callables that should call every sensors, and on each of these tasks call the fork method. The fork method will run the virtual thread that execute this particular task, and then you could collect the results into the future, and using the scope joined until this deadline, you will wait when all of them will be finished with the deadline. And after this, you could go of each of these future and take the list of finished results.
Well,
yeah.
This sounds interesting, but timeouts. How about like making sure that nothing is cancelled, and if you are in time limit, you just collect what you have. Well, how to extend this?
Yes.
It sounds interesting, but yeah.
Yeah, for this case, if you don't like to use the existing scope, you could create some customer timed scope and put this logic inside of this customer typed scope. So it is very easy to extend. You should only override one method handle complete, that it is automatically executed when some task already finished, and you will receive the future for this. Inside this method, you could implement everything. You could try to catch errors, implement cancellation in some way, and if the results is here, you should put it somewhere, for example, in a results queue, and this results queue could be returned by call the results function, yeah, and the API from the for the client, for the customer, will be very easy. It will be on the next slide.
Well, this sounds like we should see the libraries implementing this stuff for us. I don't know if every engineer is going to be doing that, because this is going to be a lot of boilerplate since everyone would have to implement it, but I can agree that we can see the future in this. Indeed, I admit that this is promising. But you know, Andrew, the whole approach that we started with is somewhat limiting. You know, going to independent sensor and ask it periodically is complex. It's still problematic. And I think that the approach that we started with can be improved. And instead of going to the sensors and asking them, and we have to remember that maybe sensors are behind the firewall, so we can't just easily access to them. Maybe they can connect to us and instead stream data to us. So how Project Loom can solve this transparently, easily, in the same way as you demonstrated? Can you show me?
Yeah, you could do this in a simple way. We could use the observer, but this is not a Loom friendly approach, and the Loom will not help with this. So we should forget about it. And for Loom approach, we could use some iterable, without the observer pattern and so on. We could only change our interface. And now from one single double, we could return some iterable, and taking this iterable, we could iterate in virtual threads of this iterable.
Well, take it easy. Let me try it. I need to first understand it by trying it, and then I'm going to be able to say whether it's going to work or not. So this is our original approach that we can refactor. I'm not going to be doing that for now, and I'm just going to be trying to do what you say. So you say we can return iterable for streaming, and our approach should rely on capability of a client to also stream in an iterable way. So here is our iterable method for streaming, And now, well, how can we do that? We have multiple sensors. Maybe we should just merge it somehow. You say merge.
And use for loop.
Yeah, so we can in for loop execute this process of iterating over every independent stream here. So here we request a stream, and since this is in independent virtual thread, this should technically work. But now how we can transfer this information to the outside world?
Let's create very simple, create some blocking queue. And put the sensor data into this queue.
Okay. So we can use something like blocking queue. Okay.
And if you will block here, it is everything fine because you are in a virtual thread inside.
Okay, and then we can just simply return this queue outside, so one can iterate and subscribe, let's say, to it and iterate over the content within this queue. It's going to be the subscriber, the one who iterates over is going to be blocked if there is no data, and it's going to see the progress whenever we emit something into it. So, well, this makes sense. But there are a couple of things, a couple of problems that I see here. So first of all, how we can propagate cancellation. So we start this process, and the futures returned by the submit method are not consumed. So how we can unsubscribe?
Oh,
well, linked blocking queue doesn't have this API yet.
You can create some wrapper or extend this queue, or create some small utils library for our projects that everyone in our company will use later.
Okay, how about back pressure?
Back pressure, it is very simple. This is the linking queue, and just put the size of this capacity, and it is solved.
Well, Andrew, you know, it sounds like one should create the whole project reactor on its own, using just virtual threads and Loom, and think about thousands of corner cases like cancellation. And, you know, structured concurrency that we see right now in preview does not solve this. It offers something, but it seems that we should see 1,000 of libraries that start solving those problems for us. And you know, Andrew, I think this is over-engineering. For a streaming case, we already have a solution. And you know, this is reactive.
Oh.
Reactive? You know, reactive is not about observer. It's not about something that is explained by this Oracle Fox. Loom is not going to kill reactive, because reactive is much more than that. Reactive is functional approach. It started from reactive animation. The goal was to combine functional observer pattern and iterable pattern to solve streaming problems. Today we have a ton of nice libraries that offers us nice capability for solving streaming problems. And what is important, reactive programming is about programming over a stream of data. That's what we need to solve this problem. Moreover, in reactive streams, we have this brilliant concept of publisher, subscriber with support of back pressure, when subscriber can transparently communicate to publisher how many elements it needs right now. So we don't have to buffer anything. This is just a transparent communication in non-blocking way, so publisher knows how many it has to produce. And moreover, it's been since 2015 there in JDK 9. It's all available. So,
can you show us how it can be implemented with Project Reactor?
Well,
I think streaming.
Well, I think that this is going to be easier. I don't think we have to spend much time on that, but we don't even have to rewrite this method. This already does streaming. We just need to replace this part with streaming dedicated stream method, and that's it. We don't even have to rewrite anything. Easy, Andrew. It's already a stream. Before it was a finite stream, now it's infinite stream.
And
that's all we need.
Maybe solve cancellation problem, but
all these problems are solved. You just take it and use it. You know, Andrew, I would say even more. Looking into Project Loom, I think Loom and Project Reactor can do really nice job together. You know, Loom and Project Reactor can be composed. And you know, if you don't want to write some you don't want to use some mono stuff because you don't know whether you need to use Flux or mono in these particular places, you can replace it with imperative counterpart and just use these imperative things for simple scenarios. And whenever you need to use complex things, you've wrapped this into Flux, given that you're running on virtual threads. And then for streaming, you just return iterable. And Project Reactor solves all this complexity that you show me with structured concurrency and this blocking queue within FlatMap already. Easy. Moreover, you know, for all blocking calls, we can just subscribe on a scheduler. And before that was bounded elastic. Technically, well, in order to avoid all these exhaustive platform threads, which creates a lot of competition on CPUs, we can use virtual thread scheduler, wrap it into scheduler, and that's it, and run our blocking calls on dedicated virtual threads. You know, you can even parallelize everything. Even more, Andrew. Starting from Reactor 3.6, we created a dedicated support for virtual threads where you can specify that you want to run bounded elastic on virtual threads, and then magically all of your bounded threads blocking calls gonna start running on virtual threads just by using one single property. So you don't have to write anything. You can just specify one property in your app, and that's it. And it's available actually in Spring Framework, so you can configure this through the properties and just have it up and running. So I think it's brilliant.
So you say that inside one project we could combine Project Loom and Reactive approach, and they will not collide with each other?
Yes, I think so. I think Loom is friend of Reactive, and they can collaborate really well. Well, let's summarize it. I think Loom is going to simplify our applications. I indeed agree that we can see a lot of future in that. We can embrace imperative programming when it's needed, and we can combine it with Reactive to simplify some complex concurrency orchestration problems. And, you know, just one more thing.
Yeah, well, just one thing. Don't forget that the Project Loom has some limitation, and for the current moment, it has an unfair scheduling scheme. For example, that the thread or the virtual thread will be returned to the so-called pool only when you have some yielding method or something like blocking operation. In other case, if you will have some CPU bound, it will be taking the whole virtual thread and will not give it to other tasks. Also, there are some additional problems with virtual threads, but the author promised that it should be solved when they rewrite some Java core internal native libraries. Also, we have some problems that this Project Loom couldn't be easily extended by using, for example, by Netty and utilize so-called yield function. But for the most common case, it is ready, and you should maybe not rewrite your code and continue to use the modern frameworks. But in the complex scenarios, when you need some orchestration, perhaps it will be better to look to some reactive frameworks and approaches.
Well, sounds like some stuff has to be done by Oracle, and we should still wait for Loom to get stable. So after all, we can just say one thing. Probably Loom is not going to be killing Reactive right now. We will see what's going to be happening in the future. But thanks God, software engineers are lazy and slow, so this future should to come. Well, thanks everyone for being with us, and probably it's time for questions.
Yeah, it was very interesting. From another side, I could say it was very funny. You did a great job. So, and I can always suggest you to create a dedicated channel on YouTube and every month host the new videos, maybe even podcast, what is very modern now. So it was very, very cool and very funny. You did a great stand-up. So yeah, let's move for the questions. Let me see the questions. So
there was some questions in a chat, but we already answered it about Project Loom and reactive programming and coexists in the same application. And the Project Loom better in which scenarios than the reactive approach? I think we already answered it during our talk.
Yes, I could say that this question was given before or in progress in your talk, but there is the question from Frankie de Jong. Could you see this question?
No. Yeah, I see.
So what is this question, Andrew? Can you read it?
Yeah. Are there specific scenarios where you see Project Loom complementing or even challenging reactive approaches?
Well, I think that like from what I see, the main competition for with like of Loom with Project Reactor is the simple cases when we don't have much orchestration, like just we make one call and then we do another call sequential. We don't have to parallelize anything. And with Project Reactor, you're bound to this kind of colored things. You have to use mono. Of course, you may kind of block things and convert everything back to imperative, but this is not a convenient approach to do so. So for these cases, Project Loom is going to be much more simpler, straightforward, familiar to everyone than Project Reactor, which has like hundreds of methods, which works in a specific way, which you have to understand, which you need to understand how to combine them using functional approach, etc., etc. So this is a challenging part. And for those cases where it's just a CRUD app, you go to database, get response back, and map this response and map it back to network. For those cases, Loom is going to be like the best solution. For cases where you have lots of orchestration, like Gateway, where you have streaming scenarios, like Loom doesn't solve it yet. At least we haven't seen it in the JAPs for upcoming JDK 22, 23, 24. Nothing is talking about like proper channel, proper interoperability, proper communication approaches between those threads, between like even methods to transfer your kind of processing. There are no generators and similar patterns which are available in modern programming languages like .NET or Python or JavaScript. So there are many things to solve, and until probably we get there, it's going to be another 10 years. I don't know.
And the question, are virtual threads the same as Go routines? Are you familiar with Go?
I think so. They are pretty similar.
But on the different level, yeah.
Go routines probably similar. I mean, conceptually, this is cooperative concurrency in its nutshell. I don't know the details of Go, but this should be, at least as far as I remember, Java is inspired by Go approach to avoid colored functions and like to avoid this async await as it is in Kotlin and .NET, and just use transparent and straightforward concepts like thread, which is then virtual thread underneath.
And for you, especially, can we use reactive approach with blocking database?
I think, well, we can use it. We just need to create a dedicated thread pool, which is going to be equal to number of connections. Since we know that we are limited in connection pool in any case, we cannot create unlimited number of connection to database. So technically, this is solvable. There are even white papers on this topic from Lightband folks, if I'm not wrong.
So thank you guys for your answers, I guess. Another speaker is waiting us. So yeah, we are limited in time. Sorry for that. But I guess you did great, guys. Thank you for being with us.
Thank you.
Looking forward to the next years.
Yeah, in person. See you in person next year.
See you, Andrei, Oleg. Bye.
Bye.
Hi there. We are Help a Hero, a nonprofit organization from Ukraine. Most of us also work in IT, but all our spare time is dedicated to volunteering to support our Ukrainian heroes. Since the full-scale war began, we've provided aid worth over 40 million to our defenders. And it's all thanks to you, our donors. Your contributions truly save lives. Thank you. We know that together we can make a difference and show our support and gratitude to those who risk everything for our freedom. Right now, we're fundraising for a pickup truck, a vehicle much needed for evacuation, and we ask you to contribute as every little bit counts. Scan the QR code and help us help our heroes. Thank you.
Hey, Paco. How are you? Can you hear me well? Hey.
Oh, wait, I can't hear. Am I supposed to? Is this working?
Yeah, we can hear you well.
Okay, is it already? We're already live even.
Oh, they're live, right. Live from Lviv, Ukraine.
Yes, nice. Yeah, sorry, I was a bit looking at where getting used to the streaming tool.
No problem for us. It's also a new tool and for the first time. Anyway, you're here and joined. We're pretty excited to have you, and especially today, you are closing our event. You're the last speaker for today, so pretty excited. How are you?
Yeah, I'm doing well. I was honestly hoping that I could make it to Ukraine, but it turns out that I have to do it online, unfortunately. Maybe in next year I will be able to visit you guys, because I'd love to. But yeah, given the situation, it's a bit hard. But it's doing great. The weather is a bit unfortunate, but I'm looking forward. I saw some very nice talks already, some nice discussions. So that's.
Yeah, thank you. I saw in the call for paper you mentioned that would like to have a tour in at Lviv. So
yes, exactly.
Let's plan it for next time. Definitely, yeah. Looking forward then for next time. And Why I mentioned that it's a pretty excitement topic because this type of testing not commonly discussed, at least in my bubble of engineering. It
Yeah.
will be something different, like unit testing, maybe integration testing, something, etc. So that's why it would be pretty interesting to hear some insights from your side, and pretty curious to hear what is special in that type of testing. Yeah, and why do you selected that area to talk?
Yeah, so just like you, at some point I learned about it. In my case, I was doing my master thesis on test effectiveness, and then I found this tool, and I noticed that there's very few people that know about it, even though it's quite an easy to use tool, or at least a good tool to know about. And that's also the goal of this presentation, to give you another tool that you can add to your testing suite or testing toolkit. You don't have to use it, of course. That depends on the situation, which I also discuss at the end of the presentation on when you should or should not consider this. But yeah, like you said, there's a lot of people that don't know about this, that it exists, and I think just awareness already is quite nice. At least you take home something.
Great. Then I don't want to keep you longer. Let's get start, and let's hear about this new type of testing. Yeah.
Okay. You can see my slides, right?
Yeah, all good.
Nice. Okay. Then I can just need to hide this pop-up here. Yes. So indeed, oh, now the presentation is gone. Let me get this back. Yes. Yeah, so I'm going to be talking about mutation testing. My name is Paak van Beckhoven. I've been working for the past 10 plus years in software engineering, which I learned quite a lot of things on the go. I'm currently working in Switzerland at Hexagon's Innovation Hub, where I work on a HXDR, which is a cloud-based platform that allows users to view large 3D models, export them, and sort of explore digital replicas of real-world application using various 3D models. Most of this you can already forget, but that's the platform at least I'm working on right now. But the reason I'm here is, like I said, I already have some experience with mutation testing for my thesis on test effectiveness. And I really like code quality, and those two made that I really like to talk about this topic to enlighten others and at least tell about its existence. Now, I want to start off with a small story about quality. So this is a story about my graduation internship, where I was given the task to improve and further develop a traffic-related Android application. And as I started, I did everything according to the textbook. So I refactored the code to increase testability, or from static to dependency injection, measuring code coverage, starting to build integration tests. And with Android, you can do all kinds of cool stuff with checking if notifications appear, if you're simulating a car driving around. Anyway, I wrote at the end a nice graduation report, which was mostly me telling about how I improved the quality this and quality that. But then the problem was that at the very end, I lost a full grade on not actually defining what quality is. So just to make up for past mistakes, I want to start with a definition of software quality. According to IEEE, which is a research publisher, they say the degree to which a system, component, or process meets specified requirements. And you could more well summarize this, or alternative way to say this is how well did you implement the requirements. Now, this is still a bit vague, but luckily there's also a nice ISO 25010 model, which helps us measure, but also structure these requirements mostly. And then while looking at this and looking at what I wrote in my graduation report, when I was talking about software quality, I was actually just talking about maintainability mostly. I spent a lot of time on improving the maintainability, but security-wise, for example, I didn't do anything. So, and the other thing that I like when looking at this table is that you can see that there's many different perspectives of software quality. Perspectives that don't always align. You have the classic between people that want, the more stricter the security gets, the less usable usually these flows get. Even though we might have conflicts within teams, in the end, you all have the same overarching goal, which is to improve the overall quality. And in the end, that depends on the requirements. So if there is no requirements on usability and your application needs to be super secure, that means that your application is still fine if it's not very useful because there were no requirements, so you can still say it's good. For now, for this presentation, we're going to be talking about testing mostly. And specifically, we're going to be talking about automated unit tests. So I want to start with, just to get us all aligned, what is a unit test? So for this, we have it's a very simple example, the calculator class. So this one does multiplication, A times B. Now, if we would add tests for this, unit tests, where you test the smallest possible unit, we could add 2 different unit tests, for example. Well, we could add many, of course, and there's many ways to test the calculator, but for now, you do multiplication, see if the outcome is as expected. And just because it always feels weird, you also check the corner case of not division, multiplication with 0. So this is what we call a unit test. And we write these tests for various reasons. And I think the most important reason is that we write tests to make it easier to make changes to existing code and to sort of gain confidence that whatever we're changing doesn't break anything. So whatever we make a new change here, that not something here suddenly falls apart or when you refactor things. But actually, there's unit tests have many more benefits. One of them that often is forgotten is that tests can also serve as documentation. So when you're trying to figure out what a certain piece of business logic does, the test can actually give you some hints on what is going on, what is going in, and then what you can expect from the outcome. But it's also a nice way to document certain decisions. So in the past, to give you an example, I was working at a company where we were building a warehouse service, and we had an endpoint that returned both deleted and non-deleted warehouses. And it was also deleted warehouses were returned on purpose. However, we only had tests written for warehouses that were not deleted. And then at some point we forgot about this. The next person came in and thought we had a bug, because it's weird. Why would we return deleted warehouses? It was a soft delete, by the way. So he thought we had a bug. We all thought, oh, this is indeed weird. So we changed it. And the funny part is that when he fixed this, none of the tests failed. So he didn't really have to change the test. And that was actually the problem, because as you expect, it was actually intended behavior. So indeed, 5 minutes, maybe a day later, front end came by and say, hey, where did the deleted warehouses go? Whereas one simple unit test where we would have also had deleted warehouses in the test set would have prevented this bug from making it all the way there. So it sort of served as that could have indicated that it was a deliberate decision. Another one is the feedback cycle. So the classic, more explorative approach is that you implement something, and then after starting the entire application, you figure out at the very end that you have a null pointer exception. Whereas this probably could have been easily caught at the beginning if we just written a unit test. And those unit tests we have to write anyway. So if you would have done it at the beginning, you would have saved this whole iteration. Now, one that I like particularly, and this is, of course, a bit of an extreme quote, but especially this one is for all the consultants out there. Consultants, I was also a consultant for the past 5 years, in which, we build nice things. We go to a greenfield project, we build something nice, and then once we get bored of it, we sort of run off to the next assignment, leaving others to deal with whatever we created. And now I had a colleague who always said to me, you always come at this crossroad, right? When you're developing, where you have the choice to either spend more time on tests or documentation, or click the approve button and click merge button and not have to be bothered with this problem again. And he is still, to this day, the voice in the back of my head that says, okay, think about what it would be if you were in the shoes of the person that's going to maintain your code later on. Think about the next John or Jane Doe and how they would feel about you taking a shortcut here. And that usually is enough to get me back on the right path. And the same goes for testing. That's why we write tests. We write tests because we want to make it easy for the next person to work on this project. And if all these reasons usually are not convincing enough, then usually there is a boss, an architect, or a team lead who's telling you to write unit tests. And at the end of the day, most of us are writing unit tests. So we're all happily adding more and more tests, but we also sort of run into a problem. Because as a project evolve and grow further, the tests also evolve. But the problem is that tests are often missed when refactoring or get a lot less attention. And it's not just during refactoring, it's also, for example, during reviews. Whenever we make a new feature, we spend a lot of time checking the production code, checking if everything makes sense. But then if we start looking at the tests, it's usually, oh, the test passed. You should have probably written good enough tests, so then we sort of accept it. And then if we look at what we do monitoring-wise for test code, there's not a lot. There's a lot of metrics we do. We look a lot in Sonar at the production code, but at the test code, there's effectively actually only one real metric that we use, which is code coverage. And with code coverage, we measure the degree to which the source code of a program is executed when a particular test suite runs, the most used metric. And actually, this is quite nice. So I wanted to go over the different coverage metrics and just see how they help us. So if we look at a very basic example. So I have a method, and this is the context of a conference. At the conference, you can submit proposals to do a talk, just like at JavaDay Lviv. And we pass the number of open proposals that we have and the deadline. And now whenever the number of open proposals goes beyond the max, or whenever the deadline is exceeded, we get an error. It's fairly simple. Probably would have written it somewhere else in a different way. But now if we're going to look at code coverage metrics, the first and simplest code coverage metric there is would be method coverage. And with method coverage, it says you just need to write effectively one test calling this method, and then you have 100% coverage. So we're going to add one test in which we say we have no open proposals yet, and the deadline is 100 seconds in the future. Now, 100% coverage. We can take it another step further. If we look at statement coverage, then you see that we missed. It's also often called instruction coverage, and you see that we missed the unhappy flow here. So we need to add another test for the unhappy part. And then you'll see that, so we add another test with 5 open proposals, which is more than the 3 that was allowed. So now we return an error. And we can take this even one step further. There's also some, the next step is condition coverage, or branch coverage also sometimes called. And there we check if each Boolean sub-expression is evaluated to both true and false. So what we didn't test yet was whether our deadline check was actually ever going to return true. So we need to add one more test. As you guessed it, we add one with no proposals, but with a deadline of 100 seconds in the past. And now you see that with code coverage, we actually already have a nice set of tests written here. And the other nice part is that actually it's very easy to measure. So the code coverage is pretty nice. It helps us to find the blind spots of whatever we're working on and write better tests. And also it's really easy and cheap to measure. So what you see, measuring code coverage is just a matter of instrument the bytecode, run all the tests, and then get the report out of the instrumentation, and it's done. It takes no time. However, code coverage can also be quite misleading because it doesn't give you any guarantees of the tests themselves. The only guarantee that code coverage gives is that whatever is covered didn't crash. Because if I take this test, for example, there's no assertions in here, but this test does generate coverage. And this is exactly where we sort of reach a problem that, hey, this code coverage looks nice, but actually maybe we're missing something. And this is where test effectiveness comes in. Test effectiveness, with that we measure how, we're going to start with testing the test, and we measure how well the tests are at detecting bugs. So sometimes you do this yourself. Whenever you have a pull request open, you're reviewing something and you want to make sure that the tests actually make sense. Or when writing tests, typically you also want to see it fail. So you make a change in the production code, you swap some if statement, and then you hope that the tests fail. I mean, doing this by hand is a way to do it, but this doesn't work for regression. And it's also not really consistent. It's not really reproducible, which is where, and there we are, mutation testing comes into place. Mutation testing is a technique in which you simulate bugs in the form of typical programming errors in an automated manner. So we get consistent results and we can automatically run this process. Now, the first step in mutation testing is generating mutants. And each mutant is a tiny altered version of the production code. There's only one very small change. For example, if you have this method, is allowed to apply for driving license. In the Netherlands, where I'm from, it's you have to be 17 years or older. Now, one mutant would be the entire code base stays the same, but just this condition is inverted. And actually, we can, for this method alone, generate more mutants. We can also, besides negating it, we can change the conditional boundary. So rather than larger than or equal to, it now becomes larger than. So it sort of is testing whether we check if the edge cases is tested, or always return true or always return false. And there's different kinds of mutators. There's also anything mathematical. You can invert every plus automatically into a minus, multiplication with division, and vice versa. There's also operators for modulo, the modulo operator. All to make sure that our tests sort of are able to capture these mistakes. And one that I particularly also like is removing void statements, because it's important to know, by the way, that every mutant should result in compilable source code, because we're not testing the compiler, we're testing our source code, our logic, which means that you cannot start removing random lines, but void statements are ones that can easily be removed. So in this case, we want to make sure that actually, if I remove this, would any test be able to pick this up? Now, once we have generated a lot of mutants, we come to the next step of which is the analysis. And then what we do for each test, we will execute the test. So for each mutant, we will execute the tests. And as soon as one test fails, because of this small change, that means that the mutant is killed. And if the mutant is killed, that means that our test did their job and able to finding this bug. However, and this is what you will see the other side, is that whenever no test is able to detect this mutant, that means that anybody who would make this mistake in production or in production code would also make it all the way through. So that's bad. Now, it's also important to note that the mutation analysis can be relatively expensive. We'll cover some optimization later, but if you think about the fact that we can generate thousands of mutants for relatively little amounts of code, we have a very big test suite that you'll be executing many tests many times to find possible mutants. In the end, what I also forgot to mention, so if a mutant survives, that might be an indication that you're either missing a test case, or what you often see is that you're missing assertions. That, for example, that setter that was removed, if you don't assert the field, then it will not be detected. So we now covered the theory a bit, so let's have a look at the tools. And mutation testing is not new. As I already mentioned, it's a tool that's been around for quite some while. The first tools for Java were created in the early 2000s. So these were from 2001, 2003, and 2005 respectively. However, the problem with these tools was that they are mostly come from an academic background. People who are doing research on test effectiveness and seeing, for example, how they can generate effective tests. And what I noticed also during my thesis is that there's a different use case between industry and research. With research, it's fine that it takes a couple of days to set it up for a project. And it's fine that it takes a couple of days to run, because we mostly care about the results and we only need them once, and then we can continue with our analysis. Of course, it doesn't go for all, but you see this often, and it was also the result of these tools. They were really hard to use, very limited, not actively maintained. None of these go beyond Java 6, as far as I have found. However, this research did help us in the tool that eventually did make it to industry, which is PyTest. PyTest, or also called PIT, was created in 2011 by Henry Coles. And there are some nice things in here. Some of the previous tools also did this, but the first one is the bytecode mutation. As we said, we don't want to test the compiler, so we do mutations on bytecode level. That already makes things a lot faster, because we don't have to compile. The other one is using code coverage to determine which tests we want to execute. So what PyTest does before it does the mutation analysis, it first runs all the tests, and for each individual test, measures if the code coverage is present. Yes, for each measures which code it covers. Then it knows for each piece of code which tests are related to it. So whenever you have a mutant in this piece of code, you know that you only need to execute these 5 tests, because all the other ones are not going to reach this anyway. which makes it already, again, a lot faster. And the other thing is that it's really easy to use. Instead of having lots of different setup scripts, it's a Maven plugin or a Gradle plugin, and it's also actively maintained. Whereas the other one stopped at Java 6, this one is also supporting Java 21, all kinds, JUnit 4, JUnit 5, the different testing frameworks, which are really, really helpful. So this finally opened the door for us to start doing mutation testing. And just to show you how easy this is, it would be as easy as adding a plugin and you run the Maven code. And of course, I also want to show you this. So I want to do a quick demo. So we go to IntelliJ, and what I have here is a project. We call this is the proposal service. And what we have is some code that is effectively identical to the example you saw for the code coverage. We have a submit method. We check if the number of open proposals is not exceeded, and we check if the deadline hasn't passed. And then we set out return either failure or success. Now, for the sake of the demo, I also added a duplicate copy of this. So if I would diff them, you see that they are identical. Proposal service and proposal service 2 are the same. However, the test suites for these, we have a proposal service with also the free tests we saw from the slide. So we check success if there's no proposal deadline in the future. We return a failure if the number of open proposals has been exceeded. And we expect a failure if the deadline was yesterday. But there's now a difference with the proposal service 2 test, where we do exactly the same tests, but now without any assertions, just to give you an idea between a good test suite and a bad test suite. As I said, if you look at the POM file, I did a bit more here. I added a plugin for JUnit 5, and in this case, I don't want to run any tests on my models. And the other thing that I added was Jacoco for measuring code coverage, where I also excluded any models. Now, if I run this with the Maven goal, which doesn't take very long because it's a really smart project. So the bigger the project, the longer this is obviously going to take. And then you can see how many mutants were generated, what the code coverage was, and how many mutants we in the end didn't cover. And now I want to go have a look at the reports. And the first report that we have is the code coverage report from Jacoco. You might be familiar with this one. We have both services, and you see that they have the same amount of coverage, 100%. Having a look at the proposal of the mutation testing report, we can now see that there's a difference between the two services. And this is exactly the goal here. We want to be able to identify pieces of code that are actually tested, but turns out that they don't kill many mutants. So whenever you investigate a mutation testing report, the most interesting ones are the ones that have very high coverage and kill barely any mutants, because this is an indication that we have very poor test quality. However, let's have a look at how such a thing looks. So if your monitor is able to distinguish between the colors, it's a bit hard, sometimes hard to spot, but you have light green for code covered, but no mutants. We have darker green for mutants that are killed and the code is covered, and we have red for code that is covered, but no mutants have been killed. Not all mutants have been killed. And what we can see here, if we look at this line, we can see that there's one mutant that survived, which is the one that changed the conditional boundary. And that's correct, because in our tests, we never tested the edge case of when we have exactly 3 open proposals, whether that is still acceptable or not. And what we also didn't test is whether our notification service was invoked, because we forgot about that. So you see also that the removed call to the notification service failed. It survived. And then at the end of the report, you can also again see an overview of the mutants which were killed and which were survived, and a set of mutators that were used and the tests that were examined. Now this also looks nice. However, the reality is, as I said, for larger projects, it takes a long time. When I was doing this for my thesis, I had to analyze about 5 open source projects, and then you notice that without any optimizations, it can take days. And even though I could do this, I had to run it I had to generate a lot of test suites. So for me, that was a bit suboptimal. Now, to help with this, the first thing that I always suggest when people want to start mutation testing is to start small. Start with a single package, a single test suite for that package, so that you know at least that it runs. So in this case, utility tests are often quite straightforward. And another thing is that good to keep in mind is that PyTest by default only runs on a single thread. And if you have more threads available, it's good to utilize this so that it can tremendously increase the speed. So once you sort of have the base set, you have it running, now you want to start expanding it to the rest of the project. That's where you should start with tweaking the performance. And there's many different ways we can do this. So I want to go over a couple of steps you can take to sort of find a nice sweet spot. And the first one is to reduce the number of tests you run. And there's some obvious candidates for this, but that also depends on your test setup. So in the past, we had acceptance tests or integration tests as unit tests. Especially with Spring Boot, you can do quite some tests that cover effectively half your code base. If you're testing your endpoint all the way to the database, that means that you have a relatively large slice of code covered, which also means that there's a relatively large slice of code for which this slow test is being run, because those acceptance tests, especially if they go all the way to the database, are often relatively slow. This is a trade-off. If you exclude them, that means that you will also not kill the mutants that are in those slices. But ideally, we would also have unit tests for this, so we should be fine there. The same for the database tests. Database tests are usually pretty straightforward, and there's not a lot of code to mutate in a repository. It's not always true, but if this is the case for you, you can also exclude both the tests and the classes so that you speed it up again. Or if you have just specifically very, very slow tests that cover, maybe do a small performance test, of course, it's not useful to use these. You want to exclude them from mutation testing. Now, we can reduce the number of tests, but we can also reduce the number of mutants by reducing the code that is being analyzed. And the most obvious one for this one is generated code. We don't test our generated code, so we also don't need to analyze our generated code. But there's more. What I found a particular funny example was PDF generation. If you have ever written a PDF generator or like invoice generator, then you know that it's filled with mathematical operations to calculate the offset, to see the font size, to make sure that everything is aligned in the right place. Is that a fairly big PDF generator can already generate 1,000 mutants, also because a lot of void statements are in there, depending on the library you use. Whereas 1,000 mutants, and usually there's a couple of tests that you only need, where you do bytecode comparison of the generated PDF. So you already have quite strong tests there. And then it might not be useful to do 1,000 times PDF generation if you already know that this part is fairly trusted. Then there's the database tests again. If we're not generating tests for it, then we also don't have to generate the code for it. We don't have to generate mutants for it. And the last one, the threading, things related to threads are always a pain to test because of threading issues. But they can also be it can also be a pain for PyTest, especially if it's multi-threading and you're already running it in parallel. So it might be good to keep them out. Yeah. Then another nice feature about PyTest is that it's still experimental, but it supports incremental analysis. And this means that it stores the result from your last run, and then it starts to compare which changes you made. And based on that, decides for which mutants it will run a test, or which tests it will run for which mutants. For example, suppose you have a class with 10 mutants in it that is covered by, say, 5 tests. If you don't change the tests or the mutants, you don't really need to rerun this part and then save time with it. The nice thing is that this is also used as the basis for, I think, the pull request integration. So there's a pro version of PyTest called ArcMutate, in which they also added support for GitLab and GitHub, Bitbucket, and most version control systems, where it's in your merge request, in a diff, sort of shows you which changes were done to mutation score, which is fairly powerful. It's also not that expensive. So if you have budget, that might also be interesting to try. I'll also come back to that one later. Another thing, which is not necessarily related to performance, but also to clean reports, is that one of the things that we often don't test is logging, which is most cases also fine. We don't need to test the logging. However, all these log statements are void statements, and sometimes also contain some math operators. So in this example that you see here at the bottom, this would be 2 mutants that we're never going to find because we don't test this. Now, by default, PyTest already exclude all invocations to logging libraries, but maybe you have some custom logging facades, then you also want to add this. Or maybe there's some code related to metrics, to some custom piece of code that you repeat all over the code base that you don't really test, then it might be useful to keep this out so that it's not mutated, keeping your reports clean. And again, less mutants also means a bit more speed. Now, another thing that we can tweak is the set of mutators used. So the default set of mutators, this is the set of mutators that are available. At least it was the last time I checked. It could have been that more. It's also nice to see that if you look at the PyTest in research and in papers, is that within papers, they are research papers, they are adding new sorts of mutators that are sometimes then being adopted by PyTest. By default, there's only a small set that's being used. This is sort of seen as the best set, where you have the most stable and hardest to detect mutants there. You can add more. So this is the default set. If you start adding more, that also means you generate significantly more mutants with a significantly more execution time and also more possible false positives or things that you might not deem relevant, whether you want to test whether your constants are correctly used, etc. Have a look at the PyTest documentation where they explain the different mutators. What's also good to mention, by the way, is that in the pro versions, I haven't used them yet, but we're going to try this out soon, is that they offer more support for example, Spring integration tests and some JUnit 5 optimizations, and a larger set of base mutators. Another thing that you can encounter are something called equivalent mutants. And what you see, so we have a while loop that increments I in each iteration, and at some point I reaches max, and then we break out of the loop. If we were to replace equals to with larger than or equal to, it will still always break when I is equal to max. So it will never be able to spot this mutant because these are functionally equivalent. So if you, especially with the other mutators, which are not in the base set, there's a chance that these might happen. And it's good to keep in mind when you're inspecting these reports that you could come across some of these. Now, having decided you want to use mutation testing, it's also nice to know that it's easy to integrate with your CI tools, with just like you saw before, the Maven step, which also can be, the Maven call can be configured to break your build if your mutation score goes below a certain point. And there's also plugins available for Jenkins or Sonar. And then, of course, in the pro version, also for your different VCS tools. Having said that, and having explained sort of mutation testing now, it's also good to keep in mind, as I said before, it's not necessarily a silver bullet. It's computationally quite expensive. And going through these reports, especially for larger things, if you started cutting in your unit tests, it's quite time consuming to sort of investigate whether these are indeed issues or not. So it's good to ask yourself a couple of questions. And I always start with the base set, which means that you should consider mutation testing. For example, will people die? Based on the mistakes you might create, will there be a lot of money lost and people die? Or in case of self-driving car, money and reputation and people? Then the quality requirements should be so high that you would do any possible thing you can to reduce the amount of bugs that might make it to production. So yes, you would want to use mutation testing. However, in practice, I have not worked on any of these projects, and so far my software has not been able to kill anybody, as far as I know, I hope. There's more relevant questions that we can ask. For example, are you using code coverage? Are you using code coverage as a stopping criteria to stop writing tests, or to evaluate when your sprint definition of done your goal was achieved, or when you're reporting to management on you're adopting a project from another team and you want to know what the status is, then actually I think you should consider using mutation testing. Because as you see, code coverage is, in the end, it's a nice indication, but it goes and falls with the quality of the tests themselves. Because if you have a very nice test suite with 0 assertions, then this number is very misleading. So then consider it. Another one is the cost of fixing a bug. For example, the first time I worked, we actually get back to the money example effectively. My first job, I was working for a customer, or I was working on a product, some enterprise software that only runs on-premise and only runs with customers that were mostly governments or very large enterprise projects, where the release window, especially with these government projects, we had a release window of, say, 2 weeks a year in which we could upgrade, which means that if a bug makes it there, we have a serious issue, and it costs a lot of effort and bureaucracy to get things fixed. Then yes, you want to do also, that's where we started using mutation testing as well, just to make sure that we really don't get bugs into production. On the other hand, you have these startup projects where I also worked on, where it was more a fix fast or fail fast, fix fast mentality, which means we were able to deploy to production within half an hour. So whenever something was detected, we didn't have a lot of customers yet. It was okay that the bug was there, but because we could also immediately find it quite quickly. We sort of used our customers as tests. It really depends on the mindset. If you want to move forward quickly, then you maybe not want to spend a lot of time writing elaborate test sets. But that's a more generic question. So if you have a very high cost of fixing a bug, like we had in the first case, again, consider mutation testing. And the last one, because some people go to a conference, then they see something that they find very interesting, and then they start implementing it. And I always like the analogy with Sonar. It really depends on the teams, but I've seen plenty of teams where there was always one very enthusiastic person that really liked Sonar, and the rest of the team didn't really care about. And at some point, that person left. Now we have Sonar running, and nobody's looking at it anymore. We're wasting resources. The first thing you should do is take your team with you, convince them. And this actually goes in general. Whenever you so when you get home after this presentation, or if you're already at home and you think, hey, mutation testing could be interesting, just run it once first locally and generate a single report. That single report gives you sort of a feel of what the current state is of your test code. If it turns out that you're working in a very high-performing team and everybody is already very keen on writing proper tests, then you'll see that the mutation testing report reflects that, and it might not even be that beneficial to edit because the team is already doing a great job, and adding this report and then looking at this report just would add overhead. However, if you then run this report, and I've also seen that with colleagues who were at certain customers, that it suddenly showed that there were quite some painful areas which had high coverage but very low mutation scores. And then upon further inspection, it turned out that there were quite some issues with, for example, outsourced developers that had different requirements quality, but also parts of projects where people were not spending the time and attention to tests that they should be giving. There, again, it was very interesting to sort of include mutation testing in the process just to force people to sort of up their game. You can use it to sort of educate the juniors that they should be writing proper tests. And then, then start using it. So come run it locally once, generate the report, talk to the team, show them the results. And if the results are indeed bad, take the team on this trip to mutation testing. Now, to summarize, code coverage is really about how much of the code is tested, whereas mutation testing is really about how properly did you test the code. And then when you start mutation testing, start small, start expanding, and then tweak for performance. And that's it. Already a bit faster than expected, but thank you for your time. And here's a bunch of useful tools. The things, by the way, that I mentioned are also, the tools are very widely available. So if you have Python, you can use Mudmud. There's even for PHP, there's mutation testing frameworks. For the front end, I would recommend Striker from Info Support. If you have Kotlin, have a look at ArcMutate as well. as it can be quite useful. So now I think, are there any questions, or is there a way for me to go?
Actually, we have a bunch of questions, so be ready to answer them.
Okay.
And first of all, at the beginning, you mentioned about quality, so that was not afraid that you finish a bit fast. Anyway, this was pretty quality talk, and thank for all your insights and for sharing your knowledge and expertise. And of course, it was pretty useful to see some practical tips and tricks and some pros and cons, because you can see value only with a comparison and on real examples, right?
Yeah.
And that's why it was pretty cool to hear that. Thank you. And also, I want to mention that I would like to try it on my project, and we'll back to you soon.
Yes, yeah. Please let me know in the chat as well if you think after this presentation, yes, now I want to try it, because that means that I achieved at least something, and otherwise, at least people have another tool in their kit.
Yeah, so I can mail your message. Yeah. So let's switch to questions. I'll start from the beginning. First question from Mike. Do you recommend to avoid mocks in testing because it might lead you to test for tests?
Yeah, mocking in tests is always an interesting discussion. If you want to do pure unit tests of every class, you can't really avoid writing a lot of mocks. It really depends on what you want as a team. I'm not sure if it leads to testing the tests, but it does lead to test code that is very hard to maintain. You're not necessarily testing the tests more or less if you add more mocking code, but it does make a lot more painful to make changes or refactorings, because you're constantly checking if each call makes sense, and then maybe it's not always useful. I find it a bit hard to answer this question though, but
oh, it's quite good. Thank you. And we have another one from the same person. How challenging is it to integrate mutation testing into existing build process?
So it shouldn't be very challenging. As I said, it could be as a matter of adding the Maven step to whatever goal you use for running, or as a separate step. Make it a parallel step that's non-blocking, where you run the mutation testing report depending on which tool you use for the pipelines. It should be fairly straightforward, but it's good to first test this locally and see if you're not stuck in infinite loops or have some weird example, especially with Spring and an integration test in Spring. It might not be super useful unless you go for where you could consider the paid version. So for example, with Spring, you have the context. So effectively what the Spring support from ArcMutate does is that it by default adds the dirtiest context at top of each test so that it doesn't cache anything and your context is constantly refreshed. That's to keep in mind, but that's what you can also do by testing it locally to see what works and what doesn't work for you. And then if you know that it works, you can start adding it to the pipeline, pushing the reports and artifact.
Cool, thank you. And we have another one, from Andrew. Can we combine the test-driven development approach and mutation tests?
Sorry, can you repeat that?
Can we combine TDD, test-driven development, and mutation testing?
I mean, yes, you can, but I'm not sure if it would improve the speed of your process. So with TDD, of course, you write the tests before you sort of do the implementation, and then incremental, you add a bit of implementation, and add a bit of tests. Now, what you could do is need, after each implementation step, run mutation testing to see if you possibly missed some tests. But I would not do this at the same speed if you do pure TDD. So then I would rather do this at the end and then see which cases you possibly have missed. You could do it though, but then make sure you run mutation testing only limited to the very piece of code you're working on instead of waiting an hour every iteration. So you can limit, as you saw, the tests to a certain class or to a certain test or both. And then yes, you can consider it. Might be useful. It's an interesting approach. You need to see if you have any blind spots. So.
Yeah, experimenting also sometimes pretty good approach.
Yes, thank you for the question.
The next one. Okay, how can the results of mutation testing inform improvements in a unit testing strategy? I believe you covered it a bit in your presentation. Not?
Can you? Sorry, I can't read them right now because I have my own presentation open. Can you?
I can repeat. How can the results of mutation testing inform improvements in a unit testing strategy? It's actually about mutants, correct?
Yeah, that's exactly what mutation testing is about. Is to check if your tests, so your unit testing results or your test strategy, should improve, because you will see your blind spots better, and you see where you can improve. I think. Again, the one that's hard to answer directly. I can also check it in the chat later, but
no, it's pretty good. Good answer. Yeah. It's pretty. The next one also pretty similar to how to integrate into build process. Here we have a question: how can mutation testing be integrated into a continuous integration, continuous deployment pipeline? It's pretty similar to integrating in build process.
Exactly. You can add the neighbor build, and like I said before, don't make this. So you have a commit build. I would not recommend to make mutation testing part of the commit build, because it might still take half an hour.
Mm-hmm.
You don't want to block your builds for half an hour. So usually you can add some parallel steps or non-blocking steps, so that, for example, your build is at least pushed to whatever Docker repository you have, and then later on you still have the report. You can also do this, by the way, as a nightly if you don't want to be running this all the time.
Cool, thank you. We still have few
we have time.
Be ready. Yeah. Next one. Pretty interesting. Can you share an example of how mutation testing helped uncover significant issue in the project you worked on?
So that's a good question. So in practice, I think I mostly have the story from a colleague where they had this where they didn't necessarily found more bugs in their production code, because usually the problem with a bad test suite is not necessarily that you have more bugs in the production code, because the production code is always also tested afterwards. You have users. The problem is more that you want to prevent new bugs from making it there by adding better tests. So what I do see also in my current job is that we have tests where their assertions were missing, which made me, for example, introduce new bugs because I added a new feature, I refactored some things, and then it turned out that I broke some existing functionality. Now that could have been prevented if I would have used mutation testing there, because then the mutation testing could have probably shown that we were missing assertions. So it's not necessarily that when we started using mutation testing, we found more bugs in the product, but we could prevent more bugs from making it into the product, mostly. And that's also what we saw especially at least in the current project I'm in, where we sometimes see that there's some space for improvement, which is also why we want to start trialing ArcMutate. But also the example of outsourcing, where there was a whole part of the front end that was not properly tested, which means that there was a high probability that when you did a large refactoring that you could introduce more bugs, which means you lose confidence in your test suite, which is a really bad thing.
Got your point. Thank you. I can say that we have stream of questions right now.
Well, that's a nice thing about finishing.
I'm really interested in that title, title of that. I know your presentation. That's why I initially say that it's not that commonly discussed and commonly used technique. That's why it's pretty interesting to discuss. So the next question. Oh, actually, it's connected. Why is they not that popular? What are your thoughts on that?
Well, so a big part is people don't know about it. Now the question is, why do people not know about it? Probably because it's a sort of a chicken egg thing. Yeah. So one of the reasons is still that it in practice what you see. So mutation testing, for example, is extremely powerful if you're building libraries, especially closed libraries, where you do mathematical operation or a lot of business logic. But if you look at our more default application that we write, where it's a lot of JSON in, JSON out, and some minor processing, you see that there's a lot of overhead that we don't usually care about testing, so then mutation testing might also be less interesting. And another reason is that I think it takes time to go over the report. Other than that, I don't really know why people are not using it. I think that it's a blind spot mostly. I think that more people should be using it, especially since a lot of people do use code coverage. But to get back to what I said before, you don't necessarily need this in your CI/CD. Just doing this once every year, or once every month, or once every week, just to get a sort of a feel of what the code base is. That's already very useful. I haven't seen a lot of people that tried mutation testing and came to the conclusion that they didn't like it. It's more that a lot of people just didn't try it.
Oh, cool. I hope that like people that watching right now this stream will definitely try it right after today's. Okay, today is Friday, maybe from Monday. Yeah, Monday project.
If you're enthusiastic, then but yeah, maybe wait till Monday. Enjoy the weekend. Or of course go to the conference tomorrow, right?
Yeah, the offline part. You can still come, maybe. Yeah. Why not? You have a whole night for that. And 3 more questions. I don't know. Two pretty interesting. How to avoid infinite loops with mutation testing?
Yes, it's one that I actually didn't cover. But the one thing that PyTest also does is when it initially measures the code coverage of each test, it also tests the execution time of each individual test. And then when it sees this is configurable, for example, when a test takes 1.5 or twice the amount of time to execute against what it was before, so probably the mutation then created somehow an infinite loop, which is possible. And then it says, okay, we deem this as a kill because if you would have done this yourself, then also this test would have been running infinitely. So we see this as a mutant that's dead, but it's detected, and the PyTest will not run indefinitely. So you don't have to worry about this. That's pretty neatly done, and you can configure whether it's 1.5 times, 2 times, 3 times, which you need. But a good question.
Oh, great that is included. And one more configuration question. Can we customize the number of generated mutants and mutant types?
You can customize the set of mutators. So we have, you can see it on the website as well. There's a large set of mutators. There's a base set that's selected by default, but you can just configure the Maven plugin to use a different set of mutators. Maybe you don't like one, or you really like another one. You cannot really limit it in an absolute number, like stop at 1,000 mutants as far as I know, but you can have less mutators or just have less code to mutate. Another one that you might usually not mutate is all your setters and getters, for example. That's also, the models might not be interesting.
Thanks a lot for your answers. You covered pretty big bunch of questions. Thank you. Yeah, that you have a time to answer all these questions. Yeah, appreciate that, your time, and that you prepared such a great presentation. And actually, that's also kind of support to your support of a conference. You support Ukraine. Thank you for that as well, that you participate in that event. And also looking forward for the next events where you can participate, and especially on site, in person.
Yeah.
Looking forward for that. Yeah.
Me too.
Thank you.
Thank you for all the hard work in organizing this nice conference and having me. And have a nice evening, I guess, for everybody.
Yeah, you too. Have a nice evening.
Bye.
Bye.
We don't go out with a bang. We go in with a bang. We are Levi 9. And just like the comet Levi 9, we make an impact that shapes the future. With a culture that is always transparent, result-driven, loyal, proactive, and fun, we impact businesses with technology services, held together by a gravity we call our 9 magical beliefs. We are the change. We are open. We are committed. We are whatever it takes. We are one common goal. We are teamwork. We are innovation. And we are always thanking God it's Monday again. We are 1 + 1 = 9. Levi 9. And we create what was never created before.
Hi there. We are Help a Hero, a nonprofit organization from Ukraine. Most of us also work in IT, but all our spare time is dedicated to volunteering to support our Ukrainian heroes. Since the full-scale war began, we've provided aid worth over 40 million to our defenders. And it's all thanks to you, our donors. Your contributions truly save lives. Thank you. We know that together we can make a difference and show our support and gratitude to those who risk everything for our freedom. Right now, we're fundraising for a pickup truck, a vehicle much needed for evacuation, and we ask you to contribute as every little bit counts. Scan the QR code and help us help our heroes. Thank you.
Avenga is a company that gather together super
talented people who are looking forward to have long-term cooperation with us, who truly shares the values of Avenga.
The most important value is caring about our people, because we are one global team and we should make sure that everyone feels comfortable working here and has great career opportunities.
We are looking for the people who can sit with our clients, figure out what is the demand, figure out what is their business need, build the prototype, collect the scope, and after that it comes to the solution engineering.
It really doesn't matter if you're a software engineer, tester, you're a project manager, business analyst. You have to be bold, you have to take responsibility for what you do.
Or you're on the career page of Avenga. If you are looking for a career, if you are looking for new opportunities for you, if you are looking for new challenges and a friendly environment, welcome. We have a lot of great vacancies for you. Join us.
Hi there. We are Help a Hero, a non-profit organization from Ukraine. Most of us also work in IT, but all our spare time is dedicated to volunteering to support our Ukrainian heroes. Since the full-scale war began, we've provided aid worth over 40 million to our defenders. And it's all thanks to you, our donors. Your contributions truly save lives. Thank you. We know that together we can make a difference and show our support and gratitude to those who risk everything for our freedom. Right now, we're fundraising for a pickup truck, a vehicle much needed for evacuation, and we ask you to contribute as every little bit counts. Scan the QR code and help us help our heroes. Thank you.
All right, guys. So we are on the finish line of online day, the day of JavaDay 2024, Lviv. Yeah, and thank you for watching us, of course, and that survived till that time. Yeah, hopefully you enjoyed all these sessions with speakers and learned something new. Yeah, and of course, recording will be available soon. If you miss one of the talks from the speakers, don't, everything will be available soon, and you can rewatch it. Or if you miss some part of that, don't worry. Yeah, we'll notify you. By to check that, of course, you should be subscribed to our YouTube channel. And again, I want to remind that general partner of today's event and actually of all events that we trying to organize is Armed Forces of Ukraine. So one more reminder, please support Ukraine, support support our armed forces. Any help is valuable. There is no small help. There is no small donation. And also, please share that idea to support Ukraine. Share that QR code that you see on the right corner. Yeah, because we fight for our land, we fight for our nation, for our home. Yeah. So thank you for everything that you do for us. And of course, don't forget about our fundraising. During the day, we're sharing this sharing this QR code where you can find banking details about how to do a transfer, how to donate for a truck vehicle. So please also share this information with your friends and with your colleagues. And of course, it's not only for today. I believe that QR code, that link will be available till Monday, I believe, so we can still donate and still somehow support us and help. So thank you. And of course, thanks for our organization team because they did a lot to find cool speakers to build this great program that perfectly fit for our needs, fit for what is interesting right now. So thank you guys. And yeah, today we watched 6 great talks from 6 different speakers. So I want to thank you for your high expertise, for sharing your insights and your thoughts on the different areas from a different prospects of software development, and especially some trends in Java related technologies and entire ecosystem. And of course, I want to say thanks for our partners and sponsors. Here you can see our gold partners is Avenga, Grid Dynamics, and Levi9. Also our silver partners is Sombra, Jumper, SPD Technology, Xenos, Capgemini, and Stream. And for sure, our bronze partner is Windmill. Thank you all. Thank you for helping us to organize everything. And our community partners, Coffee Jack, Local Lviv monthly meetups, JetBrains, and 3-Bit Talk. Also, special thanks for info partners. They are Bobocode, Java User Group Ukraine, and of course America House for helping us to broadcast everything, to set up a good environment for today's online event and for this beautiful and cozy location. And of course, follow us on social media to stay tuned and to check latest events and news, and especially YouTube channel where we'll post later our video recordings. But don't forget other social medias. Yeah, we'll post something interesting later, I believe. And also short reminder. Please, for ones who registered for today's event, please fill the feedback form. I believe it should be shared later with you. And stay tuned for news of upcoming events. I believe we can organize new event next year, and hopefully it will be not like 2 full days offline, so we can meet each other and together in person. Yeah, not only online by watching it on YouTube stream. Yeah, hope so. So thank you all. Thank you all for your participation. Thank you all for sharing that. And please don't forget to share also our fundraising and to continue support Ukraine with this fight. Yeah, thank you. And now I believe I should exit this matrix.
We don't go out with a bang. We go in with a bang. We are Levi 9. And just like the comet Levi 9, we make an impact that shapes the future. With a culture that is always transparent, result-driven, loyal, proactive, and fun, we impact businesses with technology services, held together by a gravity we call our 9 magical beliefs. We are the change. We are open. We are committed. We are whatever it takes. We are one common goal. We are teamwork. We are innovation. And we are always thanking God it's Monday again. We are 1 + 1 = 9. Levi 9. And we create what was never created before.
Hi there. We are Help a Hero, a nonprofit organization from Ukraine. Most of us also work in IT, but all our spare time is dedicated to volunteering to support our Ukrainian heroes. Since the full-scale war began, we've provided aid worth over $40 million to our defenders. And it's all thanks to you, our donors. Your contributions truly save lives. Thank you. We know that together we can make a difference and show our support and gratitude to those who risk everything for our freedom. Right now, we're fundraising for a pickup truck, a vehicle much needed for evacuation, and we ask you to contribute as every little bit counts. Scan the QR code and help us help our heroes. Thank you.
Avenga is a company that gather together super
talented people who are looking forward to have long-term cooperation with us, who truly shares the values of Avenga.
The most important value is caring about our people, because we are one global team and we should make sure that everyone feels comfortable working here and has great career opportunities.
We are looking for the people who can sit with our clients, figure out what is the demand, figure out what is their business need, build the prototype, collect the scope, And after that, it comes to the solution engineering.
It really doesn't matter if you're a software engineer, tester, you're a project manager, business analyst. You have to be bold, you have to take responsibility for what you do.
Or you're on the career page of Avanga. If you are looking for a career, if you are looking for new opportunities for you, if you are looking for new challenges and a friendly environment, welcome. We have a lot of great vacancies for you. Join us.
Hi there. We are Help a Hero, a non-profit organization from Ukraine. Most of us also work in IT, but all our spare time is dedicated to volunteering to support our Ukrainian heroes. Since the full-scale war began, we've provided aid worth over 40 million to our defenders. And it's all thanks to you, our donors. Your contributions truly save lives. Thank you. We know that together we can make a difference and show our support and gratitude to those who risk everything for our freedom. Right now, we're fundraising for a pickup truck, a vehicle much needed for evacuation, and we ask you to contribute as every little bit counts. Scan the QR code and help us help our heroes. Thank you.